The multitudes in Hugo, the prophet seeks out solitude. He goes into the desert to think. Of what? Of the multitudes. Hugo, W. William Shakespeare, 6. Allegory in the spiritualist protocols from Jersey, even pure abstractions frequent marine terrace, idea, death, the drama, the novel, poetry, criticism, humbug. They preferred to make their appearance during the day, while the dead came at night. Claudius Grillet, V. Iter Hugo Spirite, p. 27. The multitudes in Hugo figure as the depths of the shadow in Les Quietements, Ouvres Completes, Volume 4, Poesy, p. 397. The day when our plunderers, our tyrants beyond number, will know that someone stirs in the depths of the shadow. On Les Fleu ones du mal, nowhere does he make a direct allusion to hashish or to opium visions. In this we must admire the superior taste of the poet, completely taken up as he is with the philosophic construction of his poem. Georges Rodenbach, L'Elite, pages 18 to 19. Rodenbach emphasizes, like Begin, the experience of the correspondences in Baudelaire. Baudelaire to d'Orivoli, should you take communion with hands on hips. Cited in Georges Rodenbach, L'Elite, p. 6. 3 generations revolve about the splendid restoration of Notre Dame. The first, forming as it were an outer circle, is represented by Victor Hugo. The second, represented by d'Orivoli, Baudelaire, and Hello, forms an inner circle of devotion. The third is made up of the group of Satanists, Huysmans, Guaita, Paladin. However beautiful a house may he, it is first of all before we consider its beauty so many feet high and so many feet wide. Likewise, literature, which is the most priceless material, is first of all the filling up of so many columns, and a literary architect whose name in itself is not a guarantee of profit has to sell at all kinds of prices. Ch. B. Ouvres, Volume 2, p. 385 C. Conciles Auxiliary Junes Littérateurs, point 17-1. Note from Fuses, the portrait of Serenus by Seneca. That of Stagirus by Saint John Chrysostom. Acedia, the malady of monks. Ta etiam. Vitae. Charles Baudelaire, Ouvres, Volume 2, p. 632. 174. Charles Henry Hirsch describes Baudelaire, in comparison to Hugo, as more capable of adapting to widely varying temperaments, thanks to the keenness of his ideas, sensations, and words. The lessons of Baudelaire endure by virtue of the strict form which keeps them before our eyes. Cited in Le Cinquantenaire de Charles Baudelaire, p. 41. A remark by Nadal in his memoirs, around 1911, the director of an agency for newspaper clippings told him that Baudelaire's name used to show up in the newspapers as often as the names of Hugo, Musset, and Napoleon. See Le Cinquantenaire de Charles Baudelaire, p. 43. Passage from Le Salade Public attributed by Crapet to Baudelaire, citizens should not give heed to such as these, to Barthélemy, Jean Journet, and others who extol the Republic in execrable verse. The Emperor Nero had the laudable habit of rounding up all the bad poets in an amphitheatre and flogging them cruelly. Cited in Crapet, appeared in 1846 and contains, under the appellative The Second Friend, the following portrait of Gautier. The second friend was, and still is, fat, lazy, and sluggish. What is more, he has no ideas and can only string words together as the Osage strings beads for a necklace. Ch. B. Ouvres, Volume 2, p. 393.115. Hugo, as for me, I am conscious of the starry gulf in my soul. Ave, d'amore tu rose te salutat, a Judith Gautier, Victor Hugo, Ouvres Choices, Poésies et Drames en vers, p. 5. If Poe had been a real influence on him, we would find some trace of this in Baudelaire's way of imagining scenes of action. In fact, the greater his immersion in the work of the American writer, the more he avoids fantasies of action. His projected works, his titles for novels, all had to do with various psychic crises. Not one suggests an adventure of any kind. Gustave Kahn, Preface to Charles Baudelaire, Man Kermisset nu et Fuses, pages 12 to 13. Kahn discerns in Baudelaire a refusal to take the opportunity offered by the nature of the lyric pretext. Gustave Kahn, Preface to CHB, Man Kermis 2. 1-2 et Fuses, p. 15. Of the Flus du Mal illustrated by Rodin for Paul Gallimard, Mauclair writes: "You feel that Rodin has handled the book, taken it up and put it down 100 times, that he has read it while out on walks, and at the end of a long evening has suddenly reopened it under the lamplight and, haunted by a verse, picked up his pen. One can tell where he paused, what page he creased, how unsparing he must have been of the volume, for he had not been given some deluxe copy needing to be protected from damage. It was very much, as he himself liked to describe it, his pocket Baudelaire." Charles Baudelaire, 27 Poèmes de Fleurs du Mal, Illustré, par Rodin, p. 7. The penultimate paragraph in Chacun sh in air is distinctly reminiscent of Blanqui, and the procession passed by me and disappeared in tile haze at tile horizon, just where the rounded surface of the planet prevents tile human gaze from following CHB, Ouvres, Volume 1, p. 412.178. On the painter Jules Noël, he is doubtless one of those who impose a daily amount of progress upon themselves. Salon d'1846, Ouvres, Volume 2, p. 126.17 feet 1 inch. In the comment on L.Jes Fleurs du Mal that Saint Beuve sends to Baudelaire in a letter of 1857, he finds this to say about the style of the Boic: a curious poetic gift and an almost precious lack of constraint in expression. Immediately following, with your pearling of the detail, with your Petrarchism of the Holtibly. Cited in Etienne Charavi, A Divigny et Charles Baudelaire, Candidates at Elicade.Nyefmnus, p. 134. It seems to me that in many things you do not take yourself seriously enough. Vigny to Baudelaire on January 2, 1862, apropos of Baudelaire's candidacy for the Académie. Cited in Etienne Charavi, A Divigny et Charles Baudelaire. Candidates à l'Académie Française, pages 100 to 101. Jules Mackay, in Le Messager de l'Assemblée, April 9, 1851, a small booklet entitled La Presse de 1848 contains the following: "Today we see announced in L'Echo de Marchands Devant a collection of poems called Les Limbs. These are without doubt socialist poems and, consequently, bad poems. Yet another fellow has become a disciple of Proudhon through either too much or too little ignorance." Aimé de la Finelière and Georges Descaux, Charles Baudelaire, p. 12. Modernity Anticlassical and Classical. Anti-classical, as antithesis to the classical period. Classical, as heroic fulfillment of the epoch that puts its stamp on its expression. There is evidently a connection between Baudelaire's unfavorable reception in Belgium, his reputation as a police spy there, and the letter to Lefigaro concerning the banquet for Victor Hugo Si. Note the rigor and elegance of the title Curiosilifs Aesthetics.L82. The teachings of Fourier, although, in nature, there are certain plants which are more or less holy, certain animals more or less sacred, and although we may rightly conclude that certain nations have been prepared by providence for a determined goal, nevertheless all I wish to do here is assert their equal utility in the eyes of him who is undefinable. Ch. B. Ouvres, Volume 2, p. 143. High point 19.5. If a poet demanded from T. he state the right to keep a few hours joie in his stable, people would he very surprised, whereas if a bourgeois demanded a roast poet, people would find this quite natural. Ch. B. Ouvres, Volume 2, p. 635. In Ouvres Completes, Poesy, Volume 9, p. 161. In La Legende des Idées, Part 3, Poems like Les Chutes, Fleuves et Poets, the one devoted to the torrents of the Rhine, the other to Mont Blanc, provide an especially vigorous idea of the perception of nature in the 19th century. In these poems we find the allegorical mode of vision uniquely interfused with the spirit of the vignette. From Theodore de Bonville, Mes Souvenirs, ch. 7c. Cherry Baudelaire. Their first meeting, night had come, luminous soft enchantress. We had left the Luxembourg and were walking along the outer boulevards, through streets whose movement and mysterious tumult the poet of Les Fleurs du Mal had always so attentively cherished. Privat d'Anglemont walked a little apart from us, in silence. From Theodore de Bonville, Mes Souvenirs, I no longer recall which African country it was in which he was put up by a family to whom his parents had sent him. At any rate, he quickly became bored with the conventional manners of his hosts, and took off high himself for a mountain to live with a tall young woman of color who understood no French, and who cooked him strangely spiced ragouts in a burnished copper cauldron, around which some naked little black children were dancing and howling. Oh, hut those ragouts! How well he conjured them up, and how one would have loved to try them. In his lodgings at the Hotel Pimodan, when I went there for the first time to visit him, there were no dictionaries, no separate study, not even a table with writing materials, nor was there a side hoard or a separate dining room, or anything else resembling the decor of a bourgeois apartment. Theodore de Bonville, Mes Souvenirs, pages 81 to 82. On Joseph de Maistre, to the pretensions and the insolence of metaphysics, he responded with the historical. J. Barbie d'Aurevilly, Joseph de Maistre, Blanc de Saint Bonnet, Le Cordaire, Gratry, Caro, p. 9. Some, like Baudelaire, identified the demon, staggered but reoriented themselves, and once more honored God. It would nonetheless be unjust to expect from these precursors a surrender of the human faculties as complete as that required. For example, in the sort of mysterious dawn it seems we have begun to live at present. Stanislas Fumet, Notre Baudelaire, p. 3. This great poetic success thus represents, if we add to these 1,500 copies the print run of 1,000, plus the overruns from the first edition, a sum total of 2,790 copies maximum in circulation. What other poet of our day, except Victor Hugo, could boast of such a demand for his work? A de la Finelière and Georges Descaux, Charles Baudelaire. Note on the second edition of Les Fleurs du Mal. Poe, Cyrano de Bergerac become a pupil of the astronomer Arago. Journal de Goncourt, July 16, 1856.03 If Edgar Poe dethroned Walter Scott and Merimee, if realism and bohemianism triumphed all down the line, if certain poems about which I have nothing to say were taken seriously by honest and well-intentioned men, then this would no longer be decadence but an orgy. Pont-Martin, Le Spectateur, September 19, 1857, cited in Leon Lemonnier, Edgar Poe et la critique Efrancaise de 1845 a 1875, pages 187, 214. On allegory, limp arms, like weapons dropped by one who pound is 21. Swinburne appropriates for himself the thesis that art has nothing to do with morality. Les Fleurs du Mal are a cathedral. Ernest Raynaud, ch. Baudelaire, p. 305. Baudelaire frets and torments himself in producing the least word. For him, art is a duel in which the artist shrieks with terror before being overcome. 205 Ernest Raynaud, ch. Baudelaire, pages 317 to 318. Raynaud recognizes the incompatibility of Baudelaire and Gautier. He devotes a long chapter to this. Baudelaire submitted to the requirements of buccaneer editors who exploited the vanity of socialites, amateurs, and novices, and accepted manuscripts. only if one took out a subscription. Ernest Raynaud, ch. Baudelaire, p. 319. Baudelaire's own conduct is the complement of the state of affairs. He would offer the same manuscript to several different journals and authorize reprints without acknowledging them as such. The discordancy of those times is underscored by the fact that the prisons of La Roqueue and Mazas were built with the same gusto with which liberty trees were planted everywhere. Bonapartist propaganda was harshly suppressed, but the ashes of Napoleon were brought home. The center of Paris was cleared and its streets were opened up, but the city was strangled with a belt of fortifications. Ernest Raynaud, ch. Baudelaire, pages 287 to 288. There is a reference in de Solier, apropos of Femmes d'Arnis, to La Religieuse p. 646. It would seem impossible to better that. 217. One have not had time to speak here of the part played in Baudelaire's work High Ancient Cities, or of the scarlet note they strike, here and there, in the fabric of his poetry. Marcel Proust, à propos de Baudelaire, Nouvelle Revue FN Mays, p. 656. 2 LLL. Proust thinks that the concluding lines of both Andromache and Le Voyage fall flat. He is offended by the extreme simplicity of these endings. 2. A capital is not wholly necessary to man. Senancour, Aubenan, ed. Fasquelle, p. 461-22:1. Planned cycle of poems Oniricrity, Symptoms of ruin. Vast pelasgic buildings, one on top of the other. Apartments, rooms, temples, galleries, stairways, cica, belvederes, lanterns, fountains, statues, fissures and cracks, dampness resulting from a reservoir situated near the sky. How to warn people and nations? Let us whisper warnings into the ears of the most intelligent. High up, a column cracks and its two ends shift. Nothing has collapsed as yet. I can no longer find the way out. I go down, then climb back up. A tower. Labyrinth. I never succeeded in leaving. I live forever in a building on the point of collapsing, a building undermined by a secret malady I reckon up in my mind. To amuse myself, whether such a prodigious mass of stones, marble blocks, statues, and walls, which are all about to collide with one another, will be gleefully sullied by that multitude of brains, human flesh, and shattered bones. I see such terrible things in my dreams that sometimes I wish I could sleep no more, if only I could be sure of not becoming too weary. Nodar, Charles Baudelaire into me, pages 136 to 137. 22. Proust on Le Balcon. Many of the lines in Baudelaire's Le Balcon convey a similar impression of mystery. This in contrast to Hugo. Victor Hugo always does wonderfully what he has to do. But the fabricating, even when it is a fabricating of the impalpable, is always visible. Marcel Proust, à propos de Baudelaire, Nouvelle Revue Enquêtes. 16, pages 643 to 644. 22.5. On the iterative poems, the world of Baudelaire is a strange sectioning of time in which only the red-letter days can appear. This explains such frequent expressions as if some evening, and so on. M. Pronst, à propos de Baudelaire, Nouvelle Revue Falanis, 16, p. 652.226. Marion's letter of March 31, 1860, to Nadal, he does not wish to be photographed by him. As to Baudelaire's stage properties they might provide a useful lesson for those elegant ladies of the past 20 years, who would do well to consider, when they contemplate the alleged purity of style which they have achieved with such infinite trouble, that a man may be the greatest and most artistic of writers, yet describe nothing but beds with adjustable curtains, halls like conservatories, beds filled with subtle scents, sofas deep as tombs, whatnots loaded with flowers, lamps burning so briefly that the only light comes from the coal fire. Baudelaire's world is a place to which, at rare moments, a perfumed breeze from the outer air brings refreshment and a sense of magic. Thanks to those porticos, open onto unknown skies, or which the sons of the sea tinged with 1,000 fires. M. Proust, à propos de Baudelaire, Nouvelle Revue Française, 16, p. 652. In La Revue Philosophique et Religieuse of September 1857, Ido. He talks incessantly of the vermin and scorpions in his soul and takes himself for the avatar of all vices. It is easy to see that his principal defect is an overly libertine imagination, a defect all too common among those erudite persons who have passed their youth in seclusion. Let him enter into the community of human life, and he will be able to find a characteristically elevat form for virulent, wholesome creations. He will a paterfamilias and will publish books of the sort that could be read to his children. Until then, he will remain a schoolboy of 1828, suffering from what Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire calls a arrested development. From the summation delivered by M. Pinard, I portray evil with its intoxications, you say, but also with its miseries and shames. So be it. But what of all those many readers for whom you write, those numerous readers of every class, age, and condition? Will they take the antidote of which you speak with such complacency? Cited in Les Fleurs du Mal, C.D. Crapet, p. 334. An article by Louis Coudal in Le Figaro of November 4, 1855, opens the way for criticisms of university pedants. Coudal writes, after the publication of poems in La Revue des Deux Mondes, after the fading of his surprise celebrity, Baudelaire will be associated exclusively with the withered frits of contemporary poetry cited in Les Fleurs du Mal, ed. Crapet, p. 306. In 1850, a Cellino saw Baudelaire with a copy of the poems inscribed by a calligrapher and bound in 2 gilded quarto volumes. Crapet says that, around 184,6, many of Baudelaire's friends knew his poems by heart. Only 3 of the poems had been published at that point. May 1852, of his book Cherries Baudelaire, and you find nothing but a long-winded, subaltern paraphrase of certain poems. Villon and Baudelaire, in the one, we find the mystical and macabre Christianity of an age in the process of losing its faith. In the other, the more or less secularized Christianity of an age seeking to recover its faith. Gonzague de Reynaud, Charles B. M. de Warray, p. 220. Reynaud draws a schematic parallel between the 15th and the 19th centuries as periods of decadence, in which an extreme realism prevails alongside an extreme idealism, together with unrest, pessimism, and egoism. Imitatio Christi, Book 1, Paragraph 20, De amore solitudinis et silentii, quid potes alibi videre, quod hic non vides. Ecce caelum et terra et omnia elementa, nam existals omnia sunt facta. 23-0. Mallarmé, in the opening piece of Divagations, formerly, in the margins of a Baudelaire, Tin's torrent of tears illuminated by the Bengal light of the artificer Satan, who comes from behind. Stephen Mallarmé, Divagations, p. 60. December 4, 184,7, after New Year's Day, I am starting a new kind of writing. The novel. It is not necessary for me to point out to you the gravity, the beauty, and the infinite possibilities of that art. Ch. Lettres S. Amir, p. 26. 211. December 8, 1848, p. 33.232, p. 50. March 27, 1852, to beget children is the only thing which gives moral intelligence to the female. As for young women without status and without children, they show nothing but coquetry, implacability, and elegant debauchery. Lettre 2, S. Amir, p. 43.2:14. Spleen de Paris appears for a time, in 1857, to have had the title Poems Nocturnes. Planned essay on Machiavelli and Condorcet. His eyes strained with working in the Louvre, 2 bloodshot goggle eyes. Lettres S. Amir, p. 191. On Les Miserables, August 11, 1862, the book is disgusting and clumsy. On this score, RVE shown that one possess the art of lying. Lettre CTS Amir, p. 212. 24. 0. June 3, 1863. He speaks of Paris, where one have been bored for months, as no one was ever bored before. Lettre 2S Amir, p. 218. 241. Conclusion of Crépuscule du Soir, the muse herself, who HLMS away from the poet to whisper words of inspiration to the air. Baudelaire planned a refutation of the preface to the life of Caesar High and Apollyon High. In a letter of May 4, 1865, Baudelaire mentions to his mother an immensely long article appearing in La Revue Ge11 Nanak. Lettre Cr. S. Amir, p. 260h2. March 5, 1866, I like nothing so much as to be alone. But that is impossible, and it seems that the Baudelaire school exists. Lettre 2S Amir, p. 301. H.L. December 23, 1865, if one can ever regain the freshness and energy I've sometimes enjoyed, I'll assuage my wrath in horrible hooks. I'd like to set the entire human race against me. That offers a pleasure that could console me for everything. Le yours too so, Mir, p. 278, 244. For some time. It t.o me that I am having a bad dream, that I am hurtling through space and that a multitude of wooden, golden, and silver idols are falling with me, t.umbling after me, humping into me, and breaking my head. And back. Ch. B. Overs completes, Volume 2, pages 420 to 421.246. Compare the anecdote about Baudelaire and the Mexican idol. Toward the end of the Second Empire, as the regime relaxes its pressure, the theory of l'art pour l'art suffers a loss in prestige. From the argument of the guy's essay, it would appear that Baudelaire's fascination with this artist was connected above all with his handling of backgrounds, which differs little from the handling of backgrounds in the theater. But because these pictures, unlike scenery on a stage, are to be viewed from close up, the magic of distance is cancelled for the viewer without his having to renounce the judgment of distance. In the essay on Guys, Baudelaire has characterized the gaze which here and in other places he himself turns toward the distance. Baudelaire dwells on the expression of the Oriental courtesan, she directs her gaze at the horizon, like a beast of prey, the same wildness, the same indolent distraction, and also at times the sanal fixity of attention, et. E. Over J, Volume 2, p. 359.247. In his poem El Heautant Timoro Menos, Baudelaire himself speaks of his shrill voice. A decisive value is to be accorded Baudelaire's efforts to capture the gaze in which the magic of distance is extinguished. Relevant here, my definition of the aura as the aura of distance opened up with the look that awakens in an object perceived. 248. The gaze in which the magic of distance is extinguished, let your eyes plunge into the fixed stare of satyresses or water sprites, contains, interwoven with the apocalyptic reverie, a frightfully bitter critique of Second Empire society. Till's critique displays, in part, prophetic features of the coming society. It is said that nothing in the sanguinary, blasphemous, or unnatural dreams of the utopians can be compared to what will acl happen. Rulers will be compelled, in order to maintain their position and create a semblance of order, to resort to methods that would appall present-day mankind, hardened as it is. Justice, if, in this ordinate epoch, any justice can still exist, will forbid the existence of citizens who are unable to make a fortune. Those times are perhaps quite close at hand. Who knows whether they are not here already, whether it is not simply the coarsening of our natures that keeps us from noticing what sort of atmosphere we already breathe. CHB, Overs, Vol 2, pages 640-641-5. The gist of it all, in the eyes of history and of the French people, is that Napoleon Hill's great claim to renown will have been that he showed how anybody at all, if only he gets hold of the telegraph and the printing presses, can govern a great nation. Anyone who believes that such things can be done without the people's permission is an imbecile. Ch. B. Overas, Volume 2, p. 655-52. A sense of solitude, since my childhood. Despite my family, and especially amid companions, a sense of an eternally lonely destiny. Ch. B. Overas, Volume 2, p. 645. T. Ruth, for all its multiplicity, is not two-faced. Ch. E. Overas, Volume 2, p. 63. Allegory is one of the noblest genres of art. Ch. E. Overas, Volume 255-2, p. 30. The will must have become a highly developed and productive faculty to be able to give its stamp to works of the second rank. The spectator enjoys the effort, and his eye drinks in the sweat. Et. B. Oe Uvras, Volume 2, c. Salonde 1845. The idea of progress. This dim Hecan, an invention of contemporary philosophism, licensed without the sanction of nature or God, this modern lantern casts dark shadows over every object of knowledge. Liberty vanishes, punishment disappears. Ch. B. Overas, Volume 2 p. 148.2, 6. Stupidity is often the ornament of beauty. It is what gives to the eyes that gloomy limpidity of blackish pools and that oily calm of tropical seas. Ch. B. Overas, Volume 2, p. 622.257. A last, general rule, in love, beware of the moon and the stars, beware of the Venus de Milo. Ch. B. Overas, Volume 2, p. 624-25h. Baudelaire was always after the gist. His epoch forbade him to formulate it in such a way that its social bearing would become immediately intelligible. Where he sought in fact to make it comprehensible in the essays on Dupont, as in the theoretical musings in a Christian vein, he instead lost sight of it. Nevertheless, the formulation he attains at one point in this context "How much can you get for a liar, at the pawn shop?" gives apt expression to his insistence on an art that can prove itself before society. The sentence from Ch.B. over J, Volume 2, p. 422. 259. With regard to allegory, what do you expect from heaven or from the stupidity of the public? Enough money to raise altars to Priapus and Bacchus in your attics? I understand the rage of iconoclasts and of Muslims against images. I admit all the remorse of Saint Augustine for the too great pleasure of the eyes. Ch. B. Overas, Volume 2, pages 422, 423. 2. Are its safe harbor. In particular, these poems contain hardly any echo of the revolution, airy storms that were breaking over Pawon's. In this respect they resemble the poetry of Haim, composed 40 years later, in which the corresponding state of affairs has now risen to consciousness while the Marseillaise has been interred. 111. Last two tercets of the sonnet Berlin 3, which describes the sunset in Berlin in winter, read as follows. A pauper's graveyard upheaves black, stone after stone, the dead look out on the red sunset from Blear Hole. It tastes like strong wine. They sit knitting all along the wall. Sooty caps on their naked temples. To the old attack song, the Marseillaise. George Haim, Dichtungen, p. 11. A decisive line for the comparison with B1 Anki, when earth becomes a trickling dungeon. 2. 62. The idea of the immobilization of nature appears, perhaps as refuge for the prescient imagination immediately before the war, in poems by George Haim, whose images the spleen of Baudelaire could not yet have touched, but the seas congeal. On the waves the ships hang rotting, morose George Haim, Dichtungen, p. 73. It would be a big mistake to see in the theoretical positions on art taken by Baudelaire after 1852 positions which differ so markedly from those of the period around 1848 the f-arts of a development. These positions represent theoretical extremes, of which the dialectical mediation is given by Baudelaire's whole oeuvre, without being entirely present to his conscious reflection. The mediation resides in the destructive and purificatory character of the work. This art is useful insofar as it destroys. Its destructive fury is directed not least at the fetishistic conception of art. Thus it serves pure art, i.e. the sense of a purified art. The first poems of Les Fleurs du Mal are all devoted to the figure of the poet. From them it emerges, precisely insofar as the poet makes appeal to a station and a task, that society no longer has such things to confer. An examination of those places where the one appears in the poems of Baudelaire might result in a possible classificatory grouping. In the first 5 poems of Les Fleurs du Mal, it surfaces but a single time. And further on, it is not unusual to find poems in which the one does not occur. More essential and, at the same time, more deliberate is the way in other poems, like Reversibilité or Harmonie du Soir, it is kept in the background. La Belle Dorothy she must buy back her 11-year-old sister. 26:1 From I. Quelques de Introduction to the S. Allende 1845, and at the very outset, with reference to that impertinent designation, the bourgeois, we beg to state that we in no way share the prejudices of our great confrères in the world of art, who for some years now have been striving their utmost to cast anathema upon that inoffensive being. And, finally, the ranks of the artists themselves contain so many bourgeois that it is better, on the whole, to suppress a word which does not define any particular vice of caste. Ouvres, Volume 2, pages 15_16,265. The same tendency in the preface, I. Auxiliary. Bourgeois, of the Salon de 184,6. 266. The concept of exclusive rights was not so widely accepted in Baudelaire's day as it is today. Baudelaire often republished his poems 2 or 3 times without having anyone take offense. He ran into difficulties with this only toward the end of his life, with the Petits Poèmes en prose. From his 17th year, Baudelaire led the life of a. One cannot say that he ever thought of himself as an intellectual or engaged himself on behalf of the life of the mind. The registered trademark for artistic production had not yet been invented. He refused to go along with the defamation of the bourgeois, under the banner of which there was mobilized a solidarity of artists and men of editors that he considered suspect. Thus, in the Musique classique du Bazar Bonne Novellen, he writes, the bourgeois, who has few scientific notions, goes where the loud voice of the bourgeois artist directs him. If this voice were suppressed, the grocer would carry Delacroix around in triumph. The grocer is a great thing, a divine being whom it is necessary to respect, homo boni voluntatis. 267. In more detail a year earlier, in the preface to the Salon de 1845. Baudelaire's eccentric individuality was a mask under which he tried to conceal out of shame, you could say, the supra-individual necessity of his way of life and, to a certain extent, his life history. To interrupt the course of the world that was Baudelaire's deepest intention. The intention of Joshua. From this intention sprang his violence, his inelpatience, and his anger. From it, too, sprang the ever-renewed attempts to cut the world to the heart. In this intention he provided death with an accompaniment, his encouragement of its work. Apropos of Harmonie du Soil and other iterative poems, Baudelaire notes in Poe repetitions of the same line or of several lines, insistent reiterations of phrases which simulate the obstructions of melancholy or of a fixed idea. Notes Nouvelles sur Edgar Poe, in Nouvelles Histoires Extraordinaires, Volume 1, p. 295. A comparison between Baudelaire and Sainte-Beuve can unfold only within the narrow confines of subject matter and poetic workmanship. For Sainte-Beuve was a genial and indeed cozy sort of author. Charles Magan justly writes in Le Globe of April 1, 1829, his spirit might cloud over for a while, but no sooner does it compose itself than a fund of natural benevolence rises to the surface without doubt. This is the source of that sympathy and indulgence which he inspires in us. V. Potzes et Pensées de Joseph Delorme, Volume 1, p. 294. Miserable Sonnet by Saint Beuve. I love Paris and its beautiful sunsets of autumn, whittle the closing lines, and I depart, in my thoughts mingling Paris with an Ithaca of beautiful sunsets. Charles Magnan in his review of Les Poésies de Joseph Delorme, in Le Globe, April 3, 1829, doubtless the Alexandrine with a variable caesura calls for a stricter rhyme. Pages 166 to 167. Volume 1, p. 161. The sixth of Joseph Delorme's Pensées assembles a number of examples and prefigurations of the modern Alexandrine, from Hautrot, Chenier, Lamartine, Hugo, and Vigny. It notes that they are all informed by I. In the preface of February 1829, Saint Beuve provides the poetry of Joseph Delorme with a more or less exact social index. He lays weight on the fact that Delorme comes from a good famille, and even more on his poverty and the humiliations to which it has exposed him. What I propose is to show how Baudelaire lies embedded in the 19th century. The imprint he has left behind there must stand out clear and intact, like that of a stone which, having lain the ground for decades, is one day rolled from its place. U5IA5. V. 1. The unique importance of Baudelaire resides in his being the first and the most unflinching to have taken the measure of the self-estranged human being, in the double sense of acknowledging this being and fortifying it with armor against the reified world. 272. Nothing comes closer to the task of the ancient hero in Baudelaire's sense and in his century than to give a form to modernity. In the Salon d'1846, Baudelaire has described his social class through the clothes they wear. From this description it emerges that heroism is a quality of the one who describes, and not at all a quality of his subject. The heroism of modern life is a subterfuge or, if you prefer, a euphemism. The idea of death, from which Baudelaire never broke loose, is the hollow matrix readied for a knowledge that was not his. Baudelaire's concept of heroic modernity, it would seem, was first of all this, a monstrous provocation. Analogy with Daumier. Baudelaire's truest posture is ultimately not that of Hercules at rest but that of the mime who has taken off his makeup. This gestus is found again in the ebbings of his prosodic construction, something that, for several commentators, is the most precious element of his Ars Poetica. January 15, 1866, on Le Spleen de Paris, finally, I am hopeful that one of these days I'll be able to show a new Joseph Delorme linking his rhapsodic meditation to every chance event in his flilnery. CHB, Lettres, p. 493. January 15, 1866, to Saint Beuve. In certain places in Joseph Delorme I find a few too many lutes, lyres, harps, and Jehovah's. This clashes with the Parisian poems. Moreover, you'd come with the aim of destroying all that. Et. B. Lettres, p. 495.27. An image that Baudelaire summons to explain his theory of the short poem, particularly the sonnet, in a letter to Armand Fraisse of February 19, 1860, serves better than any other description to suggest the way the sky looks in Marion. Have you ever noticed that a section of the sky seen through a vent or between two chimneys or two rocks, or through an arcade, gives a more profound idea of the infinite than a great panorama seen from a mountaintop? Et. B. Lettres, pp. _238 to 239.275. Apropos of Pinelli, in Quelques caricaturistes étrangers, 1-1. Wish that someone would invent a neologism, that someone would manufacture a word destined to destroy once and for all this species of poésie of the Poncifin conduct and behavior. which creeps into the life of artists as into their works. Ch. B. Ouvres, Volume 2, p. 211. 276. Baudelaire's use of the concept allegory is not always entirely sure. The allegory of the spider weaving her web between the arm and the line of a fisherman, whose impatience never causes him to stir. Ch. B. Ouvres, Volume 2, p. 204.277. Against the proposition the genius makes his way. Ch. B. Ouvres, Volume 2, p. 203. About Gavarni, like all men of letters, being a man of letters himself, he is slightly tainted with corruption. Ch. B. Ouvres, Volume 2, p. 199.27h. In Quelques caricaturists Franes, on a drawing by Daumier dealing with cholera, true to its ironic custom in times of great calamity and political upheaval, the sky of Paris is superb, it is quite white and incandescent with heat. The square is deserted and like an oven, more desolate, even, than a populous square after a riot. Ch. B. Ouvres, Volume 2, p. 193. 279 p. 114. Critique of Joseph Delorme and Les Consolations by Farquy, a July insurgent who fell in battle shortly after composing these lines. Liherdinism is poetic when it is a transport of impassioned principle in us, when it is audacious philosophy, but not when it is merely a furtive aberration, a shameful confession. This state of mind ill accords with the poet, who should always go along unaffected, with head held high, and who requires enthusiasm, or the bitter depths of passion. From the manuscript pool, lished by C. A. Saint-Beuve in Les Consolations, Pensées d'Aile, p. 125. From the Critique of Saint-Beuve by Farquy, if the crowd is intolerable to him, the vastness of space oppresses him even more, a situation that is less poetic. He has not shown the pride or the range to take command of all this nature, to listen to it, understand it, and render its grand spectacles. He was right, comments Saint-Beuve. C. A. Saint-Beuve, Les Consolations, Pensées d'Août, p. 125. Baudelaire's oeuvre has perhaps gained importance moral as well as literary through the fact that he left no novel. The mental capacities that enlatter in Baudelaire are souvenirs of the human being, somewhat the way medieval allegories are souvenirs of the gods. Baudhill, Claude once wrote, takes as his subject the only inner experience left to people of the 19th century, namely, remorse. Now, this very likely paints too rosy a picture. Remorse was no less past its time than other inner experiences ephemerally canonized. Remorse in Baudelaire is merely a souvenir, like repentance, verme, hope, and even anguish, which was overtaken the moment it relinquished its place to Marne in Curiosité Book 5, lines 507 to 569, the desecration of the head of Pompe, Medusa. Le Coucher du Soleil. Romantique 282 Landscape as allegory. Antiquity and Christianity together determine the historical armature of the allegorical mode of perception. They provide the lasting tenets of the first allegorical experience, that of the High Middle Ages. The allegorical outlook has its origin in the conflict between the guilt-laden physis, held up as an example by Christianity, and a pure natura deorum, embodied in the Pantheon. With the revival of paganism in the Renaissance, and of Christianity in the Counter-Reformation, allegory, the form of their conflict, also had to be renewed. Walter Benjamin URSP Rung de Duchen Trauerspiels, p. 226.283. In Baudelaire's case, the matter is clarified if we reverse the formula. The allegorical experience was primary for him. One can say that he appropriated from the antique world, as from the Christian, no more and he needed to set going in his poetry that primordial experience which had a substrate entirely sui generis. Tie passion for ships and for self-propelled toys is, with Baudelaire, perhaps only another expression of the discredit into which, in his view, the world of the organic has fallen. A sadistic inspiration is palpable here. All the miscreants of melodrama accursed, damned and fatally marked with a grin which ruse from ear to ear are in the pure orthodoxy of laughter. Laughter is satanic, it is thus profoundly human. CHB, Overs, Volume 2, p. 171 CDEL Essence du Rire. 2, h. It is a shock that brings someone engrossed in reverie up from the depths. Medieval legends invoke the state of shock peculiar to the researcher whose longing for more than human wisdom has led him to magic. The experience of shock is cited here as the derisive laughter of hell here. The muteness of matter is overcome. In laughter, above all, matter takes on an abundance of spirit, in highly eccentric disguise. Indeed, it becomes so spiritual that it far outstrips language. In Ellie still higher, it ends in shrill laughter. 285 Not only was such strident laughter characteristic of Baudelaire, it re-echoed in his ear and gave him much to think about. Laughter is shattered articulation. On the flight of inlogas and the theory of surprise, which Baudelaire shared with Poe, allegories become dated because it is part of their nature to shock. 286 The succession of allegorical publications in the Baroque represents a sort of flight of inlogas. On Petrified Unrest and the Flight of Inlogas, the same tendency is characteristic of Baroque lyric. The poems have no forward movement, but they swell up to within. If it is to hold its own against the tendency toward absorption, the allegorical must constantly unfold in new and surprising ways. URSP Rung, p. 182.287. Once the scheme of allegory has been metaphysically determined according to its threefold illusionary nature, as illusion of freedom in the exploration of what is forbidden, illusion of independence in the secession from the community of the pious, illusion of infinity in the empty abyss of Evie. 288 Then nothing is easier than to assimilate whole groups of Baudelarian poems to Dusta's ego. The first part can be represented by the cycle Fleurs du Mal, the second part, by the cycle Revolt, while the third could be elaborated without difficulty from Spleen et Ideal. The image of petrified unrest, i.e. the Baroque, is the bleak confusion of Gol Gotha, which can be recognized as the schema underlying the allegorical figures, i.e. hundreds of the engravings and descriptions of the period. 289. The extent of Baudelaire's impatience can be gauged from these Luz I.U. Sonnet d'Automne, My Heart, on which every thioup jars / except the candor of the primitive animal. 290. Experiences emptied ont and deprived of their substance, last. We / muses priesthood. / have drunk without thirst and eaten without hunger. 29. 1. Concerning the strange sectioning of time, the final stanza of L/Averta Sur, despite what he may hope or plan, there is no moment left when man is not subject to the constant warnings of this odious serpent. 293. To be compared with I.ol. Horloge. And Ior save Parisian. About laughter, beguiled by ghostly laughter in the air, his reason falters, grasps at phantom straws. His mirth is the reverse of Melmoth's sneer or the snickering of Mephistopheles, licked by the lurid light of a Fury's torch that burns them to a crisp but leaves us cold. Vels pour ie portrait de Honor Daumier. 294. The derisive laughter from the clouds in La Beatrice. For am I not a dissonance in the divine accord? Because of the greedy irony which infiltrates my soul? El Heuten Timoro Menos. 29. La Beau 29 Ti entails petrifaction, but not the unrest on which the gaze of the allegorist falls. On the fetish. Precious minerals form her polished eyes, and in her strange symbolic nature where angel and sphinx unite, where diamond, gold, and steel dissolve into one light, shines forever, useless as a star, the sterile woman's icy majesty. Avec ses vêtements. 297. 4 hours. Forvel into that splendid mane / let me braid rubies, pearls to bind / you indissolubly to my desire. 29, L. Ropes of. When he went to meet the consumptive negress who lived in the city, Baudelaire saw a much truer aspect of the French colonial empire than did Dumas when he took a boat to Tunis on commission from Salvandi. Society of the Second Empire. Victims in tears, the hangman glorified, the banquet seasoned and festooned with blood, the poison of power clogs the despot's veins, and the people kiss the knout that scourges them. Lev Oyeg. 299. The Clouds, Lev Oyeg, Section 4. Stanza 3. Autumnal motif, l'ennemi, l'imprévu, semper idem. Satan in les litanies de Satan, great king of subterranean things. You whose bright eye knows the deep arsenals I wear, the hurried race of metal slum bears 300. On the Christian determination of allegory, it has no place. The cycle revolt. W. The dizzying stairs that swallow up his soul. L5. The affinity Baudelaire felt for late Latin literature is probably connected with his passion for the allegorical art that had its first flowering in the High Middle Ages. To attempt to judge Baudelaire's intellectual powers on the basis of his philosophical digressions, as Jules Lemaitre has done, 06 is ill-advised. Baudelaire was a bad philosopher, a better theorist in matters of art, but only as a brooder was he incomparable. He has the stereotypy in motif characteristic of the brooder, the imperturbability in warding off disturbance, the readiness each time to put the image at the beck and call of the thought. The brooder is at home among allegories. The attraction which a few basic situations continually exerted on Baudelaire belongs to the complex of symptoms associated with melancholy. He appears to have been under the compulsion of returning at least once to each of his main motifs. Baudelaire's allegory bears traces of the violence that was necessary to demolish the harmonious fight of the world that surrounded him. In Blanqui's view of the world, petrified unrest becomes the status of the cosmos itself. The course of the world appears, accordingly, as one great allegory. Petrified unrest is, moreover, knows no development. The formula for Baudelaire's life history, which, the state of tension subsisting between the most cultivated sensibility and the most intense contemplation, is a mark of the Baudelarian. It is reflected theoretically in the doctrine of correspondences and in the predilection for allegory. Baudelaire never attempted to establish any sort of relations between these. Nevertheless, such relations exist. Misery and terror which, in Baudelaire, have their armature in allegorical perception have become, in rôle in at, the object of a genre. De Essence du Rire contains the theory of satanic laughter. In Das Essay, Baudelaire goes so far as to adjudge even smiling as fundamentally satanic. Contemporaries testified to something frightful in his own Marmor Auflauing. That which the allegorical intention has fixed upon is sundered from the customary contexts of life, it is at once shattered and preserved. Allegory holds fast to the ruins. Baudelaire's destructive impulse is nowhere concerned with the abolition of what falls to it. Baroque allegory sees de corpse only from the outside, Baudelaire evokes it from within. Baudelaire's invectives against mythology recall those of the medieval clerics. He especially detests chubby-cheeked Cupid. His aversion to this figure has the same roots as his hatred for Berenger. Baudelaire regards art's workshop in itself as the apparatus of destruction which the allegories so often represent. In the notes he left for a preface to a projected third edition of Les Fleurs du Mal, he writes, "Do we show the public the mechanism behind our effects? Do we display all the rags, the paint, the pulleys, the chains, the alterations, the scribbled over proof sheets, in short, all the horrors that make up the sanctuary of art?" CHB, Ouvres, Volume 1, p. 582. Baudelaire as mime, being as chaste as paper, as sober as water, as devout as a woman at Holy Communion, as harmless as a sacrificial lamb, I would not he displeased to be taken for a lecher, a drunkard, an infidel, a murderer. Ch. B. Ouvres, Volume 1, p. 582. Solely for the publication of Les Fleurs du Mal and Petits Poems en Prose, Baudelaire sent notices to more than 25 periodicals, not counting the newspapers. Baroque detailing of the female body, Le Bonavir. To the contrary, tout entière. Allegory. That it's foolish to build anything on human hearts for evtuthing cracks, yes, evilive and but.y, till oblivion flings them into its hot and gives them over to eternity. In his Confession 309, Fetish, who now, from pit to empyrean scorned I by all hut me. I my jet-eyed statue, angel with raisin brows. Cjete dun ces vels. Pio, Michelangelo I know man's land where every Hercules I becomes a Christ. From the perspective of spleen, the buried man is the one transcendental subject of history. Baudelaire's financial misery is a moment of his personal Golgotha. It has furnished, together with his erotic misery, the defining features of the image of the poet handed down by tradition. The passion of Baudelaire, understood as a redemption. Let us emphasize the solitude of Baudelaire as a counterpart to that of Blanqui. The latter, too, had a destiny eternally solitary. The eminent aptitude for pleasure on the part of a Baudelaire has nothing at all to do with any sort of coziness. The fundamental incompatibility of sensuous pleasure with what is called Gemütlichkeit is the mark of an authentic culture of the senses. Baudelaire's snobism is the eccentric repudiation of complacency, and his Satanism is the readiness to subvert this habit of mind wherever and whenever it should arise. The streets of Paris, in Marion's rendering, are chasms, high above which float the clouds. Baudelaire wanted to make room for his poems, and to this end he had to push aside others. He managed to devalue certain poetic liberties of the Romantics through his classical deployment of rhyme, as he devalued the traditional alexandrine through his introduction of certain ebbings and points of rupture. In short, his poems contained special provisions for the elimination of competitors. Baudelaire was perhaps the first to have had the idea of a market-oriented originality, which just for that reason was more original in its day than any other. The creation of his Poncif ng led him to adopt methods that were the stock in trade of the competition. His defamatory remarks about Musset or Béranger have just as much to do with this as his imitations of Victor Hugo. The relation of the crowd to the individual comes, practically of itself, to unfold as a metaphor in which the differing inspirations of these two poets Hugo and Baudelaire can be grasped. Words, like images, present themselves to Hugo as a surging, relentless mass. With Baudelaire, in contrast, we take the side of the solitary who, to be sure, fades into the multitude, but not before appearing with singular physiognomy to one who allows her gaze to linger. The idea of Baudelaire's aesthetic passion has given to many parties in the critical literature on Baudelaire the character of an image penal. These colored prints, as is well known, often showed scenes from the lives of saints. There are weighty historical circumstances mocking the Golgotha way of impotence trod by Baudelaire one marked out in advance by his society. Only this would explain how it was that he drew, as traveling expenses along the way, a precious old coil from among the accumulated treasures of this society. It was the coil of allegory, with the scythe-wielding skeleton on one side, and, on the obverse, the figure of melancholy plunged in meditation. That the stars do not appear Baudelaire is the surest indicator of that tendency of Flo's poetry to dissolve illusory appearances. The key to Baudelaire's relationship with Gautier is to be sought the more or less clear awareness of the younger man that even in art his destructive impulse encounters no violable limit. In fact, such a one inrit karmat withstand the allegorical intention. Moreover, Baudelaire could hardly have written his essay on Dupont if the critique of the concept of art entailed by the latter's established practice had not corresponded to his own radical critique. In referring to Gautier, Baudelaire successfully undertook to cover up these tendencies. In the Fheiner, one writes is reborn the sort of idler that Socrates picked out from the Athenian marketplace to be his interlocutor. Only, there is no longer a Socrates. And the slave labor that guaranteed him his leisure has likewise ceased to aid. Streets of ill repute. Considering the importance of forbidden forms of sexuality in Baudelaire's life and work, it is remarkable that the bordello plays no role in either his private documents or his work. There is no counterpart, within this sphere, to a poem such as Elysia. The brothel is named but once, Les deux bons soeurs. For the flaneur, the crowd is a veil hiding the Elis, therein lies the frailty of this already long past situation. On spleen I, through the word mortality, the city with its offices and its statistical registers lies embedded in spleen, as in a picture puzzle. The whore is the most precious booty in the triumph of allegory, the life which signifies death. This quality is the only thing about her that cannot be bought, and for Baudelaire it is the only thing that matters. Around the middle of the century, the conditions of artistic production underwent a change. This change consisted in the fact that for the first time the form of the commodity imposed itself decisively on the work of art, and the form of the masses on its public. Particularly vulnerable to these developments, as can be seen now unmistakably in our century, was the 1yc. It is the unique distinction of Les Fleuils du Journal that Baudelaire responded to precisely these altered conditions with a book of poems. It is the best example of heroic conduct to be found in his life. The heroic bearing of Baudelaire is akin to that of Nietzsche. Though Baudelaire likes to appeal to Catholicism, his historical experience is nonetheless that which Nietzsche fixed in the phrase "God is dead." In Nietzsche's case, this experience is projected cosmologically in the thesis that nothing new occurs anymore. In Nietzsche, the accent lies on eternal recurrence, which the human being has to face with heroic à la passeur. For Baudelaire, it is en lore a matter of the new, which must be wrested heroically from what is always again the same. The historical experiences which Baudelaire was one of the first to undergo have become, in our day, only more widespread and persistent. The traits displayed by Capital in June 1848 have, since then, been engraved still more sharply in the ruling classes. And the particular difficulties involved in mastering the poetry of Baudelaire are the obverse of the ease with which one can give oneself up to it. In a word, there is nothing yet obsolete about Dalí's poetry. This fact has determined the character of most of the books concerned with Baudelaire. They are feuilletons on an expanded scale. Particularly toward the end of his life, and in view of the limited success of his work, Baudelaire more and more threw himself into the bargain. He flung himself after his work, and thus, to the end, confirmed in his own person what he had said about the unavoidable necessity of prostitution for the poet. One encounters an abundance of stereotypes in Baudelaire, as in the Baroque poets. For the decline of the aura, one thing within the realm of mass production is of overriding importance: the massive reproduction of the inlaga. L'Impotence is the key figure of Baudelaire's Solitude. 327. An abyss divides Hinel from his fellow men. It is this abyss of which his poetry speaks. We may assume that the crowd as it appears in Poe, with its abrupt and intermittent movements, is described quite realistically. In itself, the description has a higher truth. These are less the movements of people going about their business than the movements of the machines they operate. With uncanny foresight, Poe seems to have modeled the gestures and reactions of the crowd on the rhythm of these machines. The flaneur, at any rate, has no part in such behavior. Instead, he forms an obstacle in its path. His nonchalance would therefore be nothing other than an unconscious protest against the tempo of the production process. Fog appears as a consolation of the solitary man. It fills the abyss surrounding him. Baudelaire's candidacy for the Academy was a sociological experiment. Series of types from the National Guardsman Mayor, through Gavroche, to the rag picker, to Vr Rilaki, to Ratapoil 9. Baudelaire's allegorical mode of vision was not understood by any of his contemporaries and was thus, in the end, completely overlooked. Surprising proclamations and mystery-mongering, sudden attacks and impenetrable irony, belong to the raison d'etat of the Second Empire and were characteristic of Napoleon III. They are no less characteristic of the theoretical writings of Baudelaire. The cosmic shudder in Victor Hugo has little in common with the naked terror that seized Baudelaire in his spleen. Hugo felt perfectly at home in the world of the spirits. It is the complement of his domestic existence, which was itself not without horror. The veiled import of the first section of Chant d'automne, the season is named only in the tiny phrase autumn is here, 9, and the following line says that, for the poet, it has no other meaning than as a foreboding of death. To him, it has brought no harvest. In the guise of a beggar, Baudelaire continually put the model of bourgeois society to the test. His willfully induced, if not deliberately maintained, dependence on his mother not only has a psychoanalytically identifiable cause, it also has a social cause. The labyrinth is the right path for him who always arrives early enough at his destination. For the FLI.Nur, this destination is the marketplace. The path of one who shrinks from arriving at his goal will easily take the form of a labyrinth. The same holds for the social class that does not want to know where it is heading. Moreover, nothing prevents it from reveling in this roundabout way and hence substituting the shudder of pleasure for the shudder of death. This was the case for the society of the Second Empire. What concerned Baudelaire was not manifest and short-term demand, but latent and long-term demand. Le Fleu1J du Mal demonstrates not only that he correctly assessed such a demand but, in addition, that this sureness in evaluation is inseparable from his significance as a poet. One of the most powerful attractions of prostitution appears only with the rise of the metropolis, namely, its operation in the mass and through the masses. It was the existence of the masses that first enabled prostitution to overspread large areas of the city, whereas earlier it had been confined, if not to houses, at least to the streets. The masses first made it possible for the sexual object to be reflected simultaneously in 100 different forms of allurement, forms which the object itself produced. Beyond this, saleability itself can become a sexual stimulus, and this attraction increases wherever an abundant supply of women underscores their character as commodity. With the exhibition of girls in rigidly uniform dress at a later period, the Music Hall Review explicitly introduced the mass-produced article into the libidinal life of the big city dweller. As a matter of fact, if the rule of the bourgeoisie were one day to be stabilized, then the vicissitudes of history would in act analyty have no more claim on the attention of thinkers than a child's kaleidoscope, which with every tum of the hand dissolves the established order into a new ROI. As a matter of fact, the concepts of the ruling class have in every age been the mirrors that enabled an image of order to prevail. In L'éternité par l'Estals, Blanqui displayed no antipathy to the belief in progress. Between the lines, however, he heaped scorn on the idea. One should not necessarily conclude from this that he was untrue to his political credo. The activity of a professional revolutionary such as Blanqui does not presuppose any faith in progress, it presupposes only the determination to do away with present injustice. The irreplaceable political value of class hatred consists precisely in its affording the revolutionary class a healthy indifference towards speculations concerning progress. Indeed, it is just as worthy of humane ends to rise up out of indignation at prevailing injustice as to seek through revolution to better the existence of future generations. It is just as worthy of the human being, it is also more like the human being. Hand in hand with such indignation goes the firm resolve to snatch humanity at the last moment from the catastrophe looming at every tum. That was the case with Blanqui. He always refused to develop plans for what comes later. Baudelaire was obliged to lay claim to the dignity of the poet in a society that had no more dignity of any kind to confer. Hence the beausifjanerie of his public appearances. The figure of Baudelaire has passed into his fame. For the petty bourgeois mass of readers, his story is an image d'Épinal, an illustrated life history of a libertine. This image has contributed greatly to Baudelaire's reputation, little though its purveyors may have numbered ai wang his frines. Over this image another imposes itself, one that has had a less widespread but more lasting effect. It shows Baudelaire as exemplar of an aesthetic passion. The aesthete in Kierkegaard is predestined to the passion. Ctie unhappiest man in either/G. the grave as the secret chamber in which Eros and sexes settle their ancient quarrel. The stars in Baudelaire represent a picture puzzle, Volume 1, p. 33. Compare I am a graveyard that the moon abhors. And 2. Melancholy, pride, and images. Carkinkare is my feudal castle. It is built like an eagle's nest upon the peak of a mountain lost in the clouds. No one can take it by storm. From this abode I dart down into the world of reality to seize my prey, but I do not remain down there, I bear my quarry aloft to my stronghold. What I capture are images. Søren Kierkegaard, En Tweederoder, Volume 1, p. 38m. On the use of the term, and goes to America, and so on. Finally one indulges in a sentimental hope of endless journeyings from star to star. Søren Kierkegaard, En Tweederoder, Volume 1, 1. 260 I-35. Boredom, it causes a dizziness like that produced high looking down into a yawning chasm, and this dizziness is infinite. Kierkegaard, E. En Tweederoder, Volume 1, p. 260.33. On the passion of the aesthetic man in Kierkegaard and its foundation in memory, Dunkel to Greet Stefan, July 18, 1938. The mythic concept of the task of the poet ought to be defined through the profane concept of the instrument. The Cteid poet never confronts his work simply as the producer, he is also, at the same time, its consumer. Naturally, in contrast to the public, he consumes it not as entertainment but as tool. This instrumental character represents a use value that does not readily enter into the exchange value. On Baudelaire's Crépuscule du Soir, the big city knows no true evening twilight. In any case, the artificial lighting does away with all transition to night. The same state of affairs is responsible for the fact that the stars disappear from the sky over the metropolis. Whoever notices when they come out? Kant's transcription of the sublime through the starry heavens above me and the moral law within me could never have been conceived in these terms by an inhabitant of. Baudelaire's spleen is the suffering entailed by the decline of the aura. Adorable spring has lost its perfume. Mass production is the principal economic cause and class warfare the principal social cause of the decline of the aura. De Maistre on the Savage, a reflection directed against Rousseau. One need only glance at the savage to see the curse written on the external form of his body. A formidable hand weighing on these doomed races wipes out in them the two distinctive characteristics of our grandeur, foresight and perfectibility. The savage cuts the tree down to gather the fruit, he unyokes the ox that the missionary has just entrusted to him, and cooks it with wood from the plough. Joseph de Maistre, Les Soirées de Saint Petersburg, ed. Hattie I, p. 72h7. On judicial procedures, under the rule of Muslim law, authority punishes, even with death, the man it thinks deserves it, at the very moment and place it seizes him. This brusque enforcement of the law, which has not lacked blind admirers, is nevertheless one of the many proofs of the brutalization and divine censure of these peoples. Among us, things are quite different. The culprit must be arrested, he must be charged, he must defend himself, he must above all settle his conscience and his worldly affairs, practical arrangements for his punishment must be made. Finally, to take everything into account, a certain time must be left to take him to the appointed place of punishment. The scaffold is an altar, it cannot therefore he either set up in a certain place or moved, except by authority. These delays, praiseworthy in their very excessiveness, yet still not lacking their Helen detractors, are no less a proof of our superiority. De Maistre, Les Soirées de Saint Petersbourg, ed. Hattie I, p. 78. God appears in De Maistre as Mystrium Tremendum 9. In the seventh dialogue, a series of sentences beginning with the formula war is divine. Among these, one of the most extravagant, war is divine in the protection granted to the great leaders, even the most daring, who are rarely stmck down in battle. Soirées de Saint Petersbourg, pages 61 to 62.350. There is, in Baudelaire a latent tension between the destructive and the idyllic aspects of death, between its bloody and its palliative nature. Gen still phraseology should still be considered progressive in Baudelaire. 65a3. Destruction's bloody retinue 3-5. Is the court of allegory. 65a4. The historicism of the 19th century is the background against which Baudelaire's pursuit of modernity stands out. 65a5. So long as there is semblance in history, it will find in nature its ultimate refuge. The commodity, which is the last burning glass of historical semblance, celebrates its triumph in the fact that nature itself takes on a commodity character. It is this commodity appearance of nature that is embodied in the whore. Money feeds sensuality, it is said, and this formula in itself affords only the barest outline of a state of affairs that reaches well beyond prostitution. Under the dominion of the commodity fetish, the sex appeal of the woman is more or less tinged with the appeal of the commodity. It is no accident that the relations of the pimp to his girlfriend, whom he sells as an article on the market, have so inflamed the sexual fantasies of the bourgeoisie. The modern advertisement shows, from another angle, to what extent the attractions of the woman and those of the commodity can be merged. The sexuality that in former times on a social level was stimulated through imagining the future of the productive forces is mobilized now through imagining the power of capital. 65a6. The circumstance of the new is perhaps nowhere better illuminated than in the figure of the Flilnum. His thirst for the new is quenched by the crowd, which appears self-impelled and endowed with a soul of its own. In fact, this collective is nothing but appearance. This crowd, in which the Flilnewer takes delight, is just the empty mold with which, 70 years later, the Volksgemeinschaffel. George translated spleen et ideal by Triopsy Liundve Regeisting, thus hitting upon the essential meaning of the ideal in Baudelaire. With Marion, Sile majesty and decrepitude of Paris come into their own. In the form taken by prostitution in the big cities, the woman appears not only as commodity but, in a precise sense, as mass-produced article. This is indicated by the masking of individual expression in favor of a professional appearance, such as makeup provides. The point is made still more emphatically, later on, by the uniformed girls of the music hall review. Baudelaire's opposition to progress was the indispensable condition for his success at capturing Paris in his poetry. Compared with this poetry, all later big city lyric must be accounted feeble. What it lacks is precisely that reserve toward its subject matter which Baudelaire owed to his frenetic hatred of progress. In Baudelaire, Paris as an emblem of antiquity contrasts with its masses as an emblem of modernity. On l'esprit ligne de PAM, news items are the leaven that allows the urban masses to rise in Baudelaire's inlagination. Spleen is the feeling that corresponds to catastrophe in permanence. It is a very specific experience that the proletariat has in the big city, one in many respects similar to that which the immigrant has there. To the flaneur, his city is, even if, like Baudelaire, he happened to be born there, no longer native ground. It represents for him a theatrical display, an arena. 66a6. Baudelaire never wrote a whore poem from the point of view of the whore. 353 66a7. Preface to Dupont's poems in 1851, Essay on Dupont in 1861. In the erotology of the damned, as that of Baudelaire can light be called, infertility and impotence are the decisive factors. They alone are what give to the cruel and ill-famed moments of desire in sexual life a purely negative character, something that is lost, it goes without saying, in the act of procreation, as in relations designed to last an entire lifetime. These realities instituted for the long 10 children, marriage would lack all assurance of longevity, had not the most destructive energies of the human being entered into their creation, contributing to their stability not less but more than many another energy. But these relations are legitimate, through this contribution, only to the extent that this is really possible for decisive libidinal movements in present-day society. 66a9. The social value of marriage rests decidedly on its longevity, insofar as this latter holds within it the idea of an ultimate and definitive if continually defined confrontation of the spouses. From this confrontation the couple are preserved so long as the marriage itself lasts, which is to say, in principle, for the rest of their lives. Relation between commodity and allegory, value, as the natural burning glass of semblance in history, outshines meaning. Its luster is more difficult to dispel. It is, moreover, the very newest. In the Baroque age, the fetish character of the Seolm-nodity was still relatively undeveloped. And the Seolm-nodity had not yet so deeply engraved its stigma, the proletarianization of the producers on the process of production. Allegorical perception could thus constitute a style in the 17th century, in a way that it no longer could in the 19th. Baudelaire as allegorist was entirely isolated. He sought to recall the experience of the coil 1ll10 deity to an allegorical experience. In this, he was doomed to founder, and it became clear that the relentlessness of his initiative was exceeded by the relentlessness of reality. Hence a strain in his work that feels pathological or sadistic only because it enlist out on reality, though just by a hair. It is one and the same historical night at the onset of which the owl of Minerva begins its flight and Eros lingers before the empty pallet, torch extinguished, dreamling of bygone embraces. 67,3. The experience of allegory, which holds fast to ruins, is properly the experience of eternal transience. Prostitution can lay claim to being considered work the moment work becomes prostitution. In fact, the Lorette 354 was the first to carry out a radical renunciation of the costume of lover. She already arranges to be paid for her time, from there, it is only a short distance to those who demand wages. Already at work in Jugend still is the bourgeois tendency to set nature and technology in mutual opposition, as absolute antitheses. Tim's futurism will later give to technology a destructive anti-natural accent. In Jugend still, the energies destined to operate in this direction are beginning to unfold. The idea of a world bewitched and, as it were, denatured by technological development informs a good many of its creations. The prostitute does not sell her labor power. Her job, however, entails the fiction that she sells her powers of pleasure. Insofar as this represents the utmost extension attainable by the sphere of the commodity, the prostitute may be considered, from early on, a precursor of commodity capitalism. But precisely because the conmelodity character was in other respects undeveloped, this aspect did not need to stand out so glaringly as would subsequently be the case. As a matter of fact, prostitution in the Middle Ages does not, for example, display the crudeness that in the 19th century would become the rule. The tension between emblem and commercial logo makes it possible to measure the changes that have taken place in the world of things since the 17th century. Strong fixations of T1e sense of smell, such as Baudelaire seems to have known, could make fetishism likely. The new effacement that enters into the tedium vitae and turns self-estrangement. It to spleen is hollowing out of the inner life. Of the infant regress of reflection that, in Romanticism, in a spirit of play, both expanded the space of life in ever-widening circles and reduced it within ever narrower frames, there remained to Baudelaire only the sombre and lucid exchange with himself, as he represents it in one age of a conversation between the Jack of Hearts and the Queen of Spades in an old pack of cards. Later, Jules Renard will say, his heart. More alone than an ace of hearts in the middle of a deck of cards. There may well be T1e closest connection between the allegorical imagination and the in-one agination put in thrall to thyuking during hashish intoxication. At work in the latter are different sorts of powers, a genius of melancholy gravity, another of aerial-like spirituality. In view of its position immediately after La Destruction, June Martyre is rich in associations. The allegorical intention has done its work on this martyr, she is in pieces. In La Mort de Amants, correspondences weave away without any hint of allegorical intention. Sob and smile as cloud phonations of the human face mengle in the tercets. V. T. Lears de l'Isle Adam saw in this poem, according to a letter he wrote to Baudelaire, the application of the latter's musical theories. La destruction on the demon, he fills my burning lungs / with sinful cravings never satisfied one any lung as the seat of desire is the boldest intimation of desire's unrealizability that can be imagined. Compare the invisible stream in Benediction. Of all the Baudelarian poems, La Destruction comprises the most relentless elaboration of the allegorical intention. The bloody retinue, which the poet is forced by the demon to contemplate, is the court of allegory, the scattered apparatus by dint of which allegory has so disfigured and so unsettled the world of things that only the fragments of that world are left to it now, as object of its brooding. The poem breaks off abruptly, it itself gives the impression doubly surprising in a sonnet of something fragmentary. Compare Les Vents de Chiffoniers with Dans ce Cabriolet / by Saint Beuve Les Consolations Volume 2, p. 193. Seated in this cabriolet, I examine the man who drives me, the man who's little more than machine, hideous with his thick beard, his long matted hair, vice and wine and sleep weigh down his sottish eyes. How far then, I thought, can humanity sink? And I draw hack to the other cornel of the seed. The poet goes on to ask himself whether his own soul is not just as unkempt as the soul of the coachman. Baudelaire mentions this poem in his letter of January 15, 1866, to Saint Beuve. The ragpicker is the most provocative figure of human misery. Ragtag in a double sense, clothed in rags and occupied with rags. Here we have a man whose job it is to pick up the day's rubbish in the capital. He collects and catalogues everything that the great city has cast off, everything it has lost and discarded and broken. He goes through the archives of debauchery, and the jumbled array of refuse. He makes a selection, an intelligent choice, like a miser hoarding treasure, he collects the garbage that will become objects of utility or pleasure when refurbished by industrial magic. As may be gathered from this prose description of 1851, Baudelaire recognizes himself in the figure of the ragman. The poem presents a further affinity with the poet, immediately noted as such. A ragpicker stumbles past, wagging his head and bumping into walls with a poet's grace, pouring out his heartfelt schemes to one and all, including spies of the police. Baudelaire builds stanzas where it would seem almost impossible to construct them. Thus, in the 6th stanza of Lesbos, ambitious hearts that yearn, far from us, for a radiant smile they dimly glimpse on the rim of other skies, 362. On the desecration of the clouds, wandering a wasteland at high noon I saw a dismal storm, a cloud bearing down upon my head, bristling whittle vicious imps. 363 This is a conception that could stem directly from a print by Marion. It is rare in French poetry that the big city is evoked through nothing but the immediate presentation of its inhabitants. This occurs with unsurpassable power in Shelley's poem on London, takes the allegorical treatment quite far. Grouped about the clock, which occupies a special position in the hierarchy of emblems, are pleasure, the now, time, chance, virtue, and repentance. The grotesque and livid sky of horror Cernpathic 365 is the sky of Marion. On the sectioning of time, and on El Horloge in particular, Poe's colloquy of Manos and Una, there seemed to have sprung up in the brain that of which no words could convey to the merely human intelligence even an indistinct conception. Let me ten it a mental pendulous pulsation. It was the moral embodiment of man's abstract idea of time. By its aid I measured the irregularities of the clock upon the mantel, and of the watches of the attendants. Their tickings came sonorously to my ears. The slightest deviation from the TME proportion affected me just as violations of abstract truth are wont, on earth, to affect the moral sense. 366 This description is nothing but one great euphemism for the utter void of time to which man is surrendered in spleen. Until light voluptuously reaches for the horizon, consoling all even hunger, concealing all even shame. Juxtapose, and the human face which Ovid thought was made to mirror the sta1 see it now, no longer expressing anything but a crazy ferocity, or rigid in a kind of death. In studying the allegorical in the work of Baudelaire, it would be a mistake to undervalue the medieval element in relation to the Baroque. It is something difficult to describe, but may be grasped most readily if we recall how very much certain passages, certain poems, in their pregnant simplicity, contrast with others that are overburdened with meanings. This bareness gives them the sort of expression one finds in portraits by Fouquet. A blanquist look at the terrestrial globe, I contemplate from on high the globe in its rondeur, and I no longer seek there the shelter of a hut. 36. The poet has made his dwelling in space itself, one could say, or in the abyss. Representations pass before the melancholic slowly, as in a procession. This image, typical in this complex of symptoms, is rare in Baudelaire. It occurs in Horror Sympathique, your vast morning clouds are the hearses of illy dreams 70. Then all at once the raging bells break loose, hurling to heaven their awful caterwaul L7L. The sky that is assailed by the bells is the same in which Blanqui's speculations move. Behind the scenes, the frivolous decor of all existence, deep in the abyss, I see distinctly other, brighter worlds. Tebus are tie worlds of Elatemif of Pariej Estrage. Compare Le Gouffre, my windows open on infinity. If we bring together L'Irrémédiable with the poem Maquet attributed to Baudelaire, Un jour de pluie, then it becomes quite clear that what inspires Baudelaire is the state of surrender to the abyss, and we see also just where this abyss actually opens. The Seine localizes Un jour de pluie in Paris. Of this locale we read, in a fog heavy with poisonous vapors, men are buried like sneaking reptiles, though proud of their strength, they stumble blindly along more painfully with each step. In L'Irrémédiable, this image of the Parisian streets has become one of the allegorical visions of the abyss which the conclusion of the poem 1 describes as apt emblems, a soul in T0 F111 and descending into an echoing cavern of vigilant slimy monsters whose luminous eyes enforce the gloom. 373. Apropos of the catalogue of emblems presented by the poem L'Irrémédiable / Crapet cites a passage from De Maistre Soirées de St. Petersburg, that river which one crosses hut once, that pitcher of the Donicles, always full and always empty, that liver of Titilleuse, always regenerated Uncle the beak of the vulture that always devours it anew. These are so many speaking hieroglyphs, about which it is impossible to be mistaken. 374. The gesture of benediction, with outstretched arms, in Fidus the gesture of someone carrying something. From the draft of an epilogue to the second edition of Les Flûtres du Mal, your magic cobbles piled for Heracad / your cheap orators Baroque rhetoric. / ranting of love while your sewers run with blood, I swirling to hell like mighty rivers. L75. Has imagined the extermination of poets by unbridled Philistines, and blinding flashes of his intellect I keep him from noticing the angry mob. A blanquist look at humanity, tle sky. Black lid of that enormous pot in which immemorable generations boil. It is, above all, the on solemn eves of heavenly harvesting. 379 and autumnalis in sl on. /cyb cli, qui l'aime, augrenant ses verdures 3 ho in Brecht's beautiful translation, Cyb, die sie elite, legt mehr Krunvor. A mutation of the organic is implicit here. Le Gouffre is the Baudelarian equivalent of Blanqui's vision. Zero worms, black cronies without eyes or ears. 381 Here is something like sympathy for parasites. Comparison of eyes to illuminated shop windows, your eyes, lit up like shops to lure their trade / or fireworks in the park on holidays, / insolently make use of borrowed power. 38-2. The sadistic imagination tends toward mechanical constructions. It may be that, when he speaks of the nameless elegance of the human armature, Baudelaire sees in the skeleton a kind of machinery. The point is made more clearly in Le Yin de Assassin, that bunch. They feel about as much / as plowshares breaking ground / plow or harrow. Which of them / has ever known TME love and, unequivocally, Blind and Deaf Machine, Fertile Ink Melties. 38. Old-fashioned and immemorial are still united in Baudelaire. The that have gone out of fashion have BC alm inexhaustible containers of memo lies. It is thus the old women appear in Baudelaire's poetry, thus the departed years, it is thus the poet compares himself to a stale boudoir where old-fashioned clothes lie scattered among wilted fern and rose. 8. Sadism and fetishism intertwine in those imaginations that seek to admix all organic life to the sphere of the inorganic. Zero living matter, henceforth you're no more than a cold stone encompassed by vague fear and by the desert, and the mist and sun. 86. The assimilation of the living to dead matter was likewise a preoccupation of F1 Aubert's. The visions of his Saint Anthony are a triumph of fetishism, and worthy of those celebrated by Bosch on the Lisbon L_. If Lecn Puscule du Matin opens with the sound of reveille in the barrack squares, one must remember that under Napoleon III, for reasons easy to understand, the interior of the city was filled with barracks. Smile and sob, as cloud formation of the human face, manifestation of its spirituality, are an unsurpassable. In RVE Parisian, the forces of production are seemingly brought to a standstill, put out of commission. The landscape of this dream is the dazzling mirage of the leaden and desolate terrain that in De Profundis Clamavi becomes the universe. A frozen sun hangs overhead 6 months, the other 6, the earth is in its shroud / no trees, no water, not one creature here, / a wasteland naked as the polar north. 38. The phantasmagoria of RVE Parisian recalls that of the World Exhibitions, where the bourgeoisie cried out to the order of property and production there ahide, you are so fair. 8. Proust on granting a kind of glory to the Eraud, it would seem impossible to better that. /B9U7 Law, 1. And which, on those golden evenings when you yours, revive 390 the second half of the line collapses on itself. Prosodically, it works to contradict what it affirms. This is, for Baudelaire, a characteristic procedure, whose name is known only to the buried prompter 391. This comes from the world of Poe. The only place in Les Fleurs du Mal where the Baudelarian view of children is contravened is the 5th stanza of the first section of Les Petites Vieilles, the eyes of a child, a little girl who laughs in sacred wonder at whatever shines. To arrive at this outlook on childhood, the poet takes the longest way, the way leading through old age. In Baudelaire's work, poems 99 and 100 of Les Fleurs du Mal stand apart as strange and solitary as the great stone gods of Easter Island. We know that they belong to the oldest parts of the text. Baudelaire himself pointed them out to his mother as poems referring to her, poems to which he had given no title because any advertisement of this secret connection was odious to him. At these poems mark out is a death-tranced idol. Both, but especially the first, breathe an air of peace such as rarely obtains in Baudelaire. Both present the image of the fatherless family. The son, however, far from occupying the place of the father, leaves it empty. The distant sun that is setting. The first poem is the symbol of the father, of him whose gaze huge open eye in the curious sky lingers. Without jealousy, sympathetic and remote, on the meal shared by mother and son. The second poem evokes the image of the fatherless family situated not around a table but around a grave. The sultriness of life pregnant with possibilities has entirely yielded to the cool night air of death. Tile tableaux Parisians begin with the transfiguration of the city. The first, second, and, if you like, third poem of the cycle work together in this. Paysages the city's TTE8 with the sky. The only elements of the city to appear on the poet's horizon are the workshop full of singing and gossip, and the chinmay pots and steeples. The city has become strange to the laneur, and every bed hazardous. We may be surprised to find the poem Brums et Pluies among tableaux Parisians. It verges on imagery of the country. But already Saint Beuve had written, "Oh, how sad the plain around the boulevard." 397. The landscape of Baudelaire's poem is, in fact, that of the city plunged in fog. it is the preferred canvas for the embroideries of boredom. Le signa o nowhere more clearly thou in this poem is sexus played off against eros. One must turn from this poem to Goethe's Selige Sehnsucht 01 to see, by comparison, what powers are conferred on the imagination when the sexual is joined with the erotic. Sonnet d'Automne describes, in a reserved but scrupulous way, the state of being that conditions Baudelaire's erotic experiences, my heart, on which everything jars, / is unwilling to disclose its hellish secret, / I hate all passion. / let us love each other gently. Thebes is like a distaut reprise of TLLE stanza in the Westostfischer Divan where Goethe conjures out of the Houris Aud their poet-o image of the erotic as a sort of paradisal variant of sexuality, their friendship reward his endeavor, / compliant with sweet devotions, / let him live with them forever, / all the good have modest notions 402. Marx on the Second Republic, passions without truth, truths without passion, heroes without heroic deeds, history without events, development, whose sole driving force seems to he the calendar, wearying with constant repetition of the same tensions and relaxations. If any section of history has been painted grey on grey, it is this. Karl Marx, de Accent Brumaire de Louis Bonaparte, ed. Rjazanov dates from 1857. In the last section of Salon d'1846, suicide appears, characteristically, as a particular passion, the only one, among those mentioned, of any real significance. It represents the great conquest of modernity in the Reim of passion, except for Hercules on Mount Ida, Cato of Utica, and Cleopatra. What suicides do you see in the paintings of the old masters? Chb. Overj, Volume 2, pages 133 to 134.119. Suicide appears, then, as the quintessence of modernity. In section 17 of Salon d'1846, Baudelaire speaks of the funereal and rumpled frock coat of today, and, before that, of this uniform livery of mourning. Do not these puckered creases, playing like serpents around the mortified flesh, have their own mysterious grace? Chb. Oeuvres, Volume 2. 420. Nietzsche on the winter of 1882 to 1883, on the Bay of Rapallo, mornings, I would walk in a southerly direction on the splendid road to Zoagli, going up past pines with a magnificent view of the sea, in the afternoon. I walked around the whole bay. All the way to Portofino. This place and this scenery came even closer to my heart because of the great love that Emperor Frederick III felt for them. It was on these two walks that the whole of Zarathustra occurred to me, and especially Zarathustra himself as a type. Rather, he overtook me. Friedrich Nietzsche, also Sprach Zarathustra, ed. Kroner, pages XXXXI. Compare this with a description of the Fort du Toro. M. Against the hack ground of his philosophy of the noontide, the doctrine of eternal recurrence, Nietzsche defines the earlier stages of his thing as philosophy of the dawn and philosophy of the morning. He, too, knows the sectioning of time and its great divisions. It is certainly legitimate to ask whether this apperception of time was not an element of Jug and Still. If in fact it was, then we would perhaps better understand how, in Ibsen, Jug Still produced one of the greatest technicians of the drama. The closer work comes to prostitution, the more tenelpting it is to conceive of prostitution as work, something that has been customary in the argot of whores for a long time now. Till's rapprochement has advanced by giant steps in the wake of unemployment. The Keep Smiling M maintains, on the job market, the practice of the prostitute who, on the love market, flashes a smile at DLE customer. The description of the labor process in its relation to nature will necessarily bear the imprint of its social structure as well. If the human being were not authentically exploited, we would be spared the inauthentic talk of an exploitation of nature. This talk reinforces the semblance of value, which accrues to raw materials only by virtue of an order of production founded on the exploitation of human labor. Were this exploitation to come to a halt, work, in turn, could no longer be characterized as de exploitation of nature by man. It would henceforth be conduct on the model of children's play, which in Fourier forms the basis of the impassioned work of the Harmonians. To have instituted play as the canon of a labor no longer rooted in exploitation is one of the great merits of Fourier. Such work inspirited by play aims not at the propagation of values but at the annihilation of nature. For it, too, the Fourierist utopia furnishes a model, of a sort to be found realized in the games of children. It is the image of an earth on which every place has become an inn. The double meaning of the word blossoms here. All places are worked by human hands, made useful and beautiful thereby. All, however, stand, like a roadside inn, open to all. An earth that was cultivated according to such an image would cease to be part of a world where action is never de sister of dream. 23. On that earth, the act would be kin to the dream. 75,2. Fashion determines, in each case, the acceptable limit of empathy. 75,3. The unfolding of work in play presupposes highly developed forces of production, such as only today stand at the disposal of humanity, and stand mobilized in a direction contrary to their possibilities, that is, they are poised for an emergency. Nevertheless, even in terms of relatively undeveloped productivity, the murderous idea of the exploitation of nature, which has ruled over things since the 19th century, was in no sense detentative. Certainly this idea could have no place so long as the prevailing image of nature was that of the ministering mother, as reflected in Bacofen's conception of matriarchal societies. In the figure of the mother, dus Inlaga has survived the inconstancies of history, though it obviously has grown more blurred during those periods in which mothers themselves become agents of the class that risks the life of their sons for its commercial interests. There is much to suggest that the second marriage of Baudelaire's mother was not made any more bearable for him by the fact that she elected to marry a general. This marriage evidently has a share in the evolution of the poet's libido. If the whore became the mastering image of the latter, this LL1 marriage plays its part. Of course, the whore is, fundamentally, the incarnation of a nature suffused with commodity appearance. She has even intensified its power of delusion insofar as, in commerce with her, an always fictive pleasure arises, one that is supposed to correspond to the pleasure of her partner. In other words, the capacity for pleasure itself now figures as a value in dus commerce as the object of an exploitation perpetrated no less by her than by her partner. On the other hand, one sees here the distorted, more than life-size image of an availability that holds for everyone and is discouraged by none. The unworldly ecstatic lasciviousness of the Baroque poet Lehenstein has stamped dus image in a manner that is highly reminiscent of Baudelaire, a beautiful woman, yes, arrayed in 1,000 splendors, is a sumptuous table where the many sup and take their fill, an inexhaustible wellspring of never-failing waters, yes, of love's sweet milk, and from 100 conduits see the luscious nectar runs. The beyond of the choice governing relations between mother and child, and the here and now of the choice governing relations between prostitute and client, make contact at a single point. This point defines the situation of Baudelaire's libido. The lines from Celiger sen such no distance can weigh you down, you come flying, fascinated 424 describe the experience of the aura. The distance that is there in the eyes of the beloved and that draws the lover after it is the dream of a better nature. The decline of the aura and the waning of the dream of a better nature, this latter conditioned on its defensive position in the class struggle, are one and the same. It follows that the decline of the aura and the decline of sexual potency are also, at bottom, one. The formula of Elatemite parle as trace the new is always old, and the old always new 425 corresponds most rigorously to the experience of spleen registered by Baudelaire. A passage from Elaternite parle asters the number of our doubles is infinite in time and space. These doubles exist in flesh and bone indeed, in trousers and jacket, in crinoline and chignon may be compared with lacet via lards. Doubtless to you my dread seems ludicrous, unless a brotherly shudder lets you see, for all their imminent decrepitude, these 7 monsters had eternal life. I doubt if could have survived an 8th such apparition, father and son of himself, inexorable phoenix, loathsome avatar. I turned my back on the whole damned parade. The monstrous shoreless sea, 12:6 which the poem 1 evokes in the closing line, is the agitated universe of Elaternite par Laesters. The houses seemed to be stretched upward by the mists and looked like the 2 quays of some swollen river 427, an image reminiscent of Marion. There is something similar in Brecht. With gloomy irony, Blanky demonstrates what a better humanity would be worth in a nature which can never be better. Lamartine's industrial Christ reappears at the Ut of the Senmery. Thus Verhaeren, in the historical action which the proletariat brings against the bourgeois class, Baudelaire is a witness, but Blanky is an expert witness. If Baudelaire is summoned before the tribunal of history, he will have to put up with a great many interruptions, an interest that is in many respects foreign to Benel, and in many respects incomprehensible to him, conditions the line of questioning. Blanky, on the other hand, has long since made the question on which he speaks entirely his own, hence, he appears as an expert where this question is tried. It is therefore not exactly in the same capacity that Baudelaire and Blanky are cited to appear before the tribunal of history. Abandonment of the epic moment, a tribunal is no sewing circle. Or better, the proceedings are instincted, not reported. The interest which the materialist historian takes in the past is always, in part, a vital interest in its being past, in its having ceased to exist, its being essentially dead. To have certified this condition with respect to the whole is the indispensably prerequisite for any citation of particular parts of this phenomenon of what has been. In a word, for the specific historical interest whose legitimacy it is up to the materialist historian to establish, it must be shown that one is dealing with an object which in its entirety, acmely and irrevocably, belongs to history. The comparison with Dante can serve both as an example of the perplexity of the early reception of Baudelaire and as an illustration of Joseph de Maistre remark that the earliest judgments concerning an author are bequeathed to the subsequent criticism. In addition to Dante comparison, concept of decadence figures as a key word in the reception. It is era in Barbi d'Orivoli, Pontruerden, Bimnetiere, Bourget. For the materialist dialectician, discontinuity is the regulative idea of the tradition of the ruling classes, continuity, the regulative idea of the tradition of the oppressed. The proletariat lives more slowly than the bourgeois class. The examples of its champions, the perceptions of its leaders, do not grow old, or, at any rate, they grow old much more slowly than the epochs and great personages of the bourgeois class. The waves of fashion break against the compact mass of the downtrodden. The movements of the ruling class, by contrast, having once come into their ascendancy, maintain in themselves a reference to fashion. In particular, the ideologies of the rulers are by their nature more changeable than the ideas of the oppressed. For not only must they, like the ideas of the latter, adapt each time to the situation of social conflict, but they must glorify that situation as fundamentally harmonious. Such a business is managed only eccentrically and desultorily, it is modish in the fullest sense of the word. To undertake to salvage the great figures of the bourgeoisie means, not least, to conceive them in this most unstable dimension of their operation, and precisely from out of that to extract, to cite, what has remained inconspicuously buried beneath being, as it was, of so little help to the powerful. To bring together Baudelaire and Blanky means removing the bushel that is covering the light. Baudelaire's reception by poets can be easily distinguished from his reception by theorists. The latter adhere to the comparison with Dante and the concept of decadence, the former, to the maxim of art for art's sake and the theory of correspondences. Faguet sees the secret of Baudelaire's influence in the extremely widespread chronic nervousness. 111a, Gate of the ragpicker is not necessarily due to the effect of alcohol. Every few moments, he must stop to gather refuse, which he throws into his wicker basket. For Blanky, History is the straw with which infinite tin 1e is stuffed. 111 hero who asserts himself on the stage of modernity is, in fact, an actor first of all. He clearly appears as such in Les Sept Vieillards, in a scene to match one the actor's plight, steeling his nerves to play a hero's part. 430. The figure of the poet in Benediction is a figure from Eugen Still. The poet appears, so to speak, in the nude. He displays the physiognomy of Joseph Delorme. The natural benevolence which Magnan celebrates in Saint Beuve, his coziness, in short, is the complement of the hieratic bearing of Joseph Delorme. It can be seen from the portraits that Baudelaire's physiognomy very early showed the marks of old age. Among other things, this accounts for the oft-noted resemblance between his features and those of prelates. Valles was perhaps the first to complain insistently about Baudelaire's backwardness. Allegory recognizes many enigmas, but it knows no mystery. An enigma is a fragment that, together with another, matching fragment, makes up a whole. Mystery, on the other hand, was invoked from time immemorial in the image of the veil, which is an old accomplice of distance. Distance appears veiled. Now, the painting of the Baroque, unlike that of the Renaissance, for example, has nothing at all to do with this veil. Indeed, it ostentatiously rends the veil and, as its ceiling frescoes in particular demonstrate, brings even the distance of the skies into a nearness, one that seeks to startle and confound. This suggests that the degree of auratic saturation of human perception has fluctuated widely in the course of history. While these fluctuations await further clarification, the supposition arises that epochs which tend toward allegorical expression will have experienced a crisis of the aura. Baudelaire mentions, among the lyric subjects proposed by the Academy, Algeria, or the Conquering Civilization, CHB, Ouvres, Volume 2, p. 593. Desecration of distance. On the I.abyss / depths of space, allegorical of the depths of time 1 CHB, OEU.Vras, Volume 1, p. 306. Zarathustra, ed. Kroner, p. 215. 17. Comparison of the sinuous fleece with the deep and spreading starless night. ul. The particulars of the Boulevard Press are, later, the sum and substance of the stock market reports. Through the role that it gives to the talk of the town, the Petit J.J. paves the way for the stock market inflation. His confederates obstruct reality for the conspirator as the masses do for the flopreneur. U.S. 5. On the flight of images in allegory. It often cheated Baudelaire out of part of the returns on his allegorical imagery. One thing in particular is missing in Baudelaire's employment of allegory. This we can recognize if we call to mind Shelley's great allegory on the City of London, the third part of Peter Bell III, in which London is presented to the reader as hell. The incisive effect of this poem depends, for the most part, on the fact that Shelley's grasp of allegory makes itself felt. It is this grasp that is missing in Baudelaire. This grasp, which makes palpable the distance of the modem poet from allegory, is precisely what enables allegory to incorporate into itself the most immediate realities. With what directness that can happen is best shown by Shelley's poem, in which bailiffs, parliamentarians, stock jobbers, and many other types figure. The allegory, in its emphatically antique character, gives them all a sure footing, such as, for example, the businessmen in Baudelaire's Crépuscule du Soir do not have Shelley rules over the allegory, whereas Baudelaire is ruled by it. Individuality, as such, takes on heroic outlines as the masses step more decisively into the picture. This is the origin of the conception of the hero in Baudelaire. In Hugo, it is a matter not of the isolated individual as such but of the democratic citizen. That implies a fundamental difference between the two poets. The resolution of this discord would have, as precondition, the dispelling of the illusion which it reflects. This illusory appearance comes from the concept of the masses. Considered apart from the various classes which join in its formation, the mass as such has no primary social significance. Its secondary significance depends on the ensemble of relations through which it is constituted at any one time and place. A theater audience, an army, the population of a city comprise masses which in themselves belong to no particular class. The free market multiplies these masses, rapidly and on a colossal scale, insofar as each piece of merchandise now gathers around it the mass of its potential buyers. Totalitarian states have taken this mass as their model. The Volksgemeenschap aims to root out from single individuals everything that stands in the way of their wholesale fusion into a mass of consumers. The one implacable adversary still confronting the state, which in this ravenous action becomes the agent of monopoly capital, is the revolutionary proletariat. This latter dispels the illusion of the mass through the reality of class. Neither Hugo nor Baudelaire could be directly at its side for that. On the inauguration of the heroine, Baudelaire's antiquity is Roman antiquity. At only one point, and it is, of course, irreplaceable, does Greek antiquity break into his world. Greece presents him with that image of the heroine which appeared to him worthy and capable of being carried over into modernity. Greek names stand at the head of one of his greatest poems, Femme d'Anmise, Delphine et Hippolyte. The heroine with the features of lesbian dove. Thus, the poet's thought, after meandering capriciously, opens onto the vast perspectives of the past or future, but these skies are too vast to be everywhere pure, and the temperature of the climate too warm not to brew storms. The idle passerby, who contemplates these areas veiled in mourning, feels tears of hysteria come to his eyes. Ch. B. Volume 2, p. 536, pages 229-230. Disenchantment of modernity. Criminals disgust me as if they were castrates. Arthur Rimbaud, Ouvres, p. 258, 5. One could try to show, using the example of Baudelaire, that Jugend still arises out of weariness, a weariness that manifests itself, in his case, as that of the mime who has taken off his makeup. The activity of the conspirator can be considered a sort of uprooting, comparable to that occasioned by the monotony and terror of the Second Empire. The Physiologies 453 were the first booty taken from the marketplace by Tle Flaneur who, so to speak, went botanizing on the asphalt. Modernity has its antiquity, like a nightmare that has come to it in its sleep. England remained, until late in the previous century, the graduate school of social consciousness. From there, Barbie brought back his cycle of poems anti-Tred Lazare in which signifier and signified flow into each other. Dissolve this brittleness of allegory, and it forfeits all authority. That, in fact, is what happens with genre. It introduces life into allegories, which in turn suddenly wither like flowers. Sternberger has touched on this state of affairs, the allegory that has become a semblance of life, that has given up its lastingness and its rigorous validity for the Red Pottage off Life 458 justly appears as a creation of the genre. In Jugend still, a retrogressive process seems to set in. Allegory regains its brittleness. On the foregoing remarks by Lotze, the idler, the flaneur, who no longer has any understanding of production, seeks to become an expert on the market. The chapters Persecution and Murder in Apollinaire's Poet Assassin contain the famous description of a pogrom against poets. Publishing houses are stormed, books of poems thrown on the fire, poets beaten to death. And the same scenes are taking place at the same time all over the world. In Aragon, imagination, in anticipation of such horrors, marshals its forces for a last crusade. Walter Benjamin, Del Surrealisme / Die Literarische Welt, 5, no 7.459. It is hardly a coincidence that the century which has long been that of the strongest poetic language, the 19th century, has also been that of decisive progress in the sciences. Jean Richard Bloch, Langage d'utilité, Langage poétique. Indicate how TLEFORces of poetic inspiration, having been driven from their earlier positions by science, were compelled to make inroads into the commodity world. On the question raised by J.R. Bloch, the question of the development of science and of poetic language, Chenier's extraordinarily decisive, moreover, is the ending, which makes the exhibition of the aura from now on an affair of fifth-rate poets. Finally, this piece is important because in it the inhabitant of the big city appears menaced more by the traffic of coaches than he is nowadays by automobiles. Catiline figures in Baudelaire among the dandies. 462. Love for the prostitute is the apotheosis of empathy with the commodity. 85,2. Requiem should be presented as Gegen still poetry. Annie die Fontes Annies as allegories in the style of Fritz Erler. 85,3. The hatred for genre painting that can be discerned in Baudelaire's salons is a sentiment typical of Gegen still. 85,4. Among the legends which circulated about Baudelaire is the following: he is suppé the same motif, rendered innocuous and put into psychological terms, in Ratier's Conversion of Illy fly unure to industrial activity. In Barbie's poem Les Mineurs de Newcastle, the 8th stanza concludes this way: and many a one who dreams, within his secret soul, of domestic comforts, and his wife's blue eyes, I discovers in the pies Amitress an everlasting tomb. Augusta Barrier, I am Bet Poems, pages 24.0 to 241, from the collection Lazare, which is dated 1837, and which records his impressions of England. Compare these lines to the last two lines of Le Crépuscule du Soir. Professional conspirator and dandy meet in Illy concept of Illy modern hero. This hero represents for himself, in his own person, a whole secret society. On the generation of Valas, it is that generation which, under the starless sky of the Second Empire, grew up in the face of a future without faith or greatness. Herman Wendell, Jules Valas, Die Neuzeit, 3-1, number 1, p. 105. When is a courtier not idle and contemplative? La Bruyere. Regarding study, the flesh is sad, alas. And all the books are read. Mallarmé, B. Rise Marine, Poeses, p. 43 175. On idleness, imagine a perpetual idleness. With a profound hatred of that idleness. Letter to his mother of Saturday, December 4, 1847. Lettres to Émir, pages 4-8. It would appear that Baudelaire has given no thought to the classical corso of FL and Neri the Arcade. But in TLE lyric design of Le Crépuscule du Matin, which concludes Tableaux Parisiens, the canon of the arcade can be recognized. The central portion of TLL's poem is composed of 9 couplets which, while chiming one with another, remain well sealed off from the preceding as well as the following pairs of lines. The reader moves through TLL's poem as through a gallery lined with showcases. In each one, the immaculate inlage of naked misery is on display. The poem closes with 2 quatrains that, in their presentation of things earthly and celestial, match each other like pilasters. The infernal time of Ganring is something Baudelaire got to know less through TLE actual practice of gambling than through those seasons when he was prey to spleen. Volume 2, p. 347, the wages of the rag picker, like those of the worker, are inseparable from the prosperity of industry. The latter has, like nature itself, the sublime privilege of breeding with its own debris. This privilege is the more precious for humanity as it propagates life within the lower levels of society, while making the intermediate and highest levels the ornament of wealth. Cited in Casson, Quaranthood, p. 73. F. or Dante is the constant model of these men of 48. They are imbued with his language and his tales, and, like him, are committed to proscription. They are heroes of a vagabond homeland, charged with prophetic tidings, accompanied by shadows and voices. Jean Cassou, Quaranthood, p. Il. Cassou, describing Daumier's models, the hunched silhouettes of men in long shabby frock coats who are looking at engravings, and all those Baudelairean characters, descendants of Jean-Jacques Solitary Walker. Jean Cassou, Quaranthood, p. 149. Regarding a connection that may be felt between Baudelaire's generosity of heart and Russ sadism, one should refer to Proust's portrait of Mlle Vinteuil, sadists of Mlle. Vinteuil's sort are creatures so purely sentimental, so virtuous by nature, that even sensual pleasure appears to them as something bad, a privilege reserved for the wicked. And when they allow themselves for a moment to enjoy it, they endeavor to aeropersonate, to assume all the outward appearance of wicked peo. Pi, for themselves and their partners in guilt, so as to gain the momentary illusion of having escaped beyond the control of their own gentle and scrupulous natures into the inhuman world of pleasure. Marcel Proust, Du Côte de chez Swann, Vol 1, p. 236,4. One might also think here of Anatole France's note on the Baudelairean erotic, yet one is justified in asking whether every sadism is structured like this one, since the concept of evil to which Proust relates it seems to exclude awareness. Sexual intercourse between human partners includes awareness, and would thus perhaps also include a more or less high degree of sadism. Baudelaire's reflections on the sexual act would therefore carry more weight than this Proustian apologetic. On the subject of the ragpicker, compare the conditions in England described by Marx in the section Die moderne Manufaktur, in Das Kapital Vol. 1, ed. Korsch, p. 438. Proust on the allegories by Giotto in Santa Maria del Farina. In later years I understood that the arresting strangeness of these frescoes lay in the great part played in each of them by its symbols, while the fact that these were depicted not as symbols but as real things, actually felt or materially handled, added something more precise and more literal to their meaning, something more concrete and more striking to the lesson they imparted. And even in the case of the poor kitchen maid, was not our attention innocently drawn to her heli by the load which filled it? Mariel Proust, Du Cbte de chez Swann, Volume 1, pages 121-122. In Baudelaire's theory of art, the motif of shock comes into play not only as prosodic principle. Rather, this same motif is operative wherever Baudelaire appropriates Poe's theory concerning the importance of surprise in the work of art from another perspective. The motif of shock emerges in the scornful laughter of Hell 488, which rouses the startled allegorist from his brooding on information, advertisements, and feuilletons. The idle R, 89 must be furnished with sensations, the merchant with customers, and the man in the street with a world view. Apropos of Rêve Parisien, Crapet cites a passage from H. Letter to Alphonse de Calonne. Movement generally implies noise, to the extent that Pythagoras attributed music to the moving spheres. But dream, which separates things and breaks them down, creates the new 490. Crapet further cites an article We Ernest Hello published in La Revue of RANF size of November 1858, under the title D'en genre fantastique, and which Baudelaire would have seen. Hello writes, in the symbolic order, beauty stands in inverse proportion to life. The naturalist thus classifies nature as follows: animal kingdom first, vegetable kingdom next, mineral kingdom last. He is guided by the order of life. The poet will say, mineral kingdom first, vegetable kingdom after that, and animal kingdom last. He will be guided by the order of beauty. Apropos of l'horloge, Crapet, a correspondent for l'Intermédiaire de Chercheurs et Curieux, MCB. Ad. C. Reported that Baudelaire had removed the hands from his clock and written on the face, "It's later than you think." On novelty and the familiar, one of my dreams was the synthesis of a certain Seeger place and its medieval past. This dream in which the sea had turned Gothic, this dream in which I believed that I was attaining to the impossible. It seemed to me that I had often dreamed it before. But as it is the property of what we imagine in our sleep to multiply itself in the past, and to appear, even when novel, familiar, I supposed that I was mistaken. Marcel Proust, La Côte de Guermantes, Volume 1, p. 131.491. A rigorously Baudelairean reminiscence in Proust, to which, above all, the comments on Marion p. 241, with this characteristic addition. But I can at least assume that Baudelaire is not sincere. Whereas Dostoevsky. At issue is the latter's preoccupation with murder. This all in a conversation with Albertine. 49. Marion shows himself equal to the competition provided by photography. It was probably the last time this was possible for a graphic artist, as far as the inlaga of the city is concerned. Writing about medieval Paris, Stahl says that on the site of the ancient curia arose buildings that were much too large, against which the houses abutted with one yard after another, and with blind alleys. Photography is useless here. Hence, we turn to the engravings of the great draftsman Marion, Fritz Stahl, Paris. Baudelaire, great despiser of the countryside, of greenery and fields, nevertheless has this peculiarity: no one could be less inclined to view the big city as something ordinary, natural, acceptable. L95. Baudelaire had the good fortune to be the contemporary of a bourgeoisie that could not yet employ, as accomplice of its domination, such an asocial type as he represented. The incorporation of Anaism into its hegemonic apparatus was reserved for the bourgeoisie of the 20th century. I can understand how it is that city dwellers, who see only walls and streets and crimes, have so little religion. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Les Confessions, ed. Hill, some 97. The phrase corresponds, in the most striking manner, to the self-portrait which Blanqui introduced as rebus image, so to speak, into l'Eternité par l'Aisters. Blanqui recognized himself to be the pariah of an epoch. Maurice Domangit, Auguste Blanqui et Belial, pages 140 to 141. Remarion's Pont au Change, the Hoc tenements of Rome, such as the famous Insula Fliculi, rose, with a street breadth of only 3 to 5 meters, to heights that have never been seen in Western Europe and are seen in only a few epochs in America. Near the capital the roofs already reached to the level of the hill saddle. But always the splendid mass cities lament all poverty and degraded hautes, and the attics and mansards, the cellars and back courts are breeding a new type of raw man. Diodorus tells of a deposed Egyptian king who was reduced to living in one of these wretched upper-floor tenements of Rome. Oswald Spengler, Le Déclin de l'Occident, Vol. 2, p. 143. On the decline in the birth rate, when the ordinary thinking of a highly cultivated people begins to regard having children as a question of pros and cons, the great turning point has come. At that point Hagen's prudent limitation of the number of births. In subsequent Roman times, it became appallingly general, at first explained by the economic misery of the times, very soon it ceased to explain itself at all. Oswald Spengler, Le Déclin de l'Occident, Vol. 2, p. 147. Compare p. 116, the peasant feels himself to be a link in the chain of forebears and dieseldance. 499. Concerning the idol, Les Flâneurs l'In Mal, during naive epochs, and as late as 1824, the title of a volume of poetry simply indicated the genre taken up by the author. There were odes, epistles, light verse, heroic verse, satires. Today, the title is a simhoel. Nothing is more refined. When the author harbors lyric intentions, he gives his eolection a sonorous ensical label: melodies, proles. Tender-hearted friends of nature prefer to take their titles from the good gardener's almanac. Thus, we have dead leaves, branches of almond. We have palms and cypresses. And then the flowers, flowers of noon, flowers of Provence, flowers of the Alps, flowers of the fields. Charles Lewandre, Statistique littéraire, La Poésie depuis 1830, Revue de Deux Mondes, 30, p. 979. The original title of Les Sept Vieillards, Fantômes Parisiens. I. From the beginning, the proclamation of equality as a constitutional principle was not only an advance for thought, but a danger as well. 50 Within the zone of this danger lie the absurd uniformities in Poe's description of the crowd. The hallucination of the 7 identical old men is in the same mold. It is only as commodity that the thing has the effect of alienating human beings from one another. It produces this effect through its price. What is decisive is the empathy with the exchange value of the commodity, with its equalizing substrate. Regarding spleen. Blanqui to Lacombre, September 16, 1853, even the news from the true empire of the dead must he more interesting than the news from this dismal hall in the kingdom of the shades where we are being quarantined. Nothing more wretched than this shut-away existence, this tossing and turning at the bottom of a jar, like spiders trying to find the way out. Maurice Domangit, Blanqui et Belle Lle, p. 250. After a vain attempt at flight from Belle Isle, Blanqui was thrown for a month into the dungeon known as Chateau Fouquet. Domangit refers to the dreary and oppressive succession of hours and minutes that hammer the skull. Maurice Domangit, Blanqui et Belle Lie, p. 238. The following lines from Barbie should be compared with parts of Baudelaire's poem Paysage. Cited in Saint Beuve, Portraits Contemporains, Volume 2, p. 234. C. Breezer et Augusta Barbie. What inexpressible happiness, what ecstasy, to he a living ray of divinity, to look down from the orbed canopy of heaven on the dust of worlds glistening below, to hear, at every instant of their bright awakening, Alhausan's sons at their song like the birds. Oh, what felicity to live among things of heavity, and to savor the sweetness without needing reasons. How lovely to he well without wishing to be better, and without ever having to tire of the skies. K. My good father had been in Paris. Karl Gutzkow, Brief Uj Pans, Volume 1, p. 58. Library where the books have melted into one another and the titles have faded away. Dr. Pierre Maybil, Préface à l'éloge de Perfugiés populaires, mi Notorque, 2, No. 6, p. 2. The Pantheon raising its sombre dome toward the sombre dome of the sky. Pension du Terrail, Les Drames de Paris, Volume 1, p. 91. Awakening as a graduated process that goes on in the life of the individual as in the life of generations. Sleep its initial stage. A generation's experience of youth has much in common with the experience of dreams. Its historical configuration is a dream configuration. Every epoch has such a side turned toward dreams, the child's side. For the previous century, this appears very early in the arcades. But whereas the education of earlier generations explained these dreams for them in terms of tradition, of religious doctrine, present-day education simply amounts to the distraction of children. Proust could emerge as an unprecedented phenomenon only in a generation that had lost all bodily and natural aids to remembrance and that, poorer than before, was left to itself to take possession of the worlds of childhood in merely an isolated, scattered, and pathological way. What follows here is an experiment in the technique of awakening. An attempt to become aware of the dialectical, the Copernicantum of remembrance. The Copernican revolution in historical perception is as follows. Formerly it was thought that a fixed point had been found in what has been, and one saw the present engaged in tentatively concentrating the forces of knowledge on this ground. Now this relation is to be overturned, and what has been is to become the dialectical reversal, the flash of awakened consciousness. Politics attains primacy over history. The facts become something that just now first happened to us, first stmck us, to establish them is the affair of memory. Indeed, awakening is the great exemplar of memory, the occasion on which it is given us to remember what is closest, tritest, most obvious. What Proust intends with the experimental rearrangement of furniture in matinal half-slumber, what Bloch recognizes as the darkness of the lived moment, is nothing other than what here is to be secured on the level of the historical, and collectively. There is a not yet conscious knowledge of what has been, its advancement has the structure of awakening. There is a wholly unique experience of dialectic. the compelling, the drastic experience, which refutes everything gradual about becoming and shows all searing development to be dialectical reversal, eminently and thoroughly composed, is the awakening from dream. For the dialectical schematism at the core of this process, the Chinese have often found, in their fairy tales and novel loss, a highly pregnant expression. The new, dialectical method of doing history presents itself as the art of experiencing the present as waking world, a world to which that dream we name the past refers in TT-ILF. To pass through and carry out what has been in remembering the dream, therefore, remembering and awaking are most intimately related. Awakening is nanly the dialectical, Copernican turn of remembrance. The 19th century is space-time already sine as, in itself, a higher concretion. This question, of course, can be entertained by the dialectical method only within the purview of a historical perception that at all points has overcome the ideology of progress. In regard to such a perception, one could speak of the increasing concentration of reality, such that everything past can acquire a higher grade of actuality than it had in the moment of its existing. How it marks itself as higher actuality is determined by the image as which and in which it is comprehended. And this dialectical penetration and actualization of ephemeral contexts puts the truth of all present action to the test. Or rather, it serves to ignite the explosive materials that are latent in what has been. To approach, in this way, what has been means to treat it not historiographically, as heretofore, but politically, in political categories. 0 Fashion D. The inunenant awakening is poised, like the wooden horse of the Greeks, in the troi of dreams. On the doctrio of the ideological superstructure. It seems, at first sight, that Marx wanted to establish here only a causal relation between superstructure and infrastructure. But already the observation that ideologies of the superstructure reflect conditions falsely and invidiously goes beyond this. The question, in effect, is the following: if the infrastructure in a certain way determines the superstructure, but if such determination is not reducible to simple reflection, how is it then entirely apart from any question about the originating cause to be characterized? Of its expression. The superstructure is the expression of the infrastructure. The economic conditions under which society exists are expressed in the superstructure precisely as, with the sleeper, an overfull stomach finds not its reflection but its expression in the contents of dreams, which, from a causal point of view, it may be said to condition. The collective, from the first, expresses the conditions of its life. These Jugend still a first attempt to reckon with the open air. It finds a distinctive embodiment, for example, in the drawings of Slmplici Image, which clearly show how, in order to get a little air, one must become satirical. From another perspective, Jugend still could blossom in the artificial light and isolation in which advertising presents its objects. Thiel's birth of plein air from the spirit of the interior is the sensuous expression of the situation of Jugend still from the viewpoint of the philosophy of history. Jugend still is the dream that one has come awake. 0 Advertising D. Just as technology is always revealing nature from a new perspective, so also, as it impinges on human beings, it constantly lakes for variations in tlir inost. Primordial passions, fears, and images of longing. In this work I mean to wrest from primal history a portion of the 19th century. The alluring and threatening face of primal history is clearly manifest to us in the beginnings of technology. In the living arrangements of the 19th century, it has not yet shown itself in what lies nearer to us in time. But it is also more intense in technology than in other domains. That is the reason old photographs but not old drawings have a ghostly effect. On Waite's picture Thoughts and Visions of a Severed Head, and its explication. The first thing that strikes one about this magnetopathic experience is the grandiose sleight of hand which the consciousness executes in death. What a singular thing! The head is here under the scaffold, and it believes that it still exists above, phoning part of the body and continuing to wait for the blow that will separate it from the trunk. Waits, ouvres littéraires, p. 492. 111e Same inspiration at work here in Waits Annenlates Beers in his extraordinary short story about the rebel who is hanged, and who experiences, at the moment of his death, the flight that frees him from the hangman. Every current of fashion or of worldview derives its force from what is forgotten. This downstream flow is ordinarily so strong that only the group can give itself up to it. The individual, the precursor, is liable to collapse in the face of such violence, as happened with Proust. In other words, what Proust, as an individual, directly experienced in the phenomenon of remembrance, we have to experience indirectly in studying current, fashion, tendency as punishment, if you will, for the sluggishness which keeps us from taking it up ourselves. Fashion, like architecture, inheres in the darkness of the lived moment, belongs to the dream consciousness of the collective. The latter awakes, for example, in advertising. Very interesting. How the fascistization of science had to alter precisely those elements in Freud which still stem from the enlightened, materialistic period of the bourgeoisie. In Jung, the unconscious is no longer individual, that is, not an acquired condition in the single human being, but a stock of primal humanity renewing itself in T.he present. It is not repression hut fruitful return. Ernst Bloch, Erbsl WFTDs, Zeit, p. 254. Historical Index of Childhood according to Marx. In his derivation of the normative character of Greek art, Marx says, doesn't the child in every epoch represent the character of the period in its natural veracity? Cited in Max Raphael, Proud 1 Lon, Marx, Picasso, p. 175. More than 100 years before it was fully manifest, the colossal acceleration of the tempo of living was heralded in the tempo of production. And, indeed, in the form of the machine. The number of implements that he himself can use simultaneously is limited by the number of his own natural instruments of production, by the number of his bodily organs. The jenny, on the other hand, even at its very birth, spun with 12 to 18 spindles, and the stocking loom knits with many thousands of needles at once. The number of tools that a machine can bring into play simultaneously is, from the very first, emancipated from the organic limits that hedge in the tools of a handicraftsman. Karl Marx, Das Kapital, Volume 1, p. 33. To the tempo of machine operation affects changes in the economic tempo. In this country, the main thing is to reap a huge fortune with as little delay as possible. It used to be that the fortune resulting from a commercial house begun by the grandfather was scarcely run through by the till the grandson died. Things don't happen that way anymore. People want to enjoy without waiting, without having to be patient. Louis Ranier Lanfranchi, Voyajpam, ou esquisses de hommes et de choses dans cette capitale, p. 110. Simultaneity, the basis of the new style of living, likewise comes from mechanical production. Each detail machine supplies raw material to the machine next in order, and since they are alley working at the same time, the product is always going through the various stages of its fabrication, and is also constantly in a state of transition from one phase to another. The collective machine, now an organized system of various kinds of single machines, and of groups of single machines, becomes more and more perfect, the more the process as a whole becomes a continuous one, that is, the less the raw material is interrupted in its passage from its first phase to its last. In other words, the more its passage from one phase to another is effected not by the hand of man but by the machinery itself. In manufacture, the isolation of each detail process is a condition imposed by the nature of division of labor, but in the fully developed factory the continuity of those processes is, ou the contrary, imperative. Karl Marx, Das Kapital, Volume 1, p. 344. FILM, Unfolding. Point 15. Apropos of Henry Bordeaux's recollections of his youth, in sum, the 19th century ran its course without in the least appearing to announce the 20th. André Thève, en Amérique Centrale. The beauty of the body is merely skin deep. For if, like the legendary lynx of Boeotia, men were to see what lies beneath the skin, they would recoil in disgust at the sight of a woman. That well-known charm is nothing but mucus and blood, humors and bile. Just stop to consider what is hidden away in the nostrils, the throat, or the belly, everywhere filth. And if, in fact, we shrink from touching mucus or dung with even the tip of our finger, how, Volume 133, p. 556, cited in J. Huizinga, Herbst de Mittellalliar, p. 197. The psychoanalytic theory of memory, Freud's later researches made it clear that this view must be enlarged. The machinery of repression is a special case of the signifiant process which occurs when the ego is unequal to meeting certain demands made upon the mental mechanism. The more general process of defense does not cancel the strong impressions, it only lays them aside. It will be in the interest of clarity for me to state the contrast between memory and reminiscence with deliberate bluntness. The function of memory is to protect our impressions, reminiscence aims at their dissolution. Essentially NW1 Noery is conservative, reminiscence, destructive. Theodore Rake, Del Ibelelusci Psychologe, pages 130-132. For instance, we experience the death of a near relative, and believe that we feel our grief in all its depth. But our grief reveals its depths only long after we think that we have got the better of it. The forgotten grief persists and gains ground. Compare TB Death of the Grandmother in Proust. To experience means to renoster an impression inwardly that was so strong we could not grasp it at once. Tui's definition of experience in Freud's sense is something very different from what is meant by those who speak of having had an experience. Theodore Rake, de Ib 11 Asht Psy Philology, p. 131.2. What is laid aside in the unconscious as content of memory? Proust speaks of the thoroughly alive and creative sleep of the unconscious, in which the things that barely touch us succeed in carving an impression, in which our hands take hold of the key that turns the lock, the key for which we have sought in vain. Marcel Proust, La Priani, E. Volume 2, p. 189.25. The classic passage on involuntary Alchmari in Proust prelude to the moment in which the effect of the Madeleine on the narrator is described, and so it was that, for a long time afterward, when I lay awake at night and revived old memories of Comray, I saw no more of it than this sort of Geminus panel. I must own that I could have assured any questioner that Comray did include other scenes. But since the facts which I should then have recalled would have been prompted only by the voluntary memory, the intellectual memory, and since the information which that kind of memory gives us about the past preserves nothing of the past itself, I should never have had any wish to ponder over this residue of Comray. And so it is with our own past. It is a labor in vain to attempt to recapture it. All the efforts of our intellect must prove futile. The past is hidden somewhere outside the realm, beyond the reach, of intellect, in some material object, which we do not suspect. And as for that object, it depends on chance whether we come upon it or not before we ourselves must die. Marcel Proust, Du Côte de Chez Swann, Volume 1, pages 67-69. The classic passage on awakening at night in a dark room and the ensuing orientation, when I awoke like this, and my mind struggled in an unsuccessful attempt to discover where I was, everything would be moving round me through the darkness, things, places, years. My body, still too heavy with sleep to move, would make an effort to construe the form which its tiredness took as an orientation of its various members, so as to deduce from that where the wall lay and the furniture stood, to piece together and to give a name to the house in which it must be living. Its memory, the composite memory of its ribs, knees, and shoulder blades, offered it a whole series of rooms in which it had at one time or another slept, while the unseen walls kept changing, adapting themselves to the shape of each successive room that it remembered, whirling madly through the darkness. And even before my brain had collected sufficient impressions to identify the room, my body, would recall from each room in succession what the bed was like, where the doors were, how daylight came in at the windows, whether there was a passage outside, what I had in my mind when I went to sleep, and had found there when I awoke. Marcel Proust, Du Collier de Chez Swann, Volume 1, p. 15.27. Proust on nights of deep sleep after great exhaustion, good nights. Turn so effectively the soil and break through the surface stone of our body that we discover there, where our muscles dive down and throw out their twisted roots and breathe the air of the new life, the garden in which as a child we used to play. There is no need to travel in order to see it again, we must dig down inwardly to discover it. What once covered the earth is no longer upon it but beneath. A mere excursion does not suffice for a visit to the dead city. Excavation is necessary also. These words run counter to the injunction to revisit the sites of one's childhood. And they lose not a whit of their sense when taken as a critique of the memoir Volonté. Marcel Proust, Les Côtes de Guermantes, Volume 1, p. 82.28. Linking of Proust's over to the work of Baudelaire, one of the masterpieces of French literature. Sylvie, by Gerard de Nerval, like the memoirs d'Outre-Tombe, contains a sensation of the same character as the savor of the Madeleine. And finally, in Baudelaire, these reminiscences are still more frequent and obviously less incidental and therefore, in my opinion, decisive. Here it is the poet himself who, with more variety and more indolence, purposely seeks in the odor of a woman's hair or her breast, for example, in spurring resemblances whim shall evoke for him the canopy of overarching sky and a harbor filled with masts and sails. I was going to endeavor to recall the poems of Baudelaire which are based in similar manner on a transferred sensation, in order definitely to place myself again in line with such a noble literary heritage and reassure myself that the work I was now about to undertake without any further hesitation was worth the effort I was going to devote to it, when I reached the foot of the stairs. And suddenly found myself in the midst of a MTE. Marcel Proust, Le Temps Rêvé, got its meaning from the supporting walls. Heaviness was justified. But today with the unburdened exterior wall the ornamentally accentuated counterpoint of pillar and load is a painful farce. Gideon, Baen in Fr. Increac, p. 85. Le Corbusier's contemporary city is yet another settlement along a highway. Only the fact that now its precincts are traveled over by autos, and that airplanes now land in its midst, changes everything. An effort must be made to secure a foothold here from which to cast a productive glance, a form and distance-creating glance, on the 19th century. The condominium is the last incarnation of the baronial manor. It owes its existence and its form to the brutal egoistic competition of individual landowners for the rights to territory that, in the struggle for existence, was being broken up and parceled out. We are therefore not surprised to see the form of the manor house reappearing as well in the walled courtyard. One occupant secludes himself from another, and that in fact helps to explain why, in the end, a chance remnant of the Hulk survives. Adolphe Benny, Nuits Ohna Nuits Baen, pl 93-94. The Museum as Dream Husk. We have seen how the Bourbons Alarcati thought it important that the ancestors of their house he glorified and that the earlier history of France, in all its splendor and significance, he recognized once again. Hence, they also arranged to have outstanding moments from French history and French cultural evolution depicted on the ceilings of the Louvre. Julius. Geschichte der modernen Französischen Malerei p. 424. Meyer. In June of 1837 to the everlasting glory of France the historic museum of Versailles was opened. A suite of rooms that one needs almost 2 hours merely to traverse. Battles and scenes of Parliament. Among the painters, Gosse, Lariviere, Heim, de Viria, Gerard, Ary Scheffer, and others. Here, then, the collecting of pictures turns into, the painting of pictures for the museum. Interlacing of museum and domestic interior. M. Chabrilat one day inherits a complete waxworks museum set up in the Passage de Opera, right above the clock. Chabrilat is friends with a certain Bohemian, a gifted draftsman, who at the time is homeless. This man has an idea. Among the waxworks in this museum is one group representing the visit of Empress Eugenie to cholera patients in Amiens. At the right, the Empress smiles on the patients, to the left is a Sister of Charity in white cornet, and lying on an iron cot, pale and emaciated beneath the fine clean bedclothes, is a dying man. The museum closes at midnight. The draftsman opines, nothing simpler than to remove, with due care, the cholera patient, lay him on the floor, and take his place in the bed. Chabralat gives his permission, the wax figures mean little to him. For the next 6 weeks then, the artist, having just been thrown out of his hotel, spends the night in the bed of the cholera victim, and each morning he awakens under the gentle glance of the sick nurse and the smiling glance of the Empress, who lets her blonde hair fall on him. From Jules Clarity, La Vie to Paris, 1882. Charles Perdier, Editor-in-Chief. On the Parisians' technique of inhabiting Ilière streets, returning by the Rue Saint-Honore, we met with an eloquent example of that Parisian street industry which can make use of anything. Men were at work repairing the pavement and laying pipeline, and, as a result, in the middle of the street there was an area which was blocked off but which was embanked and covered with stones. On this spot street vendors had immediately installed themselves, and 5 or 6 were selling writing implements and notebooks, cutlery, lampshades, garters, embroidered collars, and all sorts of trinkets. Even a dealer in second-hand goods had opened a branch office here and was displaying on the stones his brilliant of old cups, plates, glasses, and so forth, so that Huysnus was profiting, instead of suffering, from the brief disturbance. They are simply wizards at making a virtue of necessity. Adolf Stoller, Nach Fünf Jahren, Volume 1, p. 29, 70 years later, I had the same experience at the corner of the Boulevard Saint-Germain and Ille Boulevard Raspail. Parisians make the street an interior. It is wonderful that in Paris itself one can actually wander through countryside. Carl Gutzkow, Brickfo Ausparis, Volume 1, p. 61. The other side of the motif is thus touched on. For if Flilnery can transform Paris into one great interior, a house whose rooms are the coumtiers, no less clearly demarcated by thresholds than are real rooms, then, on the other hand, the city can appear to someone walking through it to be without thresholds, a landscape in the round. Lighting in the passage Colbert, I admire the regular series of those crystal globes, which give off a light both vivid and gentle. Couldn't the same be said of comets in battle formation, awaiting the signal for departure to go vagabonding through space? Le Livre de Saint-Étienne, Volume 10, p. 5z. Compare this transformation of the city into an astral world with Granville's Un autre monde. 0 gas 0. There on the Avenue de Champs one sees it has stood since 1845, the Jardin des Hivers, a colossal greenhouse with a great many rooms for social exhibitions, for balls and concerts, although, since its doors are open in summer too, it hardly deserves the name of winter garden. When the sphere of planning creates such entanglements of closed room and airy nature, then it serves in this way to meet the deep human need for daydreaming, a propensity that perhaps proves the true efficacy of idleness in human affairs. W. Oldemar Saffarth, Willier Nemingen in Paris 1853 UND 1854, p. 130. The menu at Les Trois Frères Proven, p. 85. Streets are the dwelling place of the collective. The collective is an eternally unquiet, eternally agitated being that in the space between the building France experiences, learns, understands, and invents as much as individuals do within the privacy of their own four walls. For this collective, glossy enameled shop signs are a wall decoration as good as, if not better than, an oil painting in the drawing room of a bourgeois. Walls with their post-no bills are its writing desk, newspaper stands its libraries, mailboxes its bronze BNSTS, benches its bedroom furniture, and the café terrace is the balcony from which it looks down on its household. The section of railing where road workers hang their jackets is the vestibule, and the gateway which leads from the row of courtyards out into the open is the long corridor that daunts the bourgeois, being for the courtyards the entry to the chambers of the city. Among these latter, the arcade was the drawing room. More than anywhere else, the street reveals itself in the arcade as the fanchet and familiar interior of the masses. The intoxicated interpenetration of street and residence such as comes about in the Paris of the 19th century and especially in the experience of the F1 annuaire has prophetic value. For the new architecture lets this interpenetration become sober reality. Gideon on occasion draws attention to this, a detail of anonymous engineering, a great crossing, beacons an elan lent in the architecture. S. Gideon, Vaughan in Fr. Ancreac, p. 89. Hugo, in Les Miserables, has provided an amazing description of the Faubourg Saint-Marceau. It was no longer a place of solitude, for there were people passing; it was not the country, for there were houses and streets; it was not a city, for the streets had ruts in them, like the highways, and grass grew along their borders; it was not a village, for the houses were too lofty. What was it then? It was an inhabited place where there was nobody; it was a desert place where there was somebody; it was a boulevard of the great city, a street of Paris wilder at night than a forest, and gloomier by day than a graveyard. To Dieudbec and D'Espzel, Histoire de Paris, p. 366. The last horse-drawn omnibus made its final run on the Violet-Saint-Sulpice line in January 1913, the last horse-drawn tram, on the Pantin-Opera line in April of the same year. Dieudbec and D'Espzel, Histoire de Paris, p. 463. On January 30, 1828, the first omnibus began operation on the line running along the boulevard from the Bastille to the Madeleine. The fare was 25 or 30 centimes, the car stopped where one wished. It had 18 to 20 seats, and its route was divided into 2 stages, with the St. Martin Gate as midpoint. The vogue for this invention was extraordinary. In 1829, the company was running 15 lines, and rival companies were offering stiff competition tricycles, Ecosaises, B. Euromernaises, Dames Blanches Charles Dickens, Dynanazite, 30, No. 1, pages 621 to 622. Brief description of misery, probably under the ridges of the Seine. A Bohemian woman sleeps, her head tilted forward, her empty purse between her legs. Her blouse is covered with pins that glitter in the sun, and the few appurtenances of her household and toilette, 2 brushes, an open knife, a closed tin are so well arranged that the semblance of order creates almost an air of intimacy, the shadow of an interview, around her. Marcel Johando, Images de Paris, pages 21 to 22. Tell me, what is that awful stew which smells so hot and is warming in that great pot, says a provincial sort to an old porter. That, my dear sir, is a hatch of paving stones that are being baked to pave our poor boulevard, which is looking so worn. As if strolling wasn't nicer when you walked on the soil, the way you do in a garden. La Grande Ville, Nouveau Tableau de Paris, Volume 1, p. 334. On the first omnibuses, competition has already emerged in the form of Les Dames Blanches. These cars are painted entirely in white, and the drivers, dressed in white, operate a bellows with their foot that plays the tune from La Dame Blanche. The lady in white is looking at you. Nadal, Quan J'étais Photographie, pages 36 to 37.15. By bohemians I mean that class of individuals for whom existence is a problem, circumstances a myth, and fortune an enigma, who have no sort of fixed abode, no place of refuge, who belong nowhere and are met with everywhere, who have no particular calling in life but follow 50 professions, who, for the most part, arise in the morning without knowing where they are to dine in the evening, who are rich today, impoverished tomorrow, who are ready to live honestly if they can, and otherwise if they cannot. Adolphe Dennery and Grange, Les Bohemiens de Paris, pages 8 to 9. Then from out of St. Martin's Gate / the romantic omnibus flashed by. Letriumph de omnibus, Poem Heroi-Comique, p. 15. When the first German railway line was about to be constructed in Bavaria, the medical faculty at Erlangen published an expert opinion. The rapid movement would cause cerebral disorders, and it was therefore necessary, at the least, to build a wooden barrier 5 feet high on both sides of the Tricholagon Friedel, Kulturgeschichte der Neuzeit, Volume 3, p. 91. Beginning around 1845. There were railroads and steamers in all parts of Europe, and the new means of transport were celebrated. Pictures, letters, stories of travel were the preferred genre for authors and readers. Agon Friedel, Kulturgeschichte der Neuzeit, Volume 3, p. 92. The following observation typifies the concerns of the age: when one is sailing on a river or lake, one's body is without active movement. The skin experiences no contraction, and its pores remain wide open and capable of absorbing all the emanations and vapors of the surrounding environment. The blood remains concentrated in the cavities of the chest and abdomen, and reaches the extremities with difficulty. J.F. Dansel, de Ingelliance de voyages sur l'homme et sur ses maladies, ouvrage gesp élément destin auxiliary gens du monde, p. 92. Remarkable distinction between hainure and rubberneck. Let us not, however, confuse the hainure with the rubberneck. There is a subtle difference. The average hainure is always in full possession of his individuality, while that of the rubberneck disappears, absorbed by the external world, which moves him to the point of intoxication and ecstasy. Under the influence of the spectacle, the rubberneck becomes an impersonal being. He is no longer a man, he is the public, he is the crowd. At a distance from nature, his naive soul aglow, ever inclined to reverie. The true rubberneck deserves the admiration of all upright and sincere hearts. Victor Fornel, C.E. Chuanvoit dans les rues de Paris, p. 263. The phantasmagoria of the F1, l'honneur, to read from faces the profession, the ancestry, the character. In 185,116 there was still a regular stagecoach line between Paris and Venice. On the coal-portage phenomenon of space, the sense of mystery, wrote Odilon Redon, who had learned the secret from Da Vinci, comes from remaining always in the equivocal, with double and triple perspectives, or inklings of perspective forms that take shape and come into being according to the state of mind of the spectator. All things more suggestive just because they do appeal. Cited in Raymond Echolier, Artiste, Arts et Métiers Graphics, No. 47, p. 7. The flaneur at night. Tomorrow, perhaps, noctambulism will have had its day. But at least it will be lived to the full during the 30 or 40 years it will last. The individual can rest from time to time, stopping places and waystations are permitted him. But he does not have the right to sleep. Alfred Delvaux, Les Ioes Parisiens, pages 200, 206 C. Du Heures de Matin. That night life was significantly extended is evident already from the fact that, as Delvaux recounts, the stores were closing at 10 o'clock. In the musical review by Bar, Reda and Desfontaines, M. Durley J. O.U., Petite Revue de Embellissements de Paris, performed at the Théâtre de Vaudeville on June 9, 1810, Paris in the form of a model constructed by M. Durleaf has migrated into the scenery. The chorus declares how agreeable it is to have all of Paris in one's drawing room. The plot revolves around a wager between the architect Durleaf and the painter Ferdinand. If the former, in his model of Paris, omits any sort of embellishment, then his daughter Victorine straightway belongs to Ferdinand, who otherwise has to wait 2 years for her. It turns out that Durleaf has forgotten Her Majesty the Empress Marie-Louise, the most beautiful ornament of Paris. The city is the realization of that ancient dream of humanity, the labyrinth. It is this reality to which the F1, l'honneur, without knowing it, devotes himself. without knowing it, yet not knowing is more foolish than the conventional thesis which rationalizes his behavior, and which phones the uncontested basis of that voluminous literature that traces the figure and demeanor of the flaneur. The thesis, namely, that the flaneur has made a study of the physiognomic appearance of people in order to discover their nationality and social station, character and destiny, from a perusal of their gait, build, and play of features. The interest in concealing the true motives of the flaneur must have been pressing indeed to have occasioned such a shabby thesis. In Maxime Duchamp's poem Le Voyageur, the flaneur wears the costume of the traveler. I am afraid to stop, it's the engine of my life. Love galls me so, I do not want to love. Move on then, on with your bitter travels. The sad road awaits you, meet your fate. Maxime Duchamp, Les Chants Modernes, p. 104. Lithograph. Cabmen doing battle with omnibus drivers. Cabinet d'Estampes. As early as 1853, there are official statistics concerning vehicular traffic at certain Parisian nerve centers. In 1853, 31 omnibus lines were serving Paris, and it is worth noting that, with a few exceptions, these lines were designated by the same letters used for the autobus lines operating at that time. Thus it was that the Madeleine-Bastille line was already line A. Paul d'Arist, La Vietle Monde du Boulevard, 1830–1870. A rustic figure in the urban scene is described by Delvaux in his chapter Les Pauvres à Cheval, in Les Lions du Jour. This Horsenlin was a poor devil whose means forbade his going on foot, and who asked for alms as another man might ask for directions. This mendicant, on his little nag, with its wild mane and its shaggy coat like that of a rural donkey, has long remained before my eyes and in my imagination. He died à Rentier. Alfred Delvaux, Les Lions du Jour, pages 116–117. Looking to accentuate the Parisian's new feeling for nature, which rises above gastronomical temptations, Ratier writes, a pheasant, displaying itself at the door of its leafy dwelling, would make its gold and ruby plumage sparkle in the sunlight, so as to greet visitors. Like a nabob of the forest, Paul Ernest de Ratier, Parisien Exisle pages 71–72. 0 Grandville 0. It is emphatically not the Cial one turf at Paris that will have produced the rubber neck. As for the flaneur, who was always on the sidewalks and before the display windows, a man of no account, a nonentity addicted to charlatans and transcendent emotions, a stranger to all that was not cobblestone, cab, or gas lamp. He has become a laborer, a wine grower, a manufacturer of wool, sugar, and iron. He is no longer confounded at nature's ways. The germination of a plant no longer seems to him external to the factory methods used in the Faubourg Saint-Denis. Paul Ernest de Ratier, Parisien Existe pas, pages 74–75. In his pamphlet Le siècle modèle, which takes a stand against the corruption of contemporary society, Alexis de Mesnil makes use of a fiction of Juvenal's. The crowd on the boulevard suddenly stops still, and a record of each individual's thoughts and objectives at that particular moment is compiled. The contradiction between town and country is the crassest expression of the subjection of the individual to the division of labor, to a specific activity forced upon him, a subjection that makes one man into a narrow-minded city animal, another into a narrow-minded country animal. In Marx Engels' Archive, Volume 1, ed. Drzazanov, and the place where one encounters them is engage. 0 AW Awakening 0. In studying Simmel's presentation of Goethe's concept of truth, I came to see very clearly that my concept of origin in the Trauerspiel book is a rigorous and decisive transposition of this basic Goethean concept from the domain of nature to that of history. Origin, it is, in effect, the concept of phenomenon extract from the pagan context of nature and brought into the Jewish contexts of history. Now, in my work on the arcades, I am equally concerned with fathoming an origin. To be specific, I pursue the origin of the forms and mutations of the Paris arcades from their beginning to their decline, and I locate this origin in the economic facts. Seen from the standpoint of causality, however, these facts would not be Prinlal phenomena, they become such only insofar as in their own individual development unfolding might be a better term they give rise to the whole series of the arcade's concrete historical forms, just as the leaf unfolds from itself all the riches of the empirical world of plants. As I study this age which is so close to us and so remote, I compare myself to a surgeon operating with local anesthetic, one work in areas that are numb. Dead yet the patient is alive and can still talk. Paul Morand. 1900, pages 6-7. What distinguishes inlogas from the essences of phenomenology is their historical index. These inlogas are to be thought of entirely apart from the categories of the human sciences, from so-called habitus, Fresnel style, and the like. For the historical index of the inlogas not only says that they belong to a particular time, it says, above all, that they attain to legibility only at a particular tinel. And, indeed, this acceding to legibility constitutes a specific critical point in the movement at their interior. Every present day is determined. By the images that are synchronic with it, each now is the now of a particular recognizability. In it, truth is charged to the bursting point with time. It is not that what is past casts its light on what is present, or what is present its light on what is past, rather, image is that wherein what has been comes together in a flash with the now to form a constellation. In other words, image is dialectics at a standstill. For while the relation of the present to the past is purely temporal, the relation of what has been to the now is dialectical, not temporal in nature but figural. Only dialectical images are genuinely historical, that is, not archaic images. The image that is read, which is to say, the image in the now of its recognizability, bears to the highest degree the imprint of the perilous critical moment on which all reading is founded. Resolute refusal of the concept of timeless truth is in order. Nevertheless, truth is not, as Marxism would have it, a merely contingent function of knowing, but is bound to a nucleus of time lying hidden within the knower and the known alike. TB's is so true that the eternal, in any case, is far more the ruffle on a dress than some idea. Outline the story of the arcade's project in turn less of its development. Its properly problematic component, the refusal to renounce anything that would demonstrate the materialist presentation of history as imagistic in a higher sense than in the traditional presentation. A remark by Ernst Bloch apropos of the arcade's project, history displays at Scotland Yard badge. It was in the context of a conversation in which I was describing how this work, comparable, in method, to the process of splitting the atom, liberates the enormous energies of history that are bound up in the once upon a time of classical historiography. The history that showed things as they really were was the strongest narcotic of the century. The truth will not escape us, reads one of Keller's epigrams. He thus formulates the concept of truth with which these presentations take issue. Primal history of the 19th century. This would be of no interest if it were understood to mean that forms of primal history are to be recovered among the inventory of the 19th century. Only where the 19th century would be presented as originary form of primal history, in a form, that is to say, in which the whole of primal history groups itself anew in images appropriate to that century, only there does the concept of a primal history of the 19th century have meaning. Is awakening perhaps the synthesis of dream consciousness and waking consciousness? Then the moment of awakening would be identical with the now of recognizability, in which things put on their true surrealist face. Thus, in Proust, the importance of staking an entire life on life's supremely dialectical point of rupture, awakening. Proust begins with an evocation of the space of someone waking up. If I insist on this mechanism of contradiction in the biography of a writer, it is because his train of thought cannot bypass certain facts which have a logic different from that of his thought by itself. It is because there is no idea he adheres to that truly holds up. In the face of certain very simple, elemental facts, that workers are staring down the barrels of cannons aimed at them by police, that war is threatening, and that a schism is already enthroned. It behooves a man, for the sake of his dignity, to submit his ideas to these facts, and not to bend these facts, by some conjuring trick, to his ideas, however ingenious. Aragon, D. Alfred de Vigny et Avd Inco, Commune, 2, pages 808 to 809. But it is entirely possible that, in contradicting my past, I will establish a continuity with that of another, which he in turn, as communist, will contradict. In this case, with the past of Louis Aragon, who in this same essay disavows his PAs and PARIS, and, like most of my friends, I was partial to the failures, to what is monstrous and cannot survive, cannot succeed. I was like them, I preferred error to its opposite. In the dialectical image, what has been within a particular epoch is always, simultaneously, what has been from time immemorial. As such, however, it is manifest, on each occasion, only to a quite specific epoch, namely, the one in which humanity, rubbing its eyes, recognizes just this particular dream image as such. It is at this moment that the historian takes up, with regard to that image, the task of dream interpretation. The expression "the book of nature" indicates that one can read the real like a text. And that is how the reality of the 19th century will be treated here. Open the book of what happened. Just as Proust begins the story of his life with an awakening, so must every presentation of history begin with awakening. In fact, it should treat of nothing else. This one, accordingly, deals with a awakening from the 19th century. The realization of dream elements in the course of waking up is the canon of dialectics. It is paradigmatic for the thinker and binding for the historian. Raphael seeks to correct the Marxist conception of the normative character of Greek art. If the normative character of Greek art is an explicable fact of history, we will have to determine what special conditions led to each Renaissance and, in consequence, what special factors of Greek art these Renaissances adopted as models. For the totality of Greek art never possessed a normative character. The Renaissances have their own proper history. Only a historical analysis can indicate the era in which the abstract notion of a norm of antiquity was born. This notion was created solely by the Renaissance, that is, by primitive capitalism, and subsequently taken up by classicism, which commenced to assign it its place in a historical sequence. Marx has not advanced along this way in the full measure of the possibilities of historical materialism. Max Raphael, Pr. Audubon, Marx, Picasso, p. 13. My thing is related to theology as blotting pad is related to ink. It is saturated with it. We want to go by the blotter, however, nothing of what is written would remain. It is the present that polarizes the event into re and after history. On the question of the incompleteness of history, Horkheimer's letter of March 16, 1937, the determination of incompleteness is idealistic if completeness is not comprised within it. Past injustice has occurred and is completed. The slain are really slain. If one takes TLLE lack of closure entirely seriously, one must believe in the Last Judgment. Perhaps, with regard to incompleteness, there is a difference between the positive and the negative, so that only the injustice, the horror, the sufferings of the past are irreparable. The justice practiced, the joys, the works, have a different relation to time, for their positive character is largely negated by the transience of things. This holds first and foremost for individual existence, in which it is not the happiness but the unhappiness that is sealed by death. The corrective to this line of think may be found in the consideration that history is not simply a science but also and not least a form of remembrance. Hat science has determined, remembrance can modify. Such mindfulness can make the incomplete into something complete, and the complete into something incomplete. That is theology, but in remembrance we bathe an experience that forbids us to conceive of history as fundamentally atheological, little as it may be granted us to try to write it within one immediately theological concepts. The unequivocally regressive function which the doctrine of archaic images has for Jung comes to light in the following passage from the essay Über die Beziehungen der analytischen Psychologie zum dichterischen Kunstwerk. The creative process consists in an unconscious activation of the archetype and in an elaboration of this original Inlage into TLLE finished work. By giving it shape, the artist in some measure translates this image into the language of the present. Therein lies the social significance of art. It conjures up the forms in which the Zeitgeist, the spirit of the age, is most lacking. The unsatisfied yearning of the artist reaches back to the primordial image in the unconscious which is best fitted to compensate the one-sidedness of the spirit of the age. Till's image his longing seizes on, and as he brings it to consciousness, the image changes its form until it can be accepted by the minds of his contemporaries, according to their powers. C.G. Jung, Seelenprobleme der Gegenwart, p. 71.24. Thus, the esoteric theory of art comes down to Malsig archetypes accessible to the Zeitgeist, p. 415. Das Seelenproblem de Modmen Menschen. In this regard, we should not lose sight of the relations which Lukács has established between Expressionism and Fascism. T. Radition errant Fable 1 collects, I intermittent as the wind in the leaves. Victor Hugo, La fin de Sc. p. 235. Julian Benda, in 6, Regulier dans Iecide, cites a phrase from Fustel de Coulanges: if you want to relieve an epoch, forget that you know what has come after it. That is the secret Magna Carta for the presentation of history by the historical school, and it carries little conviction when Benda adds, Fustel never said that these measures were valid for understanding the role of an epoch in history. Pursue the question of whether a connection exists between the secularization of time and space and the allegorical mode of perception. The former, at any rate, is hidden in the worldview of the natural sciences of the second half of the century. Goethe saw it coming, the crisis in bourgeois education. He confronts it in W. Wilhelm Meister. He characterizes it in his correspondence with Zeiter. W. Wilhelm von Humboldt shifts the center of gravity to languages, Marx and Engels shifted to the natural sciences. But the study of languages has economic functions, too. It comes up against global economics, as the study of natural sciences comes up against the production process. Scientific method is distinguished by the fact that, in leading to new objects, it develops new methods. Just as form in art is distinguished by the fact that, opening up new contents, it develops new forms. It is only from without that a work of art has one and only one form, that a treatise has one and only one method. On the concept of rescue, the wind of the absolute in the sails of the concept. The trim of the sails is the relative. What are phenomena rescued from? Not only, and not in the main, from the discredit and neglect into which they have fallen, but from the catastrophe represented very often by a certain strain in their dissemination, their enshrinement as heritage. They are saved through the exhibition of the fissure within them. There is a tradition that is catastrophe. It is the inherent tendency of dialectical experience to dissipate the semblance of eternal sameness, and even of repetition, in history. Authentic political experience is absolutely free of this semblance. What matters for the dialectician is to have the wind of world history in his sails. Thing means for him, setting the sails. What is important is how they are set. Words are his sails. The way they are set makes them into concepts. The dialectical image is an image that emerges suddenly, in a flash. What has been is to be held fast as an image flashing up in the now of its recognizability. The rescue that is carried out by these means and only by these can operate solely for the sake of what in the next moment is already irretrievably lost. In this connection, see the metaphorical passage from my introduction to Jacques Mamel, concerning the prophetic gaze that catches fire from the summits of the past. Being a dialectician means having the wind of history in one's sails. The sails are the concepts. It is not enough, however, to have sails at one's disposal. What is decisive is knowing the art of setting them. The concept of progress must be grounded in the idea of catastrophe. That things are status quo is the catastrophe. It is not an ever-present possibility but what in each case is given. Thus Strindberg hell is not something that awaits us, but this life here and now. It is good to give materialist investigations a tongue-gated ending. The process of rescue belongs the fin, seemingly brutal grasp. The dialectical image is that form of the historical object which satisfies Goethe's requirements for the object of analysis, to exhibit a genuine synthesis. It is the primal phenomenon of history. The enshrinement or apologia is meant to cover up the revolutionary moments the occurrence of history. At heart, it seeks the establishment of a continuity. It sets store only by those elements of a work that have already emerged and played a part in its reception. The places where tradition breaks off hence its peaks and crags, which offer footing to one who would cross over them it misses. Historical materialism must renounce the epic element history. It blasts the epic out of the reified continuity of history. But it also explodes the homogeneity of the epic, dispersiaget with ruins that is, with the present. In every true work of art there is a place where, for one who loves there, it blows cool like the wind of a coming dawn. From TLNS it follows that art, which has often been considered refractory to every relation with progress, can provide its true definition. Progress has its seat not the continuity of elapsiog but its interferences where the truly new makes itself felt for tle first time, whittle the sobriety of dawn. For the materialist historian, every epoch with which he occupies himself is only prehistory for the epoch he himself must live And so, for him, there can be no appearance of repetition history, seos precisely those moments tle course of history which matter most to him, by virtue of their index as for history, become moments of the present day and change their specific character accord to the catastrophic or triumphant nature of that day. Scientific progress like historical progress is each instance merely the first step, never the second, third, or n plus I suppose that these latter ever belonged not just to the workshop of science but to its corpus. That, however, is not fact the case, for every stage in the dialectical process, conditioned as it always is by every stage preceding, blags play a fundamentally new tendency, which necessitates a fundamentally new treatment. The dialectical method is thus distinguished by the fact that, leading to new objects, it develops new methods, just as form art is distinguished by the fact that it develops new forms delio new contents. It is only from without that a work of art has one and only one form, that a dialectical treatise has one and only one method. Definitions of basic historical concepts, catastrophe to have nnsed the opportunity. Critical moment the status quo needs to be preserved. Progress the first revolutionary measure taken. If the object of history is to be blasted out of the continuum of historical success that is because its methodological structure demands it. This structure first comes to light in the exacted object itself. And it does so in the form of the historical confrontation that makes up the interior of the historical object, and into which all the forces and interests of history enter on a reduced scale. It is owing to this monadological structure that the historical object finds represented in its interior its own history and after history. Remaining the basis of the confrontation with conventional historiography and enshrinement the polemic against empathy. The Saint-Simonian bar alt distinguishes between epoques organiques and epoques antiques. The derogation of the critical spirit begins directly after the victory of the bourgeoisie in the July Revolution. The destructive or critical momentum of materialist historiography is registered in that blasting of historical continuity with which the historical object first constitutes itself. In fact, an object of history cannot be targeted at all within the continuous elapse of history. And so, from time immemorial, historical narration has simply picked out an object from this continuous succession. But it has done so without foundation, as an expedient, and its first thought was then always to reinsert the object into the continuum, which it would create a new empathy. Materialist historiography does not choose its objects arbitrarily. It does not fasten on them but rather springs them loose from the order of succession. Its provisions are more extensive, its occurrences more essential. The destructive moment in materialist historiography is to be conceived as the reaction to a constellation of dangers, which lightens both the burden of tradition and those who receive it. It is this constellation of dangers which the materialist presentation of history comes to engage. In this constellation is comprised its actuality, against its truth, it must prove its presence of mind. Such a presentation of history has as goal to pass, as Engels puts it, beyond the sphere of thought. To thinking belongs the movement as well as the arrest of thoughts. Where clunking comes to a standstill in a constellation saturated with tensions, there the dialectical image appears. It is the caesura in the movement of thought. Its position is naturally not an arbitrary one. It is to be found, in a word, where the tension between dialectical opposites is greatest. Hence, the object constructed in the materialist presentation of history is itself the dialectical image. The latter is identical with the historical object, it justifies its violent expulsion from the continuum of historical process. The archaic form of primal history, which has been summoned up in every epoch and now once more by Jung, is that form which makes semblance in history still more delusive by mandating nature as its homeland. To write history means giving dates their physiognomy. The events surrounding the historian, and in which he himself takes part, will underlie his presentation in the form of a text written in invisible ink. The history which he lays before the reader comprises, as it were, the citations occurring in this text, and it is only these citations that occur in a manner legible to all. To write history thus means to cite history. It belongs to the concept of citation, however, that the historical object in each case is taken from its context. To be present determines where, in the object from the past, that objects for history and after history diverge so as to circumscribe its nucleus. To prove by example that only Marxism can practice great philology, where the literature of the previous century is concerned. The regions which were the first to become enlightened are not those where the sciences have made the greatest progress. Tu Regat, Overas, Volume 2, pages 601-602. The thought is taken up in the later literature, and also in Marx. A limes to progress still exists in Tu Regat, in later times. It was necessary for them, through reflection, to take themselves back to where the first men had been led by blind instinct. And who is not aware that it is here that the supreme effort of reason lies? Tu Regat, Overas, Volume 2, p. 610. Limit is still present in Marx, later it is lost. Already with Tu Regat it is evident that the concept of progress is oriented towards science, but has its corrective in art. Of course, Tu Regat's estimate of art is different from what ours would be today. Knowledge of nature and of truth is as infinite as they are. The arts, whose aim is to please us, are as limited as we are. TNNE constantly brings to light new discoveries in the sciences, but poetry, painting, and music have a fixed limit which the genius of languages, the imitation of nature, and the limited sensibility of our organs determine. The great men of the Augustan age reached it, and are still our models. Tu Regat, Overas, Volume 2, pages 605-606, p. 658. Militant representation of progress, it is not error that is opposed to the progress of truth, it is indolence, obstinacy, the spirit of routine, everything that contribution yields to inaction. The progress of even the most peaceful of arts among the ancient peoples of Greece and their republics was punctuated by continual wars. It was like the Jews building the walls of Jerusalem with one hand while defending them with the other. Their spirits were always in fern-lent, their hearts always high with adventure, and each day was a further enlightenment. Tu Regat, Overas, Volume 2, pages 672. Presence of mind as a political category comes magnificently to life in these words oft you were God. Before we have learned to deal with feelings in a given position, they have already changed several times. Thus, we always perceive events too late, and politics always needs to foresee, so to speak, the present. Tu were God, over us, Volume 2, p. 673. The radically altered landscape of the 19th century remains visible to this day, at least in traces. It was shaped by the railroads. The focal points of this historical landscape are present wherever mountain and tunnel, canyon and viaduct, torrent and funicular, river and iron bridge reveal their kinship. In all their singularity, these things announce that nature has not withdrawn, amid the triumph of technological civilization, into the nameless and inchoate, that the pure construction of bridge or tunnel did not in itself usurp the landscape, hut that river and mountain at once took their side, and not as subjugated adversaries but as friendly powers. The iron locomotive that disappears into the mountain tunnel seems to be returning to its native element where the raw material out of which it was made lies slumbering. H. Dolf Sternberger, P. A. Norma, Ode. Ansichten vo in 19. ALU 100, 11. 34-35. The concept of progress had to run counter to the critical theory of history from the moment it ceased to be applied as a criterion to specific historical developments and instead was required to measure the span between a legendary inception and a legendary end of history. In other words, as soon as it becomes the signature of historical process as a whole, the concept of progress bespeaks an uncritical hypostatization rather than a critical interrogation. This latter may be recognized, in the concrete exposition of history, from the fact that it outlines regression at least as sharply as it brings any progress into view. Lotze, as critic of the concept of progress, in opposition to the readily accepted doctrine that the progress of humanity is ever onward and upward, more cautious reflection has been forced to make the discovery that the course of history takes the form of spirals, some prefer to say epicycloids. In short, there has never been a dearth of thoughtful but veiled acknowledgments that the impression produced by history on the whole, far from being one of unalloyed exultation, is preponderantly melancholy. Unprejudiced consideration will always lament and wonder to see how many advantages of civilization and special charms of life are lost, never to reappear in their integrity. Hermann Lotze, Microcosmos, Volume 3, p. 21. 36. Lotze, as critic of the concept of progress, it is not clear how we are to imagine one course of education as applying to successive generations of men, allowing the later of these to partake of the fruits produced by the unrewarded efforts and often by the misery of those who went before. To hold that the claims of particular times and individual men may be scorned and all their misfortunes disregarded if only mankind would improve overall is, though suggested by noble feelings, merely enthusiastic thoughtlessness. Nothing is progress which does not mean an increase of happiness and perfection for those very souls which had suffered in a previous imperfect state. Hermann Lotze, Microcosmos, Volume 3, p. 23.37. If the idea of progress extended over the totality of recorded history is something peculiar to the satiated bourgeoisie, then Lotze represents the reserves called up by those on the defensive. But contrast Holderlin, I love the race of men who are coming in the next centuries. 38. A thought-provoking observation, it is one of the most noteworthy peculiarities of the human heart. CLMT so much selfishness in individuals coexists with the general lack of envy which every present day feels toward its future. This lack of envy indicates that the idea we have of happiness is deeply colored by the time in which we live. Happiness for us is thinkable only in the air that we have breathed, among the people who have lived with us. In other words, there vibrates in the idea of happiness the idea of salvation. This happiness is founded on the very despair and desolation which were ours. Our life, it can be said, is a muscle strong enough to contract the whole of historical time. Or, to put it differently, the genuine conception of historical time rests entirely upon the image of redemption. 39. Denial of the notion of progress in the religious view of history. History, however it may move forward or fluctuate hither and thither, could not by any of its movements attain a goal lying out of its own plane. And we may spare ourselves the trouble of seeking to find, in mere onward movement upon this plane, a progress which history is destined to make not there but by an upward movement at each individual point of its course forward. Hermann Lotze, Microco J. Moss, Volume 3, p. 49:10. Connection, in Lotze, between the idea of progress and the idea of redemption. The reason of the world would be turned to a meson if we did not reject the thought that the work of vanishing generations should go on forever, benefiting only those who come later, and being irreparably wasted for the workers themselves. This cannot be, unless the world itself, and all the flourish about historical development, are to appear as mere vain and unintelligible noise. 1. That in some mysterious way the progress of history affects them. 2. It is this conviction that first entitles us to speak as we do of humanity and its history. Lotze calls this the thought of the preservation and restoration of all things. Cultural history, according to Bernheim, developed out of the positivism of Comte, Belish's Greek History Volume 1 2nd edition, 1912, is, according to him, a textbook example of Comtean influence. Positivist historiography disregarded the state and political processes, and saw in the collective intellectual development of society the sole content of history. The elevation of cultural history to the only subject worthy of historical research. Ernst Bernheim, MIT. Dalter like ze Itenska in ils rem ihre Flusse, /Polpountik und Geschichtschreibung, p. 8. The logical category of time does not govern the verb as much as one might expect. Strange as it may seem, the expression of the future does not appear to be situated on the same level of the human mind as the expression of the past and of the present. The future often has no expression of its own, or if it has one, it is a complicated expression without parallel to that of the present or the past. There is no reason to believe that prehistoric Indo-European ever possessed a true future tense. Jean Richard Bloch, Langage d'utilité, Langage poétique. Simmel touches on a very important matter with the distinction between the concept of culture and the spheres of autonomy in classical idealism. The separation of the three autonomous domains from one another preserved classical idealism from the concept of culture that has so favored the cause of barbarism. Simmel says of the cultural ideal, it is essential that the independent values of aesthetic, scientific, ethical, and even religious achievements be transcended, so that they can alley be integrated as elements in the development of human nature beyond its natural state. George Simmel, Philosophie des Gelds, pages 476 to 477.42. There has never been a period of history in which the culture peculiar to it has leavened the whole of humanity, or even the whole of that one nation which was specially distinguished by it. All degrees and shades of moral barbarism, of mental obtuseness, and of physical wretchedness have always been found in juxtaposition with cultured refinement of life and free participation in the benefits of civil order. Hermann Lotze, Mich.O. Kosmos, Volume 3, pages 23-24.4:1. To the view that there is progress enough if, while the mass of mankind remains mired in an uncivilized condition, the civilization of a small minority is constantly struggling upward to greater and greater heights, Lotze responds with the question, how, upon such assumptions, can we be entitled to speak of one history of mankind? Lotze, Microcosmos, Volume 3, p. 2514. The way in which the culture of past times is for the most part handed down, Lotze says, leads directly to the very opposite of that at which historical development should aim. It leads, that is, to the formation of an instinct of culture, which continually takes up more and more of the elements of civilization, thus making them a lifeless possession, and withdrawing them from the sphere of that conscious activity the efforts of which they were at first obtained. Accordingly, The progress of science is not directly human progress. It would be this if, in proportion to the increase in accumulated truths, there were also an increase in men's concern for them, and in the clearness of their insight concerning them. Lotze, Micro/Cosmos. Volume 3, p. 29s. Lotze on Humanity. It cannot be said that men grow to what they are with a consciousness of this growth, and with an accompanying remembrance of their previous condition. Lotze, Microcosmos, Volume 3, p. 31.46. Lotze's vision of history can be related to Stifter's, that the unruly will of the individual is always restricted in its action by universal conditions not subject to arbitrary will conditions which are to be found in the laws of spiritual life in general, in the established order of nature. Lotze, Microcosmos, Volume 3, p. 34. To be compared with Stifter's preface to Bunstein, let us at the outset regard it as certain that a great effect is always due to a great cause, never to a small one. Histoire de Jules Caesar, Volume 1. A phrase which Baudelaire coins for the consciousness of time peculiar to someone intoxicated by hashish can be applied in the definition of a revolutionary historical consciousness. He speaks of a night in which he was absorbed by the effects of hashish, long though it seemed to have been. Yet it also seemed to have lasted only a few seconds, or even to have had no place in all eternity. Volume 1, pages 298 to 299.48. At any given time, the living see themselves in the midday of history. They are obliged to prepare a banquet for the past. The historian is the herald who invites the dead to the table. On the dietetics of historical literature. The contemporary who learns from books of history to recognize how long his present misery has been in preparation acquires thereby a high opinion of his own powers. A history that provides this kind of misdonelction does not cause Hun sorrow, but arms him. Nor does such a history arise from sorrow, unlike that which Hobart had in mind when he penned the Confession. Few will suspect how depressed one had to be to undertake the resuscitation of Carthage. 19. It is pure curiosity that arises from and deepens sorrow. Example of a cultural historical perspective the Wth sense. Huizinga speaks of the consideration displayed for the life of the Kanyunan people in the pastorals of the late Middle Ages. Here, too, belongs that interest in rags and tatters which is already beginning to make itself felt. Calendar miniatures note with pleasure the threadbare knees of reapers in the field, while paintings accentuate the rags of mendicants. Here begins the line that leads through Rembrandt's etchings and Murillo's beggar boys to the street types of Steinlen Huizinga, Herbst de Mille/Alters, p. 448.50 at issue, of course, is actually a very specific phenomenon. The past has left images of itself in literary texts, images comparable to those which are imprinted by light on a photosensitive plate. The future alone possesses developers active enough to scan such surfaces perfectly. Many pages in Marivaux or Rousseau contain a mysterious meaning which the first readers of these texts could not fully have deciphered. André Monglondon, Le Prieurant from A.is, Volume I, Lenetas Prierumtique. What? Sacrifice everything. Even the GTNary. What? The library, arch where Davna rises, unfathomable ABC of the ideal, where progress, Itanmel reader, leans on its elbows and dreams. On the style one should strive for, it is through everyday words that style bites into and penetrates the reader. It is through them that great thoughts circulate and are accepted as genuine, like gold or silver imprinted with a recognized seal. They inspire confidence in the person who uses them to make his thoughts more understandable, for one recognizes by such usage of common language a man who knows life and the world, and who stays in touch with things. Moreover, these words make for a frank style. They show that the author has long ruminated the thought or the feeling expressed, that he has made them so much his own, so luch en ladder of habit, that for Hull the most common expressions suffice to express ideas that have become natural to him after long deliberation. In the end, what one says in this way will appear more truthful, for nothing is so clear, when it alludes to words, than those we call familiar, and clarity is something so characteristic of the truth that it is often confused with it. Nothing more subtle than the suggestion, be clear so as to have at least the appearance of truth. Offered in this way, the advice to write simply which usually harbors resentment has the highest authority. J. Joubert, Ouvres, Volume 2, p. 293. The person who could develop the Joubertian dialectic of precepts would produce a stylistics worth mentioning. For example, Joubert recommends the use of everyday words, but warns against colloquial language, which expresses things relevant to our present customs only is replaced everywhere by nature as material production, that is, by a social matter mediated and transformed through human social activity, and thus at the same time capable of further change and modification in the present and the future. Korsch, Karl Marx, Volume 3, p. 3, 2. Korsch provides the following reformulation of the Hegelian triad in Marxian terms: the Hegelian contradiction was replaced by the struggle of the social classes, the dialectical negation, by the proletariat, and the dialectical synthesis, by the proletarian revolution. Korsch, Karl Marx, Volume 3, p. 45. Restriction of the materialist conception of history in Korsch: as the material mode of production changes, so does the system of mediations existing between the material base and its political and juridical superstructure, with its corresponding social forms of consciousness. Hence, the general propositions of materialist social theory concerning the relations between economy and politics or economy and ideology, or concerning such general concepts as class and Klasszuge, have a different meaning for each specific epoch and, strictly speaking, are valid, in the particular form Marx gave them within the present bourgeois society, only for this society. Only for contemporary bourgeois society, where the spheres of economy and politics are formally and entirely separated from each other, and where workers as citizens of the state are free and possessed of equal rights, does the scientific demonstration of their actual ongoing lack of freedom in the economic sphere have the character of a theoretical discovery. Korsch, Volume 3, pages 21 to 22. Korsch makes the seemingly paradoxical observation that in the materialist social theory of Marx the ensemble of social relations, which our bourgeois sociologists treat as an independent domain, already is investigated according to its objective content, the historical and social science of economics. In this sense, Marx Materiali.st social science is Marx, Volume 3, p. 103.54, not sociology but economics. H. Korst, Karl. A citation from Marx on the mutability of nature, even the naturally grown variations of the human species, such as differences of race, can and must be abolished in the historical process. 55. Doctrine of the superstructure, according to Korsch, neither dialectical causality in its philosophic definition, nor scientific causality supplemented by interactions, is sufficient to determine the particular kinds of connections and relations existing between the economic base and the juridical and political superstructure, together with the corresponding forms of consciousness. In 20th century natural science has learned that the social relations which the researcher in a given field has to establish for that field cannot be defined in terms of a general concept or law of causality, but must be determined specifically for each separate field. The greater part of the results obtained by Marx and Engels consist not in theoretical formulations of the new principle but in its specific application to a series of questions, which are either of fundamental practical importance or of an extremely subtle nature theoretically. The more precise scientific determination of the present contexts is still a task for the future. A task whose center will lie, once again, not in theoretical formulation but in the either application and testing of the principles implicit in Marx's work. Nor should we adhere too strictly to the words of Marx, who often used his terms only figuratively as, for instance, in describing the connections under consideration here as a relation between base and superstructure, as a correspondence, and so on. In all these cases, the Marxian concepts are not intended as new dogmatic fetters, as pre-established conditions which must be met in some particular order by any materialist investigation. They are, rather, a wholly undogmatic guide to research and action. Corset, Karl Marx, Volume 3, pages 93-96. Materialist Inception of History and Materialist Philosophy, the formulas of materialist history that were applied by Marx and Engels solely to the investigation of bourgeois society, and transferred to other historical periods only with suitable elaboration, have been detached by the Marxist epigones from this specific application, and in general from every historical connection, and out of so-called historical materialism they have made a universal sociological theory. From this leveling of materialist theory of society, it was only a step to the idea that once again today, or especially today, it was necessary to shore up the historical and economic science of Marx, not only with a general social philosophy but even with a universal materialist worldview embracing the totality of nature and society. Thus, the scientific forms into which the real kernel of 18th century philosophical materialism had evolved were ultimately carried back to what Marx himself had once unmistakably repudiated as the philosophical phrases of the materialists about matter. Materialist social science does not need any such philosophic support. This most important advance carried out by Marx was later overlooked even by orthodox interpreters of Marx. They have thus reintroduced their own backward attitudes into a theory which Marx had consciously transformed from a philosophy into a science. It is the almost grotesque historical fate of the Marx orthodoxy that, in repulsing the attacks of revisionists, it ultimately arrives, on all important issues, at the very same standpoint as that taken by its adversaries. For example, the leading representative of this school, Plekhanov, in his eager pursuit of that philosophy which might be the true foundation of Marxism, finally hit upon the idea of presenting Marxism as a form of Spinoza's philosophy freed by Feuerbach of its theological addendum. Korsch, Karl Marx, Volume 3, pages 29-31y. Korsch cites Bacon, from the Novum Organum, Recht enim Veritas Temporis Ahr de J.R. Anzosiskan Republic, Volume 1, p. 24. Tclvow on the Laurettes of Montmartre, they are not women, they are knights. Alfred the One Va, Les Decis de Pal, p. 142. Isn't there a certain structure of money that can be recognized only in fate, and a certain structure of fate that can be recognized only in money? Professors of Argot possessed of not being more than a perfect knowledge of martingales, series, and intermittences, they sat in the gambling dens from opening to closing time and ended their evening in those grottos of Bolotnik named Boral houses, always on the lookout for novices and beginners. These bizarre professors dispensed advice, talked over past throws of the dice, predicted the throws to come, and played for others. In the event of oases, they had only to curse the toss or put the blame on a drawn game, on chance, on the date of the month if it was the 13th, on the day of the week if it was Friday. In the event of a win, they would draw their dividend, over and above what they schemed during their management of funds, a transaction which was known as feeding the magpie. These operators divided into different classes, the aristocrats, the plebeians born of the Revolution, and finally those who offered their services for 50 centimes. Alfred Marquisset, Jeux d'Autrefy, is, 1789-1837, p. 209. The book contains valuable information on the role of the aristocracy and the military in tile cultivation of gambling. Palais Royal. His second story is inhabited largely by the high-class Fe Nunes Bj on the third floor and all, Paradis, in the mansardes, reside those of a lower grade. Their livelihood compels them to live in the center of the city, in the Palais Royal, in the Rue Traversière, and surrounding areas. Perhaps 600–800 live in the Palais Royal, but a far greater number go walking there in the evenings, for that is where most of the idlers are to be found. On the Rue Saint-Honore and some adjacent streets, at evening, they stand in a row just like the cabriolets for rent in the Palais during the day. But their numbers diminish as one moves further away, in the DTY, from the Palais Royal. J. F. Benzenkirch, Briefe geschrieben auf eine Reise nach Paris, Volume 1, pages 261, 263. The author estimates the NMNLWR of JEMR NES produced at around 10,000 before the revolution, according to a police report, they numbered 28,000. Vice had accomplished its p. 57. It is useless to expect that a bourgeois could ever succeed in comprehending the phenomena of the distribution of wealth. For, with the development of mechanical production, property is depersonalized and arrayed in the impersonal collective form of the joint stock company, whose shares are finally caught up in the whirlpool of the stock exchange. They are lost one by another indeed, in a manner so reminiscent of gamitling that the hooing and selling of stocks is actually known as playing the market. Modern economic development as a whole tends more to transform capitalist society into a giant international gambling house, where the bourgeois wins and loses capital in consequence of events which remain unknown to him. The inexplicable is enthroned in bourgeois society as in a gambling hall. Successes and failures, thus arising from causes that are unanticipated, generally ulterior, and seemingly dependent on chance, predispose the bourgeois to the gambler's frame of mind. The capitalist whose fortune is tied up in stocks and bonds, which are subject to variations in market value and yield for which he does not understand the causes, is a professional gamitler. The mler, however, is a supremely superstitious being. The hitches of gamitling casinos always possess magic formulas too, pages 15–18. J. Biraud seeks to advocate, through extensive argumentation, the benefits of administrative as opposed to judicial proceedings against prostitutes. Thus, the sanctuary of justice will not have been publicly sullied high an unclean affair, and the crime is punished, but in a discretionary manner, high virtue of a particular ordinance of the prefect of police. FFA Biraud, Les Fils Publics de Paris la Police qui les régit, Volume 2, p. 50. Aramarlu is a handsome young man, strong and well built, who knows how to defend himself, to dress well, to dance the cha-wei and the can-can with elegance, to heologing toward girls devoted to the cult of Venus, and to provide for them in times of conspicuous danger, who knows also how to get them respect and to force them to conduct themselves decently. Here, then, we have a class of individuals who, from time immemorial, have distinguished themselves by their attractive appearance, by their exemplary conduct, and by the services they have rendered society, and who now are reduced to dire circumstances. 50,000 voleurs de plus à Paris, aux réclamations d'anciens marlaus de la capitale, contre l'ordonnance de MLE préfet de police, concernant les fils publics, Paris Beau Theodore Cancan, cited in FFA Biraud, Les Fils Publics de Paris la Police qui les négit, Volume 2, p. 109–110, 113–114. From the Police Edict of April 14, 1830, regulating prostitution, art. They are forbidden to appeal at any time, or on any pretext, in the arcades, in the public gardens, or on the boulevards. Art. Fils publics are not permitted to engage in prostitution except in licensed brothels. Art. Fils isoles, that is to say, those who do not reside in licensed brothels may not enter these houses until after the lighting of the street lamps. They must proceed directly there and be dressed simply and decently. Art. They may not, in a single evening, leave one licensed brothel to go to another. Art. Unattached girls must leave the licensed brothels and return home high 11 o'clock in the evening. Art. Licensed brothels shall be indicated by an entry light ANCI, in the early hours, by an older woman tending the door. Signed, IVI Ernjan. FF. Abirad, Les Fius Publiques de Pariset la Police qui les Rigid, Volume 2, p. 133-135. Bonuses earmarked for the Brigade d'Ordre, 3 francs for identification of a prostitute under the age of 21, ft 15 francs for identification of an illicit brothel, 25 francs for identification of a brothel of minors. Birasai, Les Fils Publics, pages 133-139. Explanations offered by Birad concerning his proposals for new regulations. With respect to the Olal woman at the threshold, the second paragraph prohibits this woman from passing beyond the doorstep, because it often happens that she has the audacity to step out and intercept passers-by. With my own eyes I have seen these panders take men by the arm or by the coat and, so to speak, force them to enter their houses. With respect to the interdiction on commerce for prostitutes, I would also forbid the opening of stores or shops in which fils publics are installed as milliners, seamstresses, sellers of perfume, and the like. Women who work in these stores and shops will station themselves at open doors or windows in order to send signals to passers-by. There are others more ingenious who close their doors and windows but send signals through glass panes unprovided with curtains, or the curtains are left open just enough to permit easy communication between outside and interior. Some of these women rap against the front of the shop each time a man passes by, so that he returns to the spot where the noise was heard, and then such scandalous signs and beckonings ensue as could escape the attention of no one. All these shops are found in the arcades. FF. A. Birad, Les Fils Publics de Pariset la Police qui les Rigid, Volume 2, pages 149-150, 152-153. Birad declares himself in favor of an unlimited number of brothels. Art. Every woman or girl of legal age who has suitable space in her living quarters, and who is authorized by her husband if she is married, will be able, as the proprietor or principal tenant of the house she inhabits, to become mistress of the house and to obtain a license for operating a brothel. Birad, Les Fils Publics de Paris, Volume 2, p. 156. Birad's proposal is that every girl, even a minor, should, if she so desires, be registered as a prostitute. From his argument, your feeling of duty demands a continual surveillance to protect these children. To spurn them is to take on one's head all the consequences of cruel abandonment. They must be registered, then, and surrounded with all the vigilance of authority. Instead of returning them to an atmosphere of corruption, let us submit these hardly nubile girls to a regular life in a house specially designed to receive them. Notify their parents. As soon as they understand that the dissolute life of their daughters will remain undisclosed, that it is a secret religiously guarded by the administration, they will consent once aged to acknowledge them. Birad, Les Fils Publics, pl. 170-171. Why don't the police allow some of the mistresses of the better-known houses of prostitution to give evening parties, balls, and concerts, with the addition of tables for écarté? Then, at least, the sharpers could be carefully watched, whereas in other circles this is impossible, seeing that police action there is virtually nil. FFA Birad, Les Fils Publics de Paris la Police qui les Rigid, Volume 2, p. 202. There are epochs, seasons of the year even, which are fatal to the virtue of a great many young Parisians. During these periods, in the licensed brothels and elsewhere, the investigations of the police turn up many more girls engaged in illicit prostitution than during all the rest of the year. I have often inquired into the causes of these periodic surges of debauchery, but there isn't anyone even in the administration who, Volume 1, pages 252 to 254. Against the medical examination at police headquarters, every woman seen walking along the Rue de Jerusalem, either to or from the police station there, is immediately stigmatized with the name fille publique. It is a regular scandal. On the days set aside for visits, one always FMDs the approaches to the station overrun by a large number of men awaiting the appearance of these unhappy creatures, knowing, as T.Hey do, that those who leave the dispensary have been deemed healthy. FFA Birod, Les Filles Publiques de PM is, Volume 1, pages 189-190. The Lorettes preferred the neighborhood around Notre Dame de Lorette because it was new, and Hecos, as the first occupants of the recently constructed buildings, they paid lower rents. If it is a different sort of allure that you seek, go to the Tuileries, to the Palais Royal, or to the Boulevard des Italiens. There you will see more than one Erhan siren seated on a chair, her feet resting on another chair, while beside her a third chair lies vacant. It is a magnet for the ladies' man. The milliners' shops likewise offer a multitude of resources for enthusiasts. There you dicker over hats pink, green, yellow, lilac, or plaid. You agree on a price, you give your address, and next day, at the appointed hour, you see arrive at your place not only the hat but the girl who was positioned behind it, and who was crimping, with delicate fingers, the gauze, the rill, han, or some other frill so pleasing to the lot eyes. FFA Birod, Les Filles Publiques de Paris, precedes d'une notice historique sur la prostitution chez les divers peuples de la terre, High MAM, Volume 1, pl. CII Civ. That the number of filles publiques at first seems very great is owing to a sort of phantasmagoria produced by the comings and goings of these women along a routine cit quit L which has the effect of multiplying them to infinity. Adding to this illusion is the fact that, on a single evening, the Jill public very often sports multiple disguises. \v it.h and I just the least hit practiced, it is easy t.o convince 8. Oneself that the woman who at 8:00 clock is dressed in a rich and elegant outfit is the same who appears as a cheap grisette at 9, and who will show herself at 10 in a peasant dress. It is this way at all points in the capital to which prostitutes are habitually drawn. For example, follow one of these girls down the boulevard, between the Porte Saint-Martin and the Porte Saint-Denis. She is attired for the nonce in a hat with feathers and a silk gown covered by a shawl. She turns into the Rue Saint-Martin, keeping always to the right-hand side, comes to the narrow streets that border the Rue Saint-Denis, and enters one of the numerous houses of debauchery located there. A short time later, she comes out wearing her grey gown or rustic weeds. FFA Birod Les Filles Publiques de Paris, Volume 1, pages 51 to 52. 0 Fashion 0. Les Filles de Marbre, a play in 5 acts, with songs, by 1/11. Theodore Barrier and Lambert Thibaust, performed for the first time, in Paris, at the Théâtre du Vaudeville, May 17, 1853. The first act has the main characters appearing as ancient Greeks. The hero, Raphael, who later dies for love of the marble maiden, Marco, is here the sculptor Phidias, who creates the figures of marble. The act closes with a smile from the statues. They remained motionless when Phidias promised them fame, but turn smiling to Gorgias, who promises them money. You see, in Paris there are 2 kinds of women, just as there are 2 kinds of houses. The bourgeois house, where one lives only after signing a lease, and the rooming house, where one lives by the month. How are they to be distinguished? By the sign. Now, the outfit is the sign of the female. And there are outfits of such eloquence that it is absolutely as if you could read on the second or the advertisement, furnished apartment to let. Dumanoir and Th. Barrier, Les Toilets Tapage uses, Comedy and Unact, p. 28. Nicknames of the drum corps at the École Polytechnique around 1830, Gavotte, Vaudeville, Melodrame, Zephyr. Around 1860, Brindamour, Cuistennymphe. Pinette, p. 212. Bourlier proposes that the gambling houses reopen concessions and that the receipts be used to build an opera house, one as magnificent as the stock exchange and a hospital. Louis B. Bourlier, Epître aux ex détracteurs ars dll, Gel, p. 7. June 30, 1839. Baumleier was a former employee of the firm. A great print from 1852, Maison de Jeu, shows at center the emblematic figure of a panther or tiger, on whose coat, as though on a rug, the better half of a roulette table is set. Cabinet d'Estampes. Laurette's work variously priced, according to the districts in which they lived. Going from the cheaper to the more expensive, Rue de Gramont, Rue du Helder, Rue Saint-Lazare, and Chaussée d'Antin, Faubourg du Roule. Paul d'Arist, La vie et monde en bon Lefardie, 1830–1870, pages 226 to 227. The first shawls appear in France in the wake of the Egyptian campaign. Hi! Onward, my sisters, march on, night and day. At every hour, and at every price, to make love. Here Hilo we are constrained by fate to save the home and all respectable women. A. Barbie, Satires et Poems, Lazare, p. 271, cited in Lieft, Le Saint-Simonisme dans la Poésie Francaise, we come upon a conception of time which can be compared to that of the gambler. J. Pellecoq depicts the high-kicking leg in the cancan with the inscription, Present Arms, L. Edouard Fuchs, Die Caricature de l'Europäischen Volk Euro 1, Volume 2, p. 171. Edouard J. Ieux mentions the appearance of an illustrated catalogue of prostitutes, which could date from 1835–184,0. The catalogue in question consists of 20 erotic lithographs in color, each one of which has printed at the bottom the address of a prostitute. 5 different arcades figure among the first 7 addresses in the catalogue. Edouard Fuchs, illustriert Sittgeschichte van Mittelalter bis zur Gegenwart, das Bürgerliche Zeitalter, supplement, p. 157. As Engels was being trailed by police agents, in consequence of statements made by itinerant German artisans, he writes to Marx, if the suspicious-looking individuals who have been following me for the past 14 days really are police spies, then headquarters will have handed out, off late, a good many admission tickets to the Bals Montesquieu, Va Lentino, Prado, and the rest. I am indebted to M. Delisert for an acquaintance with some very lovely grisettes and for much plaisir. LL cited in Gustav Meyer, Friedrich Engels, Volume 1, Friedrich Engels in seiner Freizeit, 2 ed., p. 319.1. 2. 1, Friedrich. 00. After the Café de Paris closed in 1856, the Café Anglais came to occupy a position during the Second Empire corresponding to that of the Café de Paris during the reign of Louis Philippe. It was a tall white building with a maze of corridors and innumerable public and private rooms. S. Krakauer, Jacques Offenbach Lutd das Paris Seinerzeit, p. 332.1 / 09A6. The factory workers in France call the prostitution of their wives and daughters the XLH working hour, which is lit.errolly correct. Karl Marx, VCR Historisk Materialism S. ed. Landshut and Meyer, Leipzig 1932, p. 318.1,10 LJ. The print seller will provide, on request, the address of the model who has posed for his obscene photographs. Gabriel P. Eurodin, Les Latures DLT Bild Paris, p. 153. In the shops of these imagicres, obscene pictures of individual models were hung in the window, while pictures of groups were foughtened inside. Dance halls, according to Le Caricaturist of August 26, 1349, Salon du Savage, Salon, p. 40. The regulation of the hours of work was the first rational bridle on the murderous, meaningless caprices of fashion, caprices that consort so badly with the system of modern industry. Footnote here, John Bellers remarked as far back as 1699, the uncertainty of fashions does increase necessitas pour. Karl Marx, Das Kapital, ed. Korsch, in Roulette, 100 million francs. See Carl Gustav Jochmann, Reliquien, ed. Heinrich Schick, Volume 2, p. 51. Gambling is the infernal counterpart to the music of the heavenly hosts. On Halavy's Frou Frou, Ile Filzes de Marber had introduced the age of the courtesan, and Frou Frou marked its end. Frou Frou breaks down under the Oko strain of knowing that her life is ruined, and finally she returns to her family, a dying woman. S. Krakauer, Jacques Offen Bach Uncle Clas Parasaner Zeit, pages 385 to 386. The comedy Les Fils de Marbre was an answer to Dumas' La Dame Auxiliary Camélias of T.he year before. 16. The game of chance represents the only occasion on which the pleasure principle, HND the omnipotence of its thoughts and desires, need not be renowned, p. 440. Brief account of Ernst Simmel's ideas on the psychology of the Gammitler, the insatiable greed that finds no rest within an unending vicious circle, where loss becomes gain and gain becomes loss, is said to arise from the narcissistic compule. Zion to fertilize and give birth to oneself in an anal birth fantasy, surpassing and replacing one's own father and mother in an endlessly escalating process. Thus, in the last analysis, the passion for gambling satisfies the claim of the bisexual ideal, which the narcissist discovers in himself. At stake is the formation of a compromise between masculine and feminine, active and passive, sadistic and masochistic, and in the end it is the unresolved decision between genital and anal libido that confronts the gambler in the well-known symbolic colors of red and black. The passion for gambling thus serves an autoerotic satisfaction, wherein betting is foreplay, winning is orgasm, and losing is ejaculation, defecation, and castration. Edmund Bergler. Zur Psychologie des Hasadspielers, Bnago, 22, number 4, pages 409 to 410, with reference to Ernst Simmel, Zur Psychoanalyse des Spielers, Internationalzeitschrift, FT für Psychoanalyse, 6, p. 397. With the discovery of Tahiti, declares Fourier, with the example of an order in which large-scale industry is compatible with erotic freedom, conjugal slavery has become unendurable. L7. Apropos of Freud's conjecture that sexuality is a dwindling function of the human being, Brecht remarked on how the bourgeoisie in decline differs from the feudal class at the time of its downfall. It feels itself to be in all things the quintessence of humankind in general, and hence can equate its own decline with the death of humanity. The feudal class, by virtue of privileges, felt itself to be a class apart, which corresponded to the reality. That enabled it, in its waning, to manifest some elegance and insouciance. Magistrate of Paris. March with the system. Pursue the good work of Mangan and Belleam. Design, as chateaux for the filthy frines. Pestilent, lonely, and dark courtiers. Barthélemy, Paris, Revue Satirique at M.G. Delis Surd, p. 22. A description of the lower class of prostitute that had settled in the vicinity of the city gate, the barrier. It comes from Duchamp, and would make an excellent caption for many of Guise's watercolors. If one pushes open the barrier and TLE door TLMT closes the entrance, one finds oneself in a bar furnished with marble or wooden tables and lighted by gas. Through the clouds of smoke given off by the pipes, one distinguishes garbage men, diggers, carters, drinkers, for the most part seated before a flask of absinthe and talking to Crete LLRES who are as grotesque as they are pitiable. All of these creatures are dressed, in almost the sannel way, in that red cotton fabric that is dear to African Negroes, and out of which the curtains in little provincial inns are made. What covers them cannot be called a dress, it is a beltless smock, puffed up with a crinoline, exposing the shoulders with an outrageously low cut, and coming just to the level of the knees. This outfit gives them the look of large, inflated children, prematurely aged and glistening with fat, reamed, dazed, and with those pointed heads that are the sign of imbecility. When the inspectors, checking the registration book, call them and they get up to reply, they have all the charm of a circus dog. Maxime Ducamp, Paris, SES or Gaines, says fonctions et sav dans fojkand Muay Thai du XIX siècle, Volume 3, p. 447. The lack of consequences that defines the character of TLE isolated experience found drastic expression in gambling. During the feudal age, the latter was essentially a privilege of the feudal class, which did not participate directly in the production process. What is new is that in the 19th century the bourgeois gambles. It was above all the Napoleonic armies that, on their campaigns, became the agents of gambling for the bourgeoisie. The significance of the temporal element in the intoxication of the gambler has been noticed before this by Gordon, as well as by Anatole France. But these two writers see only the meaning time has for the gambler's pleasure in his whim rings, which, quickly acquired and quickly surrendered, multiply themselves 100-fold in his imagination through the numberless possibilities of expenditure remaining open and, above all, through the one real possibility of wager, of mise en jeu. What meaning the factor of time might have for the process of gambling itself is at issue in neither Gordon nor France. And the pastime of gambling is, in fact, a singular matter. A game passes the time more quickly as chance comes to light more absolutely in it, as the number of combinations encountered in the course of play is smaller and their sequence shorter. In other words, the greater the component of chance in a game, the more speedily it elapses. This state of affairs becomes decisive in the disposition of what comprises the authentic intoxication of the gambler. Such intoxication depends on the peculiar capacity of the game to provoke presence of mind through the fact that, in rapid succession, it brings to the FO constellations which work each one wholly independent of the others to summon up in every instance a thoroughly new, original reaction from the gambler. This fact is mirrored in the tendency of gamblers to place their bets, whenever possible, at the very last moment, moreover, when only enough room remains for a purely reflexive move. Such reflexive behavior on the part of the gambler rules out an interpretation of chance. The gambler's reaction to chance is more like that of the knee to the Hanunner in the patellar reflex, p. 210. Are fortune-telling cards more ancient than playing cards? Does the card game represent a pejoration of divinatory technique? Seeing the futur is certainly crucial in card games, too. Concerning the heroic element in gambling, as it were, a corollary to Baudelaire's poem Le Jeu, a thought which regularly crosses my mind at the gambling table. What if one were to store up all the energy and passion which every year is squandered at the gaming tables of Europe? Would one have enough to make a Roman people out of it, and a Roman history? But that's just it. Because each man is a Roman, bourgeois society aims to de-Romanize him, and thus there are games of chance and games of etiquette, novels, Italian operas and stylish gazettes, casinos, tea parties and lotteries, years of apprenticeship and travel, military reviews and changing of the guard, ceremonies and visits, and the 15 or 20 close-fitting garments which daily, with the salutary loss of time, a person has to put on and take off again. All these have been introduced so that the overabundant energy evaporates unnoticed. Ludwig Born, Gesammeltschriften, Volume 3, pages 38 to 39, with preface, notes, and glossary by Edgar Marcuse. We leave an imprint each time we enter into a history. T. They spoke of Paris as la ville qui rêle, the city that never stops moving. But no less important than the life of the city's layout is here the unconquerable power in the Ponce de Paris. Excursus on the Place du Maroc. Not only city and interior but city and open air can become entwined, and this intertwining can occur much more concretely. There is the Place du Maroc in Belleville. That desolate heap of stones with its rows of tenements became for me, when I happened on it one Sunday afternoon, not only a Moroccan desert but also, and at the same time, a monument of colonial imperialism. Topographic vision was entwined with allegorical meaning in this square, yet not for an instant did it lose its place in the heart of Belleville. But to awaken such a view is something ordinarily reserved for intoxicants. And in such cases, in fact, street names are like intoxicating substances that make our perceptions more stratified and richer in spaces. One could call the energy by which they transport us into such a state their virtue evocatrix, their evocative power, but that is saying too little, for what is decisive here is not the association but the interpenetration of images. Ibis state of affairs may be adduced, as well, in connection with certain pathological phenomena. The patient who wanders the city at night for hours on end and forgets the way home is perhaps in the grip of this power. Street names in Jean Brunet, Le Messianisme Organisation Générale de Paris, S.A. Constitution Générale, Part 1, Boulevard of Financiers, Boulevard of Jewelers, Boulevard of Merchants, Boulevard of Manufacturers, Boulevard of Metalworkers, Boulevard of Dyers, Boulevard of Printers, Boulevard of Students, Boulevard of Writers, Boulevard of Artists, Boulevard of Administrateurs Cartier-Louis XIV, Confection Street, Exportation Square, Ceramics Street, Bookbinding Street. I read of a geographic scheme in which Paris would be the map, and hackney coaches the professors. Certainly, I would rather have Paris be a geographic map than a volume in the Roman calendar, and the names of saints, with which the streets are baptized, cannot compare, in either euphony or utility, with the names of the towns that have been proposed as substitutes for them. Thus, the Faubourg Saint-Denis, according to this plan, would be called the Faubourg de Valency. Inns, the Faubourg Saint-Marceau would become the Faubourg de Marseille, the Place de Grève would be known as the Place de Tours or de Bourges, and so on. Mercier. Le Nouveau Paris, Volume 5, p. 75. Rue des Immeubles Industriels. How old is this street? A surprising argument, 100 years ago, in favor of an American system for demarcating streets, you poor professors, who teach moral philosophy and belles lettres. Your names are posted in small black letters on a street corner, above a milestone. The name of this jeweler is as dazzling as 1,000 fires. It shines like the sun. It is for sale, but it is expensive. Mercier, Le Nouveau Paris, Volume 4, W. Apropos of the theory of street names, proper names, too, have an effect that is conceptually unburdened and purely acoustic. To borrow an expression from Curtius, proper names are bare formulas which Proust can fill up with feelings because they have not yet been rationalized by language. Leo Spitzer, Still Study N, Volume 2, p. 434. Whoever wishes to know how much at home we are in entrails must allow himself to be swept along in delirium through streets whose darkness greatly resembles the lap of a whore. 0 Antiquity 0. How names in the city, though, first become potent when they issue within the labyrinthine halls of the metro. Troglodytic kingdoms, thus they hover on the horizon, Solferino, Italy, and Rome, Concord and Nation. Difficult to believe that up above they all out into one another, that under the open sky it all draws together. 0 Antiquity 0. The true expressive character of street names can be recognized as soon as they are set beside reformist proposals for their normalization. For example, Pujalx's proposal for naming the streets of Paris after the cities and localities of France, taking into consideration their geographic positions relative to one another, as well as their population, and having regard for rivers and mountains, whose names would go especially to long streets which cross several districts. All of this in order to provide an ensemble such that a traveler could acquire geographic knowledge of France within Paris and, reciprocally, of Paris within France. J.B. Pujalx, Paris tu legend du dix huisham cc, p. 81. 0 flannery 0. 17 of the gates correspond to imperial routes. In these names, one would seek in vain for a general system. What are Antibes, Toulouse, and Bale doing there beside La Valette and Saint-Ouen? If one had wanted to establish some distinctions, one could have given to each gate the name of the French city most distant in that direction. E. De la Hedaliera, Histoire d'Llnalil, Cull, p. 5. IP 336. In 1802, in various neighborhoods Rue du Mont Blanc, Chaussée d'Antin sidewalks were built, with an elevation of 3 or 4 inches. There was then an effort to get rid of the gutters in the center of the streets. Lucien Diebec and Pierre D'Espsj, Histoire de Paris, p. 336. In 1805, the new system of sequential numbering of houses begun on the initiative of Foucault and still in effect today, even numbers separated from odd, the even numbers on the right and the odd on the left, according as one moves away from the Seine or follows its course. The numbers were white and were placed on a red background in streets parallel to the river, on a black background in streets perpendicular to it. Lucien Diebec and Pierre D'Espsj, Histoire de Paris, p. 337. Around 1830, the Chaussée d'Antin is the neighborhood of the nouveau riches of the financial world. All these districts in the western part of town have been discredited. The city planners of the period believed that Paris was going to develop in the direction of the saltpeter works, an opinion that ought to instill prudence in today's developers. A lot on the Chaussée d'Antin had trouble finding a buyer at 20,000 to 25,000 francs. Diebec and D'Espsj, Histoire de Paris, p. 364. To la monarchy, of which I would like people to say what was said of Sebastien Mercier's tableau de Paris, namely, that it was conceived in the street and written on a milestone. Alfred Delvaux, Dictionnaire de la langue verte, p. 3. A nice description of elegant neighborhoods, the nobility, silently bunkered in these Doistral streets as in an immense and splendid monastery of peace and refuge. Paul Ernest Ratier, Paris n'existe pas, p. 17. Around 1860, the Paris bridges were still insufficient for the traffic between the two banks, there was frequent recourse to ferries. The fare for this service was 2 sous, proletarians, therefore, could only rarely make use of it, pages 49 to 50. In Hugo, the Vendôme column, the Arc de Triomphe, and the Invalides go hand in hand, if I may put it this way. There is a historical and political, a real and literary connection among these three monuments. Today, the position of these three terms, their relation, has changed. The column has been effectively supplanted, in spite of Guillaume. And it is the Pantheon that has come, as it were, to replace it, especially since Hugo's success in bringing it to yield, so to speak, to the great men. Today, the trilogy of monuments is the Arc de Triomphe, the Pantheon, and the Church of the Invalides. Charles P. Guy, Ouvriers completes, 1873 to 1914, Œuvres de Prose, p. 419. The true Paris is by nature a dark, miry, malodorous city, confined within its narrow lanes. Swarming with blind alleys, cul-de-sac, and mysterious passages, with labyrinths that lead you to the devil, a city where the pointed roofs of the somber houses join together up there and guard the clouds and thus begrudge you the bit of blue which the northern sky would give in alms to the great capital. The true Paris is full of freak shows, repositories at 3 centimes a night for unheard of beings and human phantasmagorias. There, in a cloud of ammoniac vapor, and on beds that have not been made since the creation, reposing side by side are hundreds, thousands, of charlatans, of match sellers, of accordion players, of hunchbacks, of the blind and the lame, of dwarfs, legless cripples, and men whose noses were bitten off in quarrels, of rubber-jointed men, clowns making a comeback, and sword swallowers, of jugglers who balance a greasy pole on the tips of their teeth. Children with 4 legs, Basque giants and other kinds, Tom Thumb in his 20th reincarnation, plant people whose hand or arm is the soil of a living tree, which sprouts each year its crown of branches and leaves, walking skeletons, transparent humans made of light, and whose faint voice can make itself heard to an attentive ear. Orangutans with human intelligence, monsters who speak French. Paul Ernest de Ratier, Parisn exist pa, pages 12, 17-19. To be compared with this are Hugo's drawings, and also Haussmann's vision of Paris. Fate of the Republican opposition under Guizot. I.L. Emancipation of Toulouse, cites the words of a conservative to whom someone had expressed pity for the plight of those political prisoners languishing behind bars. 1,1 will feel sorry for them when mushrooms begin growing on their backs. Jean Skurlich, L'opinion publique en France d'ap residential la poésie politique et sociale Delaware 1830 at 1848 by which Paris is immured makes Paris murmur. As a legend of the morgue, Maillard cites the following remarks from E. Texier, L'Eta Bleu de Paris: in this building lives a clerk who has a family. Who knows whether the clerk's daughter does not have a piano in her room and, on Sunday evenings, does not dance with her friends to the strains of the ritornellos of Pilato or Musard. According to Maillard, however, the clerk did not live in the morgue in 1852. Cited in Firmin Maillard, Recherches historiques.et critiques sur la morgue, pages 26-27. The account goes hack, as Maillard himself explains, to a report of 1830 by Leon Gozlan, which for its part was somewhat feuilletonistic. The place Maubert, a cursed square which hides the name of Albertus Magnus. Paris chez soi, p. 9. In Mercier, Nouveau Paris, Volume 6, p. 56, it is recounted that the mysterious hornblowers, in fact, made a pretty sinister noise. It was not to announce the sale of water that they made this noise. Their lugubrious hilare, dignified fanfare of terror, was most often a threat of arson. They were in the taverns, and they would communicate from one neighborhood to the next, says Mercier. All their harmonized sounds were centrally coordinated, and when they played with redoubled force, one expected something to happen. You would listen for a long while, understanding nothing, but in all this uproar there was a language of sedition. These plots were no less deep for being hatched so blatantly. It has been remarked that, at the time of the fires, the signal was more prompt, more rapid, more shrill. When the blaze broke out at Les Celestins, my brain had been dulled the day before by the noise of the horns. On another occasion, the ears were assailed by the cracking of whips. On some days, it was a hanging on hoxes. One trembles at these keen daily alarms. Edouard Fournier, Enigmes de Ruse de Paris, pages 72-73. C. Bougie, Chez les Prophets Socialists, cites, in the essay L'Alliance intellectuelle franco-allemande, Born's phrase about the streets of Paris: those glorious streets whose pavement one ought to tread with bare feet only. The Avenue Rachel leads to the cemetery of Montmartre. About this, Daniel Halfway writes, Our Acle, the tragedienne, is here the herald and patroness. The importance accorded the traffic of pilgrims many people in those days went to venerate relics is attested by the fact that the old Roman road, with its 2 sections, was named after the principal destinations of such pilgrimage. In the north, Saint Martin, after the Cathedral of Tours, and in the south, Saint Jacques, after the Spanish Llago de Compostela. Fritz Stahl, Paris, p. 73. The post-revolutionary Versailles waxworks, the leftover royal statues were remodeled. That of Louis XIV in the Great Salle de l'Orangerie wears a liberty cap in place of the chiseled-away peruke, carries a pike instead of the official baton, and so that no one mistakes the identity of the newly created god of war. Here is written at the foot of the statue, French Mars, protector of the liberty of the world. A similar prank was played with Cousteau's colossal has-relief, representing Louis XIV on horseback, in the large gallery of the chateau. The genius of fame, who descends from the clouds, holds a liberty cap over the hair head of the king, instead of the laurel wreath of former times. 0 Colportage 0 F. J. L. Meyer, Fragment AUSPARIS IMTV. AHR der JR and Zosiskan Republic, Volume 2, p. 315. On the exhibition of a group of thieves reproduced in wax, which was put together by Curtains or some other entrepreneur for the fair in Saint Laurent, some were chained and clad in rags, while others were almost naked and lying on straw. It was a fairly graphic rendering. The only portraits that were likenesses were those of the 2 or 3 leaders, but since the gang was large, the owner had been obliged to find them some company. I took it FOJ granted that he had fashioned these others more or less according to whim, and with this thought in mind I was rather casually strolling past the swarthy faces often obscured by the coarse mustaches of these inferior brigands when I thought I perceived beneath their repulsive appearance some characteristics that were not at all unfamiliar. As I looked more closely, I became convinced that the owner of the master thieves, wanting to make use of some wax figures that were no longer in fashion, or of some commissioned portraits that were subsequently rejected, had dressed them up in rags, loaded them with chains, and slightly disfigured them in order to place them here with the great thieves. I could not help smiling when I considered that the wife of one of the subjects might well discover, among these gentlemen, the portrait of her husband that had once been so gloriously commissioned. And, really, I am not joking when I say that I saw among this group an excellent likeness of Lingot * who, several months earlier, had enjoyed a place of honor in the other room, and who undoubtedly had been transported here for economic reasons, and to fill out the prison. J. B. Pujalks, Parisida fin du XV siècle, pages 102-103. 0 Colportage 0. W. Eating can be associated with the exhibition of imperial panoramas as much as with boredom. It is highly significant that broad, a gloss on panorama, hits upon all the keywords of this investigation: fashion, boredom, gaslight, W equals. A mélange of morgue and Musée de Luxembourg. This was how Jules Clarity characterized the battle panoramas. La Vie Paris, 1881, p. 438. In these panoramas we perceive that wars, too, are subject to fashion. Max Brod, his panorama, sees active officers searching about for suitable battlefields to wage their imaginary colonial wars. It is a wardrobe of battles. The impecunious come and look around to see if somewhere there is not a used battlefield till they can make their own without going to great expense. Play on words with Rama in Balzac, at the beginning of Pere Goriot. Point 2. Setup of the panoramas, view from a raised platform, surrounded by a balustrade, of surfaces lying aground above and beneath. The painting runs along a cylindrical wall approximately 100 meters long and 20 meters high. The principal panoramas of the great panorama painter Prévost, Paris, T. Oyulon, Rome, Naples, Amsterdam, T. Ilcid, W. A. Graham, Calais, Antwerp, London, Florence, Jerusalem, Athens. Among his pupils, Daguerre. 1838, the Rotonda panoramas constructed by Hittorf. 0 Iron 0. Panorama at the Paris Exhibition of 1855. A panorama under construction, in an image originally published in L'Illustration. Courtesy of the Syndicate Autoren UNDVER Lagsgesellschaft, Frankfurt am Main. CQL.A. L. It remains to be discovered what is meant when, in the dioramas, the variations in lighting which the passing day brings to a landscape take place in 15 or 30 minutes. Here is something like a sportive precursor of fast-motion cinematography, a witty, and somewhat malicious, dancing acceleration of time, which, by way of contrast, makes one think of the hopelessness of a mimesis, as Breton evokes it in An Ajot, the painter who in late afternoon sets up his easel before the viewport in Marseilles and, in the waning light of day, constantly alters the light relations in his picture, until it shows only darkness. For Breton, however, it was unfinished, to reflect rigorously on the particular pathos that lies hidden in the art of the panoramas. On the particular relation of this art to nature, but also, and above all, to history. How peculiar this relation was may be gathered from these sentences by Waits, whose painting, in fact, has a distinctly panoramic tendency. There has been much talk of realism in painting. Generally speaking, paintings which are called realistic are rarely in keeping with this rubric. Pure realism ought to manage things so that a represented object would seem within reach of your hand. If, in general, what is properly termed trompe-l'œil has been little appreciated, that is because up until now this gem of painting has been practiced only by mediocre painters, by sign painters, those restricted merely to the representation of certain still life objects. Will the example of M. Waits give birth to a new genre? Commentary on La Curieuse, in the catalogue written by the painter himself and entitled L'Atelier de M.W.I. Hertz. In Ouvres Littéraires, pages 501 to 502. Nocturnorama. A new sort of concert will entertain the fashionable society of Paris this winter. All that the music expresses, during these concerts, will he rendered visible through painted transparencies of superior quality. Haydn 8 creation is in rehearsal and, accompanied by the appropriate phantasmagorias, will no doubt doubly captivate the senses of the audience. To me, however, this arrangement seems more suited to gay and sentimental diversions than to this great work. Thus, for example, a strikingly lifelike and moving portrait of Molly Brand is to appear, Bulrel, behind the scenes. A very fine singer delivers an Italian aria as though one were hearing the shade of Molly Brand sing. Auguste Lawald, Album der Boudoirs, pages 42 to 43. From time to time in his diorama, Daguerre would have, among other things, the Church of Saint-Étienne du Mont. Midnight Mass. With organ. At the end, extinguishing of candles. The fact that film today articulates all problems of modern form giving understood as questions of its own technical existence and does so in the most stringent, most concrete, most critical fashion, is important for the following comparison of panoramas with this medium. The vogue for panoramas, M110 ng, which the panorama of Boulogne was especially remarkable, corresponds to the Vaughn for cinematographs today. The covered arcades, of the type of the Passage de Panoramas, were also beginning their Parisian fortnies. Then Marcel Poet, UNEV de Site Paris, p. 326. David exhorted his students to make studies of nature in the panorama. Many people imagine that art can be perfected indefinitely. TB's is an error. There is a limit at which it stops. And here is why. It is because the conditions in which the imitation of nature is confined are immutable. One wants a pictundra, that is to say, a flat surface, surrounded or not surrounded by a frame, and on this surface a representation produced exclusively by means of various colored substances. Within these conditions, which constitute TLLE picture, everything has been attempted. The most difficult problem was perfect relief, deep perspectives carried to the most complete illusion. The stereoscope resolved it. A.J. Waits, Ouvres Littéraires, p. 364. This comment not only throws an interesting light on the points of view from which people looked at things like stereoramas in those days, it also shows very clearly that the theory of progress in the arts is bound up with the idea of the imitation of natura, and must be distanced in the context of this idea. The multiple deployment of figures in the wax museum opens a way to the colportage phenomenon of space and hence to the fundamental ambiguity of the arcades. The wax statues and busts of which one is today an emperor, tomorrow a political subversive, and the next day a liveried attendant, of which another represents today Julia Montague, Oltow Marie Lafargue, the day after tomorrow Madame d'Almergall, are in their proper place in these optical whispering galleries. For Louis XI, it is the Louvre; for Richard II, the TOWER; for Abdel-Krim, the desert; and for Nero, Rome. 0 F1 and Nur 0. Dioramas take the place of the magic lantern, which knew nothing of perspective, but with which, of course, the magic of the light insinuated itself quite differently into residences that were still poorly lit. Lanterne magique. Peace curieux. With this cry, a peddler would travel through the streets in the evening and, at a wave of the hand, step up into dwellings where he operated his lantern. The Sifjage for the first exhibition of posters still characteristically displays a magic lantern. There was a georama for a while in the Galerie Colhert. The georama in the 14th arrondissement contained a small-scale natural reproduction of France. 4. In the same year in which Daguerre invented photography, his diorama burned down. 1839 0 Precursors 0. There is an abundant literature whose stylistic character forms an exact counterpart to the dioramas, panoramas, and so forth. I refer to TLE Feuilletonist Miscellanies and series of sketches from Midcental 1 Re. WORKS like La Grande Ville, Le Diable 2 Paris, Les Francs Paints Par Memes. In a certain sense, they are moral dioramas not only related to the others in their unscrupulous multiplicity, but technically constructed just like them. 0 The plastically worked, more or less detailed foreground of the diorama corresponds the sharply profiled feuilletonistic vesturing of the social study, which latter supplies an extended background analogous to the landscape in the diorama. The C-never the Sanal 5 for Proust at Balbec, and the dioramas with their varied lighting, which sets the day marching past the viewer at exactly the speed with which it passes before the reader in Proust. Here, the highest and the lowest forms of Minlisus shake hands. The Wax Museum, a manifestation of the total work of art. The universalism of the 19th century has its monument in the waxworks. Panopticon, not only does one see everything, but one sees it in all ways. R. Navalorama. Edouard Devrient, Brief EAUSPARIS, p. 57. Principal panoramic representations by Prévost for the panoramas of passage. Paris, Toulon, Rome, Naples, Amsterdam, Tilsit, Wagram, Calais, Antwerp, London, Florence, Jerusalem, and Athens. All were conceived in the same manner. His spectators, situated on a platform surrounded by a balustrade, as though on the summit of a central building, commanded a view of the entire horizon. Each canvas, affixed to the inner wall of a cylindrical room, had a circumference of 97 meters, 4.5 centimeters, 2 millimeters, and a height of 19 meters, 42 centimeters. Thus, the 18 panoramas by Prévost represent a surface area of 86,667 meters, 6 centimeters, p. 30. In the Old Curiosity Shop, Dickens speaks of the unchanging air of coldness and gentility about the waxwork, p. 260. In the Palais Royal, the Café du Mont Saint Bernard, a very odd sight, on the first floor opposite the staircase. J. F. Benzenberg, Brief geschrieben auf einer Reise nach Paris, Volume 1, p. 260. A poster, the French language in panorama. In J. F. Benzenberg, Volume 1, p. 265. In the same context, information concerning the regulation that applies to hill stickers. An exceptionally detailed description of the program at the Pierre Theatre 7 in Benzenberg, Volume 1, pages 287 to 292. The interest of the panorama is in seeing the true city indoors. What stands within the windowless house is the true. Moreover, the arcade, too, is a windowless house. The windows that look down on it are like loges from which one gazes into its interior, but one cannot see out these windows to anything outside. The illusion was complete. I recognized at first glance all the monuments and all the places, down to the little courtyard where I lived in a room at the convent of the Holy Saviour. Never did a traveler undergo such an arduous trial, I could not have expected that Jerusalem and Athens would be transferred to Paris in order to convince me of truth or illusion. Chateaubriand in the preface to his Itinéraire de Jerusalem, cited in Émile de la Bidalière Le Nouveau P30. The innermost glowing cells of the city of light, the old dioramas, nested in the arcades, one of which today still bears the name Passage de Panoramas. It was, in the first moment, as though you had entered an aquarium. Along the wall of the great darkened hall, broken at intervals by narrow joints, it stretched like a ribbon of illuminated water behind glass. The play of colors among deep sea fauna cannot be more fiery. But what came to light here were open-air, atmospheric wonders. Seraglios were mirrored on moonlit waters, bright nights in deserted parks loomed large. In the moonlight you could recognize the chateau of Saint-Leu, where the last Condé was found hanged in a window. A light was still burning in a window of the chateau. A couple of times the sun splashed wide in between. In the clear light of a summer morning, one saw the rooms of the Vatican as they might have appeared to the Nazarenes, not far beyond Rose Baden-Baden. But candlelight, too, was honored. Wax tapers encircled the Muirdir Duc de Berry in the dusky cathedral that served as mortuary chapel, and hanging lamps in the silken skies of an Isle of Love practically put round Luna to shame. It was an ingenious experiment on the moonstruck magic night of Romanticism, and its noble substance emerged from the trial victorious. The waxwork figure as mannequin of history in the Wax Museum, the past enters into the same aggregate state that distance enters into in the interior. On the World Travel Panorama, which operated under the name Le Tour du Monde at the Paris World Exhibition of 1900, and which animated a changing panoramic background with living figures in the foreground, each time costumed accordingly. The World Tour Panorama is housed in a building that has already caused a general sensation because of its bizarre exterior. An Indian gallery crowns the walls of the edifice, while rising at the corners are the tower of a pagoda, a Chinese tower, and an old Portuguese tower. Le Tour du Monde, in die pa riser well to 5 Jtilian in word und build, ed. Dr. George Makowski, p. 59. The similarity of this architecture to that in zoological gardens is worth noting. 3 stages in Le Mercier's lamp letdag.com.e, presentation of stationary panoramas, presentation of the technique of their animation, which Daguerre got from Lamp Ellie, description of the overcoming of Lamp Ellie by the tireless Daguerre. In the following, the first stage and on the Rue de Bondy. Cabinet d'Estolpes. A print advertising the manufacture of precision instruments, J. Molteni & Co., 62 Rue du Château d'Eau, refers to, among other things, apparatus of phantasmagoria, polyoramas, dioramas, and such. Cabinet d'Estampes. Empire Vignette, the panorama. An illustration plate, linen, or paper, showing tightrope walkers in the middle ground. Arnur, with the pointed cap of a carnival clown or of a town crier, points to a puppet theater in the foreground, where a knight kneels before his lady while declaring his love. This all in a landscape. Cabinet d'Estampes. I prepared myself to receive the depositions of the women she called his panoramsts, that is to say, those who walk up and down all the panoramas, particularly the one on the Boulevard Montmartre. P. Cuisine, La Galanterie sous la Sauvegarde de Lois. Pages 136 to 137. Carporama. Specializing in the plants, flowers, and fruits of India. J.L. Croze, I quelques spectacles de Paris Pellulant Reedy 1835. The panoramic principle in Balzac. Our investigation has enabled us to take account of some 300 real names in the Paris of the period 1800 to 1845, during which the characters of the Comédie Humaine develop. If one added to this the political figures, the writers and playwrights, the celebrities of all kinds who appear in Balzac's narratives, without any link to the action, the total would perhaps mount to 5 Mulred. H. Clouzot and R.H. Valency, Leparis de la Comédie Humaine, Balzac et ses fournisseurs, p. 175. Passage to Panoramas. You will have guessed that this arcade owes its name to a particular spectacle introduced in France in January 1799. The first panorama in Paris was under the direction of a man from the United States, by the name of Robert Fulton. Fulton, at the time of the plan to invade England, presented to the Emperor a report on the immediate conversion of the Imperial Navy to steam. Having been rejected in France, this engineer went on to succeed in America, and it is said that, when finally returning to St. Helene to die, the Emperor saw through his spyglass a steamboat which bore the name the Fulton. Louis Lurine, Les Boulevards / in Paris chez soi. Ferdinand Bruno, Histoire de la langue JRA1J, p. 1212. From Joseph Dufour we have hanging tableaux strips 12 to 15 meters long, illustrated in the manner of panoramas. They show landscapes, genre scenes, mythologies. One would rather return to the dioramas, whose brutal and enormous magic has the power to impose on me a useful illusion. One would rather go to the theater and feast my eyes on the scenery, in which I find my dearest dreams artistically expressed and tribically concentrated. These things, hecos they are false, are infinitely closer to the truth. Charles Baudelaire, Ouvres, ed. L. E. Dantec, Volume 2, p. 273. LL. In Balzac's works, the number of supernumeraries runs to 500 persons. 500 of his characters appear episodically without being integrated into the action. R. The way mirrors bring the open expanse, the streets, into the café. This, too, belongs to the interweaving of spaces, to the spectacle by which the flaneur is ineluctably drawn. During the day, often sober, in the evening, more buoyant, when the gas flames glow. The art of the dazzling illusion is here developed to perfection. The most commonplace tavern is dedicated to deceiving the eye. Through mirrors extending along walls, and reflecting rows of merchandise right and left, these establishments all obtain an artificial expansion, a fantastical magnitude, by lamplight. Carl Gutzkow, Brick Ausparis, Volume 1, p. 225. Thus, precisely with the approach of night, distant horizons bright as day open up throughout the city. Where were these mirrors manufactured? And when did the custom of furnishing bars with them arise? Since when the custom of inserting mirrors instead of canvases, into the expensive carved frames of old paintings? Let two milters reflect each other, then Satan plays his favorite trick and opens here in his way the perspective on infinity. Be it now divine, now satanic, Paris has a passion for mirror-like perspectives. The Arc de Triomphe, the Sacré-Cœur, and even the Pantheon appear, from a distance, like images hovering above the ground and opening, architecturally, a Fata Morgana. 0 perspective 0. At the end of the 18608, Alphonse Karl writes that no one knows how to make mirrors anymore. That the last but also the greatest work of this Milter magic is still around to be seen is owing, perhaps, more to its high production costs than to its drawing power and profitability, which today are already on the decline. This work is the Cabinet de Mirages at the Musée Grevin. Here were united, one fuel time, iron supporting beams and giant glass panes intersecting at countless angles. Vare's coverings make it possible to transform these beams into Greek columns one moment, Egyptian pilasters the next, then into street lamps, and, according as they come into view, the spectator is surrounded with unending forests of Greco-Roman temple columns, with suites, as it were, of innumerable railroad stations, market halls, or arcades, one succeeding another. A fluctuating light and gentle music accompany the performance, and conning before each transformation is the classic signal of the handbell, and the jolt, which we recognize from our earliest trips around the world, when, in the Kaiser panorama, before our eyes that were full of the pain of departure, an image would slowly disengage from the stereoscope, allowing the next one to appear. Mallarmé as genius of Enlers. The manufacture of mirrors in Paris and Saint-Gobain, mirrors known all over Europe and without serious rival, continues unabated. Levasseur, Histoire de classes ouvrières. Duhec and D'Ispzel, Histoire de Paris, p. 367. Zero Gardens, the Seine Zero. The Garde Nationale was no laughing matter. Positioned between the royal troops and the popular insurgents, the armed bourgeoisie of Paris was the great mediating power, the good sense of the nation. From 1830 to 1839, the bourgeois Garde Nationale lost 2,000 of their own in confrontation with the barricades, and it was due more to them than to the army that Louis Philippe was able to remain on his throne. Whatever the reason, whether simple old age or a species of lassitude, it was always the bourgeoisie that wearied of this wasteful life, which made it necessary, every 6 months, for hosiers and cabinet makers to take up arms and shoot at each other. The hosiers, peaceful men, grew tired before the cabinet makers. This remark would suffice to explain the February Revolution. Duhec and D'Ispzel, Histoire de Paris, pages 389 to 391. June Insurrection. It was enough to have the appearance of poverty to be treated like a criminal. In those days there was something called the profile of the insurgent, and anyone fitting the description was arrested. The Garde Nationale itself had most certainly determined the outcome of the February Revolution. But it never occurred even to them to give the name insurgents to men struggling against a king. Only those who had risen up against property were known as insurgents. Because the Garde Nationale had saved society, they could do at that time whatever they wanted, and no doctor would have dared refuse them entry into a hospital. Indeed, the blind fury of the guardsmen went so far that they would scream silence to the fever patients speaking in delirium, and would have murdered these people if the students had not stopped them. En Inder Volume 2, pages 320, 327 to 328, 327. It goes without saying that the worker associations lost ground with the coup d'état of December 2, 1851. All the associations of workers, those who had received subsidies from the government as well as the others, began by promptly removing their signs, on which symbols of equality and the words liberty, fraternity, equality were inscribed. It was as though they had been shocked by the blood of the coup. Hence, with the coup d'état, there were still unquestionably worker associations in Paris, but the workers no longer risked displaying this name. It would be difficult to trace the remaining associations, for it is not only on the signboards but also in the city's directory of addresses that the name W. Workers Association is missing. Worker associations survive, after the coup, no less than against T.He Red Republicans, who have enormous sums at their disposal. Afterward, he asked me whether or not the Russian government was likely to entrust T.He Prince with such a sum. It came clear to me then that Mr. Campbell was a sort of emissary of Prince Louis, and so, in order to divert his attention and to put an end to the conversation, I read the whole affair as a joke. I asked him what Louis Napoleon Gould give to Russia in return for the million he requires. Every possible concession, answered Mr. Campbell. Getting worked up. Then, Russia can hui the head of the Republic? I asked. And for only £1 million francs? Distributed over the 4 years of his presidency, this comes to 250,000 a year. You will admit that it is not a great deal of money. I guarantee you that, for this price, he entirely at your service. Will he, at the very least, exert his full authority to rid France of Polish and Russian emigrants? I say to you that he will make a formal commitment in this regard, for he presently finds himself in the most difficult situation that in general can befall a man. M.N. Pokrovsky, Historisko-Jazatsa, pi. 32-34. TNE Faubourg Saint-Antoine and the T-Impel precinct owe their importance for handicraft to the fact that the laws which prohibited workers from establishing a residence before completing their term as journeymen were not in effect there. The journeyman's Lauer de France required 3 to 4 years. Along with many other particulars concerning the Compagnons, Chaptal reports of the enemy clans, the tools of their trade were always their weapons of war. Chaptal, de l'Industrie Fra1 Is, Volume 2. p. 314. Apart from meeting at night in small groups, the German craftsmen in Paris, in those years, liked to get together on Sundays with kith and kin in a restaurant on the outskirts of town. In January $184, a former officer of the Garde Nationale, Adalbert von Bornstedt, who at that time was spying on radical writers and arty sans in Paris for the Prussian government, described to the latter, in a report denouncing Marx and Hess, a gathering of this sort in the Avenue de Vincennes, where regicide, hatred of the rich, and the abolition of private property were openly advocated. Gustav Meyer, Friedrich Engels, Volume 1, Friedrich Engels Insane. F. Isite. C. Geoffroy, LLFERME, Volume 1, p. 79. The sections of the Carbonari were known as Ventessel II. Supreme Vent, District Vents, Local Vents. Among the founders of the French section was Bazard J. Weiss on the Club de Hiles. He club met in a little room on T.He second floor of a cafe. It had few members, and these were serious and thoughtful. Think of the atmosphere of the Comédie Frolf, Eyes on days when Racine or Cor Neil is performed. Compare the audience on those days to the crowd that fills a circus where acrobats are executing perilous leaps, and you will understand the impression made on someone who ventured into this revolutionary club of Blanqui, compared with the impression made by the two clubs in vogue with the Party of Order, the Club of the Folies Bergère and that of the Sal Valentino. It was like a chapel consecrated to the orthodox creed of classical conspiracy, where the doors were open to all, but where you never felt like returning unless you heaved. Or the sullen parade of the oppressed who, every night, would present themselves at this tribunal in order always to denounce someone or something. The conspiracy of Hankers, an office manager, an administrator of the railroad. The priest of the place would rise to his feet and, on the text of addressing the sorrows of his congregation, the people, would clarify the situation. His appearance was distinguished, his bearing irreproachable, his countenance was delicate, fine, and composed, with a fierce and sinister flash that sometimes lit the small and piercing eyes, which, in their usual state, were more benevolent than harsh. His words were measured, colloquial, and precise. It was, along with that of M. Thiels, the least declamatory way of speaking I have ever heard. As to the content of his speech, almost everything in it was just. Where, then, did Corneille learn the art of war? Cried the Grand Condé at the first performance of Sertorius. Blanqui, I would surmise, had no more studied war than had Corneille. But possessing, as he did, the political faculty to a superlative degree, he could manage, even in military matters, all the signals that, when duly heeded, would have called forth a salute. Cited in Gustave Geoffroy, L'Enfelmi, pages 346 to 348. January 1870, after the murder of Viternoir, Blanqui has the Blanquists, presented by Granger, filed by before him, without letting the fact be known. He went out, armed, bidding farewell to his sisters, and took up his post on the Champs-Élysées. It was there, as Granger had announced to him, that he would find, parading before him, the army of which he was the mysterious general. He recognized the squadron leaders, as they came into view, and, behind each of them, he saw the men grouped geometrically and marching in step, as though in regiments. It was all done according to plan. Blanqui held his review strange spectacle without arousing the slightest suspicion. Leaning against a tree, surrounded by the crowd of onlookers, the vigilant old man saw his comrades pass by, orderly amid the surging of the people, silent amid the steadily mounting uproar. L. Gustave Geoffroy, L'Enfelmi, pages 276 to 277. On the influence of Machiavelli, which Blanqui felt at Saint Pelagia, in contrast to the French Blanqui so lucid, so intelligent, so ironic there appeared, from time to time, this old Italian Blanqui, denizen of Florence or of Venice, who put his faith in tenebrous schemes and in the possible success of an act of force. Gustave Geoffroy, LNFEL pages 245 to 246. A type of conspirator characteristic of the 1840s, Daniel Bournal, a journeyman, half crazy, but above all ambiguous. He worked on a seagoumant from Vidocq, who, for his part, took his orders from Cossadier as much as from Louis Napoleon. B. Offel put the regiment of the VE Soviafi 1ES on their feet. In 1848, he was granted an audience, in the company of several VE Soviafi 1ES, with Madame de Lamartine. Lamartine himself refused to have any dealings with the VE Soviennes. There seems to have been a plan to set up workshops for them. B. Alm makes an appeal to the citoyens on a poster dated February 28, 1848. To female citizens and patriots, my sisters in the Republic. I have asked the Provisional Government to register you under the title of VE Soviens. The engagement will be for 1 year. To enlist, you must be between 15 and 30, and unmarried. Apply at 14 Rue Saint Apolline, from noon to 4 o'clock. Cited in Roger Devon, de Militia Elis de 1937 Auxiliary Vesuviens de 1848, Vend reading. Baudelaire, in his review of Les Martyrs Ridicules, by Léon Clade I, the man of intelligence molds the people, and the visionary creates reality. I have known some poor wretches whose heads were turned by FC Artigas XXIII and who seriously planned to form a secret, p. 34.13. Charles Proles, in Les Hommes in Revolution de 1871, p. 9, on Raoul Rigaud, Blanquist and Prefect of Police during the Commune, in all things. Even in his fanaticism, he had a remarquable sang-froid, an indefinable air of the sinister and impassive mystificateur. Cited in Georges Laurens, Il Histoire de la Communauté L 871, p. 45. In the same text, p. 38, on Rigaud's specialty, the unmasking of police spies, under the Empire, especially, he had thrived. Keeping his notebook up to date, denouncing, on their arrival, the disconcerted agents. So how are things with the boss? And, with a sneer, he would announce their names. Blanqui saw in such perspicacity the mark of a service all talent. He let fall from his lips, one day, this unexpected word of praise: he is nothing but a gamin, but he makes a first-rate policeman. Doctrine of the Blanquists during the Commune: to issue decrees for the nation was to repudiate the utopia of federalism and, from Paris as the Ahading capital, to appear to govern France. Georges Laurens, L'Histoire de la Commune ne de .1871, p. 120. The Blanquist.s Venerat.ed The memory of Il Laurier, he speaks of kings who devote themselves to locksmithery, to woodworking, to selling fish, to the manufacture of sealing wax. Ferrari, des et de Picole de Fourier, Revue de Deux Mondes, 14, No. 3 p. 393. All his life, Fourier was engaged in thinking, but he never once asked himself where his ideas came from. He portrays the hum 1ll being as a machine passion nui. His psychology begins with the senses and ends with the composite, without presupposing the intervention of reason in the solution of the problem of happiness. Ferrari, des et de Picole de Fourier, Revue de Deux Mondes, No. 3, p. 404. Utopian elements: the combined order comprises the glory of the arts and sciences, the spectacle of knight-errantry, gastronomy combined in a political sense, and a politique galante for the levy of troops. The world turns to its antitype, as dangerous and savage animals enter the service of mankind, lions are used for delivering the mail. The aurora borealis reheats the poles, the atmosphere, at the Earth's surface, becomes clear as a mirror, the seas grow calm, and 4 moons light up the night. In short, the Earth renews itself 28 times, until the great soul of our planet passes on, with all its human souls, to another planet. Fourier excels in the observation of animality, whether in beasts or in men. He has a genius for common matters. Ferrari, Des idées et de Picole de Fourier, Revue de Deux Mondes 14, No. 3, 1. 393. A Fourierist formula, Nero will be more useful than Fenelon. In the following scheme of 12 passions, the 4 in the second group represent the passions groupants, the 3 in the third group the passions seriantes, first the 5 senses, then love, friendship, family feeling, ambition, third, the passions for intrigue, for mutability, for union in her words, the Kabbalist, the butterfly, the composite, a 13th passion, unityism, absorbs all the others. Ferrari, Des idées et de l'école de Fourier, Revue de Deux Mondes, 14, No. 3, p. 394. From Fourier's last work, La Fausse Industrie, the celebrated American hoax associated with Herschel's discoveries about the world of the Moon 9 had raised in Fourier, once the hoax was revealed as such, the hope of a direct vision of the phalanstery on other planets. Here is Fourier's response. The American hoax, he declares, proves, first, the anarchy of the press, second, the hardness of storytellers concerned with the extraterrestrial, third, man's ignorance of the atmospheric shells, fourth, the need for a gay telescope. M. Ferrari. Des idées et de l'école de Fourier, Revue de Deux Mondes, 14, No. 3, p. 415. Allegorical specimens from La Fausse Industrie, on Earth Venus creates the mulberry hush, symbol of morality, and the raspberry filled with verse, symbol of the counter-morality preached in the theaters. Ferrari, Des idées et de l'école de Fourier, Revue de Deux Mondes, No. 3, p. 416. The phalanstery, for Fourier, was a veritable hallucination. He saw it everywhere, both in civilization and in nature. Never was he lacking for a military parade, the drilling of soldiers was for him a representation of the all-powerful play of the group and of the series inverted for a work of destruction. Ferrari, Des idées et de l'école de Fourier, Revue de Deux Mondes. No. 3, p. 409. Fourier, in connection with a proposal for a miniature pedagogical Eolone, Fulton was supposed to have constructed or merely drawn up plans for a delicate little launch that would have demonstrated, on a miniature scale, the power of steam. This skiff was to have transported from Paris to St. Cloud without sails or oars or horses a half-dozen nymphs, who, on their return from St. Cloud, would have publicized the prodigy and put all the Parisian beau monde in a flutter. Ferrari, Des idées et de l'école de Fourier, Revue de Deux Mondes, No. 3, p. 414. The plan to encircle Paris with fortifications would squander hundreds of millions of francs for reasons of defense, whereas this magician, with only 1 million, would root out forever the cause of all wars and all revolutions. Ferrari, Des idées et de l'école de Fourier, Revue de Deux Mondes, 14, No. 3, p. 413. Michelet on Fourier, singular contrast between his boast of materialism and his self-sacrificing, disinterested, and spiritual life. J. Michelet, L. E. Puppel, p. 294,1. Fourier's conception of the propagation of the phalansteries through explosions may be compared to 2 articles of My Politics, the idea of revolution as an innervation of the technical organs of the collective, and the idea of the cracking open of natural teleology. Fourier, Ouvres, Volume, p. 260, List of charges to he wrote against God, on the hypothesis of a gap in the divine social code. A take on the ideas of Fourier, p. 379. 1-1. Augustin Louis Cauchy is mentioned by Tausnel 1-2 as a mathematician with Fourierist leanings. On the feminism of the Fourierist school, on Herschel and Jupiter, Hotani courses are taught high young Vestals of 18 to 20. When I say 18 to 20, I speak the language of Earth, since the years on Jupiter are 12 times longer than ours, and the Vestulate Huygens only toward the 100th year. A. Tausnel, L. E. Sprit de Betz, p. 93. H. A model of Fourierist psychology in Tausnel's chapter on the wild boar. Now, surrounding the dwellings of humanity are great quantities of broken glass bottles, rusty nails, and candle ends, which would be completely lost to society if some careful and intelligent hand did not charge itself with the collection of all these valueless relics, to reconstruct out of them a mass susceptible of being reworked and made fit for consumption again. This important task evidently belongs along the attributes of the miser. Here the character and mission of the miser perceptibly rise, the pinch penny becomes a rag picker, a salvage operator. The hog is the great salvager of Namra, he fattens at nobody's expense. A. T. Tausnel, L'Esprit de Betz, pages 249-250. Marx characterizes the insufficiency of Fourier, who conceived a particular form of labour leveled down, parcelled, and therefore unfree. As the source of private property's perniciousness and of its existence in estrangement from men, instead of denouncing law as such, as the essence of private property. Karl Marx, De Historisk Materialism. S. ed. Landshut and Meyer is pedagogically worthless, if not disastrous. The gestic example can become the object of a controllable and progressively assimilable imitation, one that possesses the greatest significance. La Phalange, Journal de la Science Sociale, which appears 3 times a week, will fade from the scene only when it can cede its place to a daily, La Démocratie Pacifique. Here, the main idea is the organization of labor through the association. Charles Benoist, L'Homme de 184,8, Part 2, Reveil de du Monde, p. 645. From Neumann's discussion of Fourier, in creating the present world, God reserved the right to change its outward aspect through subsequent creations. These creations are 18 in number. Every creation is brought about by a conjunction of austral fluid and boreal fluid. The later creations, following on the first, can eventuate only in harmony. Alfred Netmant, Histoire de la littérature fm sous le gouvernement de Ouillet, Volume 2, p. 58. According to him, souls transmigrate from Hodi to Hodi, and from world to world. Each planet possesses a soul, which will go to animate some other, superior planet, carrying with it, as it does so, the souls of those people who have inhabited it. It is thus that, before the end of our planet Earth, the human souls upon it will have gone through 1,620 existences. They will have lived a total of 27,000 years on Earth and 54,000 years on another planet. In the exertions of its earliest infancy, the Earth was struck by a putrid fever that eventually spread to the Moon, which died as a result. But once organized in harmony, the Earth will resuscitate the Moon. Netmant, Flistoire de la littérature fraru, I Government de Juillet, Volume 2, pages 57, 59. The Fourierist on the subject of aviation, the buoyant aerostat, is the chariot of fire, which respects above all the works of God. It does not need to agrade the valleys or tunnel through mountains in imitation of the murderous locomotive, which the speculator has dishonored. A. Tausnel, Le Monde d'Oiseau, Volume 1, p. 6. It is impossible that zebras, quaggas, hemi-ones, and pygmy ponies, who know they are destined to serve as steeds for the children's cavalry of the future, are sympathetic with the policy of our statesmen, who treat as merely utopian the equestrian institutions where these animals are to hold a position of honor. The lion likes nothing better than having its nails trimmed, provided it is a pretty girl that wields the scissors. A. Tausnell, L. E. Mondoiso, Ornithology Passionelli, Volume 1, pages 19 to 20. The author sees in woman the intermediary between human and animal. Memorable letter from Victor Cousin to Jean Jumet, in response to writings sent Byrne by the latter. It is dated October 23, 1843, and concludes, "Beben, you are suffering, think not of social regeneration but of God, who did not create man only for happiness but for an end quite otherwise sublime." The prefacer adds, "We would have consigned this little anecdote to oblivion, had not this poor letter, a true masterpiece of perfect ignorance, summed up the political science of a coterie that, for the past 21 years, has overseen the fortunes of our country." Jean Jumet, Paeset Chance Harmonens, pages XXVIXXVII. 44. The history of the human race on Jupiter and Saturn teaches us that civilization is on its way to guaranteeism, high virtue of the political equality between man and woman, and from guaranteeism to harmony through the recognition of the superiority of woman. A. Tausnell, L. E. Mondoiso, Volume 1, p. 131. Fourier's long-tailed men became the object of caricature, in 1849, with erotic drawings by Amy in L. E. Ryer. For the purpose of elucidating the Fourierist extravagances, we may adduce the figure of Mickey Mouse, in which we find carried out, entirely in the spirit of Fourier's conceptions, the moral tenbilization of nature. Humor, here, puts politics to the test. Mickey Mouse shows how right Marx was to see in Fourier, above all else, a great humorist. The cracking open of natural teleology proceeds in accordance with the plan of humor. Affiliation of anti-Semitism with Fourierism. In 1845, L.E.J. Juify Royce, by T. O. Usnell, appears. T. O. Usnell is, moreover, the partisan of a democratic royalty. T. line. Generally associated with the family group is the parabola. This postulate is demonstrated in the work of the Old Masters, and above all in Raphael. From the approximation of this grouping to the parabolic type, there results, in the oeuvre of Raphael, a hymn to the family. Masterful and divine. The master thinker, who determined the analogies of the four conic sections, has recognized the correspondence of the parabola and of familyism. And here we find the confirmation of this proposition in the Prince of Painters, in Raphael. De l'Averdant, de la mission de l'art et du rôle de artistes, Salon de 1845, p. 64. Delvaucey's connections between Fourier and Restif de la Bretonne. Highly characteristic of the relation of the Fourierists to the Saint-Simonians is Considerant's polemic against the railroads. 1 millisecond polemic relies, for the most part, on Haïn Wronski, sur la barbarie des chemins de fer et jour la réforme jcnt/ek de la locomotion. Wronski's first objection is directed against the system of iron rails. Considerant indicts the process operating under the name railway system, that is to say, the construction of very long flat roads equipped with metallic rails and requiring enormous amounts of money and labor, a process not only opposed to the actual progress of civilization, but contrasting all the more strongly with this progress in that it presents something truly ridiculous, the barbarous contemporary reproduction of the massive and inert roadways of the Romans. Considerant opposes the barbarous means, which is simplistic, to the scientific means, which is composite. At another point, he says explicitly, for this gymplegma has led, just as one would expect, to a result that is completely barbarian, that of the ever more ineluctable leveling of roads. By the same token, horizontally is a proper condition when it is a question of communications over water. The system of terrestrial locomotion, on the other hand, evidently ought to be capable of putting different elevations in communication with one another. A second and related objection of Wronski's is directed against travel on wheels, which he describes as a well-known and extremely vulgar process. In use. Since the invention of the chariot, here, too, he stresses the lack of any genuine scientific and complex character. Victor considerant, de raison et dangers de l'ngauement pour les chemins en fleur. The contents first appeared, in large part, in La Phalange. Concy, p. 63. The operation of railroads forced humanity into the position of hating nature's works everywhere on earth, of filling up valleys and reaching mountains, of struggling finally, by means of a general system, against the natural conditions of the planet's terrain, and replacing them universally by the opposite sort of conditions. Victor considerant, der raison et dangers de l'engouement pour les chemins en fer, 1-1. 52-53. Charles Gide on the divinatory genius of Fourier, when he writes, a certain vessel from London arrives in China today, tomorrow the planet Mare. Fourier treats of measures to be taken against noise. He wants the workshops isolated and, for the most part, transferred to the suburbs, pages 19-20. Among many other prescriptions for urban planning, Fourier imagines some that would allow one to recognize, from the increasing or decreasing decoration on the buildings, whether one was approaching or moving away from a city. Barbarian, civilized, and Harmonian town planning. A Harharian town is formed of buildings haphazardly assembled and confusedly grouped along streets that are tortuous, narrow, badly constructed, unsafe, and unhealthy. Such, in general, are the cities of France. Civilized towns have a monotonous, imperfect order, a checkerboard pattern, as in Philadelphia, Amsterdam, Nancy, Turin, the new parts of London and Marseilles, and her cities which one knows by heart as soon as one has looked at 3 or 4 strccts. Further inspection would be pointless and dispiriting. In contrast to this, neutral harmony, which reconciles incoherent order with a combined order. Fourier, Sites of Re 1 es, pages 17-18. The Hananians neither acknowledge nor desire any holidays. Tausnel, in 1848, was among the founders of the Société Républicaine Centrale. Claude Nicolas Ledoux, like all the communal dwellings envisioned for Chaz, the hospice has the task of furthering the moral elevation of humankind, insofar as it carefully tests the people it shelters, allows the good their freedom, and detains had for compulsory laughter. To what extent the artist was gripped by the reformist ideas of those days can be seen in the peculiar project of the oikuma. Already quite eccentric in its outward aspect, this elongated building with its Greco-Roman vestibule and windowless walls was to be the place where a new sexual ethic was pioneered. To reach the goal of higher sexual morality, the spectacle of human dissipation in the oikuma, in the house of uninhibited passions, was supposed to lead to the path of virtue and to Hymen's altar. Later, the architect decided that it would be better to grant nature its rights. A new, more liberated form of marriage was to be instituted in the oikuma, which the architect wanted to situate in the most beautiful of landscapes. Emil Kaufmann, von Ledoux bis l'Eco. Vizier, Ursprung und Entwicklung der autonomen Architektur, p. 36. During a large part of his life, Grandville was much preoccupied with the general idea of analogy. Ch. Baudelaire, Ouvres, ed. L. E. Dantec, Volume 2, p. 197.4:1. H. J. Hunt, L. E. Socialisme et romantisme en France, Étude de la presse socialiste de 1830 à 1848, provides, on p. 122, a notably concise and efficacious statement of the main lines of Fourier's doctrine. The utopian element recedes into the background, and the proximity to Newton becomes clear. Position is the force of attraction as experienced in the subject, it is what makes work into a process as natural as the fall of an apple. In contrast to the Saint-Simonians, Fourier has no use for mysticism in aesthetic matters. In his general doctrine he is certainly mystical, utopian, messianic if you will, but in speaking of art he never once utters the word priesthood. Vanity takes over and impels artists and scientists to sacrifice their fortune to the phantoms of pride. H. J. Hunt, Le Socialisme et le Romantisme en France, pp. 123-124. X. The man who buys and sells reveals something about himself more direct and less composed than the man who discourses and battles. Maxime Leroy, Les Spéculations Joncières de Saint-Simon LSESKRLs DQFJ2 Ayers avec John Anoaly, i.e. Commis de Return, p. 258. Self-alienation, the worker produces capital, capital produces him, hence, he produces himself, and his human qualities exist only insofar as they exist for capital alien to him. The worker exists as a worker only when he exists for himself as capital, and he exists as capital only when some capital exists for him. The existence of capital is his existence, since it determines the tenor of his life in a manner indifferent to him. Production. Produce man as a dehumanized being. Karl Marx, Der historische Materialismus, Die Freie Krypton, ed. Landshut and Meyer, Volume 1, pages 361 to 362. 5. On the doctrine of revolutions as innervations of the collective, the transcendence of private property is the complete emancipation of all human senses. But it is this emancipation because the senses and minds of other men have become my own appropriation. Besides these direct organs, therefore, social organs develop. Thus, for instance, activity in direct association with others has become an organ for expressing my own life, and a mode of appropriating human life. It is obvious that the human eye enjoys things in a way different from that of the crude, non-human eye, the human ear different from the crude ear, and so on. Karl Marx, De Historische Materialismus, Die Freie Schrift N, Volume 1, pages 300-301. The nature which develops in human history, the genesis of human society, is man's real nature, hence, nature as it develops through industry even though in an estranged form, is true anthropological nature. Karl Marx, De Historische Materialismus, Die Freie Schriften. Il. Landshut and Meyer, Volume 1, p. 304-7. Point of departure for a critique of culture, the positive transcendence of private property, as the appropriation of human life, is the positive transcendence of all estrangement, that is to say, the return of man from religion, family, state, and so on, to his human, that is, social existence. Karl Marx, Dr. Historische Materialismus, ed. Meyer and Landshut, Volume 1, p. 296 C. Nationalokonomie und Philosophie. 8. A derivation of class hatred that draws on Hegel, the annulling of objectivity in the form of estrangement means equally or even primarily, for Hegel, that it is objectivity which is to be annulled, because it is not the determinate character of the object but rather its objective character that is offensive and constitutes estrangement for self-consciousness. Karl Marx, Del Historische Materialismus, Volume 1, p. 335 C. Nationalokonomie und Philosophie. Communism in its first form. Communism is, in its first form, only a generalization and consummation of this relationship. For it, the sole purpose of life and existence is direct, physical possession. The task of the laborer is not done away with, but extended to all men. It wants to do away byforce with talent, and so forth. It may be said that this idea of the community of women gives away the secret of this as yet completely crude and thoughtless communism. Just as woman passes from marriage to general prostitution, so the nth world of wealth passes from T.he relationship of exclusive marriage with the owner of private property to a state of universal prostitution with the community. How little this annulment of private property is really an appropriation is proved by the abstract negation of the entire world of culture and civilization, the regression to the unnatural simplicity of the poor and undemanding man, who has not only failed to go beyond private property, but has not yet even reached it. Karl Marx, Der historische Materialismus, ed. Landshut and Meyer, Volume 1, pages 292 to 293. See Nationalökonomie und Philosophie. W. It would be an error to deduce the psychology of the bourgeoisie from the attitude of the consumer. It is only the class of snobs that represents the standpoint of the Konsumenter. The foundations for a psychology of the bourgeois class are much sooner to be found in the following sentence from Marx, which makes it possible, in particular, to describe the influence which this class exerts, as model and as customer, on art. A certain stage of capitalist production dictates that the capitalist be able to devote the whole of the time during which he functions as a capitalist, that is, as personified capital, to the appropriation and therefore control of the labor of others, and to the selling of the products of TLL's labor. Karl Marx, Das Kapital, ed. Korsib. The same spirit that constructs philosophic systems in the reign of philosophers wields railroads with the hands of workers. In the desert of the 19th century, according to Marx, technology is the only sphere of life in which the human being moves at the center of a thing. Hugo Fischer, Karl Marx U.Nd sen ve Realtnesszeus.und Wirtschaft ft, pages 39 to 40. The citation of Marx is apparently from Marx and Engels, Gesammelträge 10, 184.1 to 1850, Volume 1, p. 259,15. On the divine forebears of the charlatan, the various divine ancestors had by now revealed not only prescriptions for elixirs of life but also methods of dyeing, indications for spinning silk, and secrets of firing clay. The industry was mythologized. Greet de Francesco, die Macht de charlatans. Compare, A Natural Instinct of the Commodity Owners. 111. Marx opposes the idea that gold and silver are only imaginary values. The fact that money can, in certain functions, be replaced by mere symbols of itself gave rise to that other mistaken notion, that it is itself a mere symbol. Nevertheless, under this error lurked a presentiment that the money form of an object is not an inseparable part of that object but is simply he form under which certain social relations manifest themselves. In this sense, every commodity is a symbol, since, insofar as it is value, it is only the material envelope of the human labor spent upon it. But if he declared that the material forms assumed high the social qualities of law under the regime of a definite mode of production are mere symbols, it is in the same breath also declared that these characteristics are arbitrary fictions, sanctioned by the so-called universal consent of mankind. Note after, spent upon it, if we consider the concept of value we must look on the thing itself as only a symbol, it counts not as itself but as what it is worth. Marx, Das Kapital, Il. Korsch, pages 101 to 102. Cedar Ostachprosby, L9. Private property as origin of the alienation of human beings from one another. Objects in themselves are external to man, and consequently alienable by him. In order that TMS alienation may be reciprocal, it is only necessary for men, by a tacit understanding, to treat one another as private owners of those alienable objects, and by implication as independent individuals. But such a sthte of reciprocal independence has no existence in a primitive society based on property in common. The exchange of commodities therefore first begins on the boundaries of such communities. Karl Marx, Das Kapital, Il. Korsch, p. 99.2, p. 95. Marx recognizes a climax in the development, and in the transparency, of the fetish character of the commodity. The mode of production in which the product takes the form of a commodity, or is produced directly for exchange, is the most general and most embryonic form of bourgeois production. It therefore makes its appearance at an early date in history, though not in the same predominating and characteristic manner as nowadays. Hence, its fetish character is relatively easily seen through. But when we come to more concrete forms, even this appearance of simplicity vanishes. Marx, Das Kapital, ed. Korsch, p. 94c. Fetish character. 22. The model according to which the polytechnical education demanded by Marxism must orient itself. There are states of society in which one and the same man does tailoring and weaving alternately, in which case these two forms of labor are mere modifications of the labor of the same individual, and not special and fixed functions of different persons. These various modified acts of labor on the part of one individual are not compared with one another quantitatively, in terms of duration, to the abstraction mere labor, which we canitus from them, corresponds nothing real. They stand within a unique concrete labor context, the results of which bring no advantage to the owner of commodities. Compare the following: for a society based upon the production of commodities, in which the producers in general enter into social relations with one another by treating their products as commodities, whereby they reduce their individual private labor to the standard of homogeneous human labor. For such a society, Christianity with its quid uj of abstract man is the most fitting form of religion. Marx, Capital, p.91. 111. Body of the commodity, which serves as the equivalent, figures as the materialization of human labor in the abstract, and is at the same time the product of some specifically useful concrete labor. This concrete labor becomes, therefore, the medium for expressing abstract human labor. In this latter is contained, as Marx believes, all the misery of the commodity-producing society. The passage is from Capital, p. 70. In addition, it is very important that Marx in one immediately after this refers to abstract human labor as the opposite of the concrete. To formulate differently the misery at issue here, one could also say, it is the misery of the commodity-producing society that, for it, labor directly social in character is always merely abstract labor. If Marx, in his treatment of the equivalent form, lays weight on the fact that the labor of private individuals takes the form of its opposite, labor directly social in form, then this private labor is precisely the abstract labor of the abstract commodity-owning man. Marx has the idea that labor would be accomplished voluntarily. 25. The general value form, which represents all products of labor as mere conjugations of undifferentiated human labor, shows by its very structure that it is the social expression of the commodity world. Thus, it reveals that within this world the generally human character of the labor constitutes at the same time its distinguishing feature as social labor. Marx, Das Kapital, p. 79. The abstract nature of the social labor and the abstract nature of the human being who relates to fellow humans as an owner correspond to each other. How are we to express the fact that weaving creates the value of the linen not by virtue of being weaving, as such, but by reason of its general property of being human labor? Simply by opposing to weaving that other particular form of concrete labor, which produces the equivalent of the product of weaving. Just as the coat in its bodily form became a direct expression of value, so now does tailoring, a concrete form of labor, appear as the direct and palpable embodiment of human labor generally. 27. This is what Marx is referring to when he writes in the sentence preceding this passage. In the value expression of the commodity, the tables are turned. At this point a note, his inversion, whereby the sensuous concrete counts only as a phenomenal form of the abstract general rather than the abstract general as a property of the concrete, is characteristic of the expression of value. If I say, Roman law and German law are both systems of law, my statement is perfectly self-evident. But if I say, the law, that abstract concept, realizes itself in Roman law and in German law, those concrete legal systems, my context becomes mystical. When I state that coats or boots stand in a relation to linen because linen is the universal incarnation of abstract human labor, the absurdity of the proposition is manifest. Nevertheless, when the producers of coats and boots compare those articles with linen, or, what is the same thing, with gold, or silver, as the universal equivalent, they express the relation between their own private labor and the collective labor of society in precisely this absurd form. Karl Marx, Das Kapital, ed. Korsch, p. 88.2. 1.1. Political economy has never asked the question why labor is represented by the value of its product, and labor time by the magnitude of that value. These formulas, which hear it stamped upon them in unmistakable letters that they belong to a state of society in which the process of production has the mastery over man, instead of being controlled by him, such formulas appear to the bourgeois intellect to be as much a self-evident necessity imposed by nature as productive labor itself. Marx, Das Kapital, ed. Korsch, p. 92-93.29, p. 22. Within the cooperative society based on common ownership of the means of production, the producers do not exchange their products, just as little does the labor employed on the products appear here at the value of these products, as a material quality possessed by them, since now, in contrast to capitalist society, individual labor exists no longer in an indirect fashion, but directly as a component part of the total labor. The phrase proceeds of labor thus loses all meaning. The passage refers to the demand for a fair distribution of the proceeds of labor. Marx, Randglossen zum Programm der deutschen Arbeiterpartei, pages 25, 24.31. In a higher phase of communist society, after the enslaving subordination of the individual to the division of labor, and therewith also the antithesis between mental and physical labor, has vanished, after labor has become not only a means of life but life's chief necessity, after the productive forces have also increased with the all-round development of the individual. Only then can the narrow horizon of bourgeois right be crossed in its entirety, and society inscribe on its banners, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. H. Marx, Randglossen zum Programm der deutschen Arbeiterpartei, p. 27. Marx, in his critique of the Gotha program of 1875, las alle knew the Communist Manifesto by heart. If, therefore, he has falsified it so grossly, he has done so only to put a good face on his alliance with absolutist and feudal opponents against the bourgeoisie. Marx, Randglossen zum Programm der deutschen Arbeiterpartei. Ed. Korsch, Sinunal is playing devil's advocate, for he does not want to admit the reduction of labor to physical labor. Indeed, there is also, according to Hinel, a valueless labor that still requires an expenditure of energy. Tills means, however, that the value of labor is measured not by its amount but by the utility of its result. Sinunal goes on to reproach Marx, as it appears, for confusing a statement of fact with a demand. He writes, socialism, in fact, strives for a society in which the utility value of objects, in relation to the labor time applied to them, forms a constant ibid p. 451. In the third volume of Capital, Marx argues that the precondition of all value, of the labor theory too, is use value. Yet this means that so many parts of the total social labor time are used in each product as come in relation to its importance in use. The approximation to this completely utopian state of affairs seems to be technically possible only if, as a whole, nothing but the unquestionably basic life necessities are produced. For where this is exclusively the case, one work activity is of course precisely as necessary and useful as the next. In contrast, however, as long as one moves into the higher spheres in which, on the one hand, need and estimation of utility are inevitably more individual and, on the other, the intensity of labor is more difficult to prove, no regulation of the amounts of production could bring about a situation in which the relationship between need and labor applied was everywhere the same. On these points, all the threads of the deliberations on socialism intertwine. At this point, it is clear that the difficulty increases in relation to the cultural level of the product, a difficulty whose avoidance, of course, must limit production to that of the endless primitive, most essential, and most average objects. George Cernmal, Phiojofi de Gelds, pages 451-453. With this critique, compare the counter-critique of this standpoint by Korsch, X9i. The individual significance of different objects of equal value is degraded through their exchangeability, however indirectly or imaginary this may be. The disparagement of the interest in the individuality of a commodity leads to a disparagement of individuality itself. If the two sides to a commodity are its quality and its price, then it seems logically impossible for the interest to be focused on only one of these sides, for cheapness is an empty word if it does not imply a low price for a relatively good quality. Yet this conceptual impossibility is psychologically real and effective. The interest in the one side can be so great that its logically necessary counterpart completely disappears. The typical instance of one of these cases is the 50-cent bazaar. The principle of valuation in the modern money economy finds its clearest expression here. It is not the commodity that is the center of interest here but the price, a principle that in former times not only would have appeared shameless but would have been absolutely impossible. It has been rightly pointed out that the medieval town lacked the extensive capital economy, and that this was the reason for seeking the ideal of the economy, not so much in the expansion as in the quality of the goods offered. George Simmel, Philosophie de Gelds, Pi 411-412. Political economy is now no longer a science of commodities. It becomes a direct science of social labor, in its present unambiguous, and definite, form of labor producing a C01 modative or muther person, that is, of labor formally paid to its full value but actually exploit. Ed. Actually collective labor performed by proletarian wage laborers. To whom? The productive power of what would he under otherwise similar conditions the produce of an isolated worker, now increased 1,000-fold high. The social division of labor, stands opposed in the form of capital. Korsch, Volume 2, p. 47. Lose value by means of the production of value high means of the production of consumer goods in a society in which the material goods of production enter as capital into the process of production run by the capitalists, while the actual producers enter as the commodity labor power. Korsch, Karl Marx, Volume 3, pages 10-11. The experience of our generation, that capitalism will not die a natural death. The confrontation of Lafargue with Georges' form of materialisme. Very characteristic for the great. Sources for Marx and Engels, from the bourgeois historians of the French Restauration. They took the concept of social class and of class struggle, from Ricardo, the economic basis of the class antagonism, from Proudhon, the proclamation of the model proletariat as the only real revolutionary class, from the feudal and Christian assailants of the new economic order. The ruthless unmasking of the liberal ideas of the bourgeoisie, the piercing hate FTLLED invective. Their ingenious dissection of the unsolvable contradictions of the modern mode of production they took from the petty bourgeois socialism of Sismondi, the humanism and the philosophy of action, from earlier companions among the left Hegelians, especially from Feuerbach, the meaning of political struggle for the working class, from the contemporary labor parties, French Social Democrats and English Chartists, the doctrine of revolutionary dictatorship, from the French Convention, and from Blanqui and his followers. Finally, they took from Saint-Simon, Fourier, and Owen the entire content of their socialist and communist agenda, the total upheaval of the foundations of existing capitalist society, the abolition of classes, and the transformation of the state into a merc administration of production. Corset, Karl Marx, Volume 3 p. 101.53. Through Hegel, the new materialism of proletarian theory linked itself to the sum of bourgeois social thought of the preceding historical period. It did so in the same antithetical form in which, on a practical level also, the social action of the proletariat, to a certain extent, that disenchantment which, after the conclusion of the great French Revolution, was first proclaimed by the early French theorists of the Counter-Revolution and by German Romantics, has in fact exerted a considerable influence upon Marx mainly through Hegel, and has thus directly entered into the Theory of the Modern Workers' Movement. Korsch, Karl Marx, Volume 2, p. 36.5. Concept of productive force. There appears, as a point of L. p. 436. The critique carried high the young Marx on the rights of man, as separated from the rights of the citizen. None of the so-called rights of man goes he and egoistic man. Far from the rights of man conceiving of man as a species being, species life itself, society, appears as a framework exterior to individuals. The only bond that holds them together is natural necessity, need and private interest, the conservation of their property and egoistic person. It is paradoxical that citizenship, the political community, is degraded by the political emancipators to a mere means for the preservation of these so-called rights of man, that the citizen is declared to be the servant of egoistic man, that the sphere in which man behaves as a communal being is degraded below the sphere in which man behaves as a partial being, finally that it is not man as a citizen but man as a bourgeois who is called the real and true man. The riddle has a simple solution. What was the character of the old society? Feudalism. The old civil society had a directly political character. The political revolution abolished the political character of civil society. It shattered civil society, on the one hand into individuals, on the other hand into the material and spiritual elements that make up the civil position of these individuals. The formation of the political state and the dissolution of civil society into independent individuals, who are related by law just as the estate and corporation men were related by privilege, is completed in one and the same act. Man as member of civil society, unpolitical man, appears necessarily as natural man. The rights of man appear as natural rights, because self-conscious activity is concentrated upon political action. Egoistic man is the passive, given result of the dissolved society. A natural object. Political revolutions. Attitude to civil society, to the world of need, to work, private interests, and private law, is that they are its natural basis. Finally, man as a member of civil society counts for true man, for man as distinct from the citizen, because he is man in his sensuous existence, while political man is only the abstract man. The abstraction of the political man is thus correctly described he who dares to undertake the making of a people's institutions ought to feel himself capable of changing human nature, of transforming each individual, who is by himself a complete and solitary whole, into part of a greater whole from which he receives his life and being. Marx, Zur Judenfrage, in Marx and Engels, Gesamtausgabe, Volume 1, Section 1, 1, pages 595-599. The property appertaining to the commodity as its fetish character attaches as well to the commodity-producing society, not as it is in itself, to be sure, but more as it represents itself and thinks to understand itself whenever it abstracts from the fact that it produces precisely commodities. The image that it produces of itself in this way, and that it customarily labels as its culture, corresponds to the concept of phantasmagoria. The latter is defined by Wiesengrund as a consumer item in which there is no longer anything that is supposed to remind us how it came into being. It becomes a magical object, insofar as the labor stored up in it comes to seem supernatural and sacred at the very moment when it can no longer be recognized as labor. In connection with this, from the manuscript on W. Einer, 1b art of W. Einer's orchestration has banished the role of the immediate production of sound from the aesthetic totality. Anyone fully able to grasp why Haydn doubles the violins with a flute in piano might well get an intuitive glimpse into why, thousands of years ago, men gave up eating uncooked grain and began to bake bread, or why they started to smooth and polish their tools. All trace of its own production should ideally disappear from the object of consumption. It should look as though it had never been made, so as not to reveal that the one who sells it did not in fact make it, BNT rather appropriated to himself the labor that went into it. The autonomy of art has its origin in the concealment of labor. Son, look out for yourself. A.J. Waits, Œuvres littéraires, p. 374. If one day the sun should sputter out, 'twill be immortal who rekindles it. Lawrencine and Clairville, IEROI Dagobert ALXJ, Aussici Alda 1844, Theatre du 6 MWC, April 19, 1844, p. 18. A prophecy from the year 1855, ONLY. A few years ago there was Hor 11 to us, a machine that has since become the glory of our age and that day after day amazes the mind and startles the eye. This machine, a century hence, will be the rush, the pnelt, the colors, the craft, the practice, the patience, the glance, the touch, the paste, the glaze, the trick, the relief, the finish, the rendering. A century hence, their iron, the art of machinery, the art of light and fire. Alfred Gotthold Meyer, Eisenbauten, from the preface. TIE photographic reproduction of artworks as a phase in the struggle between photography and painting. De la P. Rouse, Letr Emblement de Terre de Martinique, Les Bohémiens de Paris, Louis Frenois Clairville, Les Sept Châteaux du Diable, Les P. O. Madames de Terre Malades, Rodamago, Cendrillon, Audet S. by Duveyrier, Dardas. A Caspar Hauser by Den Neri. The most fantastic creations of Fairyland are kneel to being realized before our very eyes. Each day our factories turn out wonders as as those produced by Dr. Faustus with his book of magic. Eugene Buret, de la Misère de Classes la Balaïses en France et en Angleterre, Volume 2, pages 161 to 162. From Nadar's splendid description of his photographic work in the Paris catacombs, with each new camera setup, we had to test our exposure time empirically. Certain of the plates were found to require up to 18 minutes. Remember, we were still, at that time, using collodion emulsion on glass negatives? I had judged it advisable to animate some of these scenes by the use of a Chulnan figure, less from considerations of picturesqueness than in order to give a sense of scale, a precaution too often neglected by explorers in this medium and with sometimes disconcerting consequences. For these 18 minutes of exposure time, I found it difficult to obtain from a human being the absolute, inorganic immobility I required. I tried to get round this difficulty by means of mannequins, which I dressed in Wernland's clothes and positioned in the scene with as little awkwardness as possible. This business did nothing to complicate our task. This nasty ordeal of photographing in the sewers and catacombs, it must be said, lasted no less than 3 consecutive months. Altogether, I brought back 100 negatives. I made haste to offer the first 100 prints to the collections of the city of Paris, put together by the eminent engineer of our subterranean constructions, M. Belgrand. Nadar, Oean.ideas photo graphe, p. 132. 1848, The Revolution arose in the midst of a very severe economic crisis, provoked, on the one hand, by the speculations occasioned by railroad conclusion, and, on the other hand, by 2 consecutive bad harvests, in 184.6 and 1847. Once again the city of Paris, as far out as the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, was torn by hunger riots. A. Mallet and P. Grillet, 19th siècle, p. 245. Declaration regarding Ludovic Halévy: you may attack me on any grounds you like, but photography, no, that is sacred. Jean Loaz, Émile Zola Faute Phe, Arts et Métiers Graphiques.es, 45. W. Hoever, at some point in his life, has had the chance to slip his head under the magic mantle of the photographer, and has peered into the camera so as to catch sight of that extraordinary miniature reproduct.ion of the nat.ural image. Such a person will necessarily have asked himself what is likely to come of our modern painting once photography has succeeded in fixing colors on its plates as well as forms. Walter Crane, Nakommen und Ausdruck in der Kunst, die Neuzeit, 14, number 1 flight is cut short by the chemical snare of de Gete. The face of a crystal, convex 01 concave, will reduce or enlarge every object it marks. Its fine, lucid rays, through the depths of the trap, cat.ch the aspect of plaques in rapid inscription, the image imprisoned within the glass plate, preserved from all threatening contact, retains its bright life, and certain reflections break through to the most distant sfet es. Nepomucene lemercier, surfa de couvert de el du painter du dio.ama. Photography was first adopted within the dominant social class. Manufacturers, factory owners, and bankers, statesmen, men of letters, and scientists. Gisela Freund, La photographie au point de vue sociologique. Is this accurate? Shouldn't the sequence be reversed? Among the inventions that predate photography one should mention, in particular, the lithograph and the physionotrace, which, for its part, represents a mechanization of the process of cutting silhouettes. Gilles Louis Chrétien, in 1786, successfully invented an apparatus which combined two different modes of making portraits, that of the silhouette and that of the engraving. The physionotrace was based on the well-known principle of the pantograph. A system of parallelograms was articulated in such a way as to be capable of transfer to a horizontal plane. With the aid of a dry stylus, the operator traces the contours of a drawing. An ink stylus traces the lines of the first stylus, and reproduces the drawing on a scale determined by the relative position of the two. Still uses Gisela Freund, La photographie au point de vue sociologique. The apparatus was equipped with a viewfinder. Life-size reproductions could be obtained. 11e reproduction time with the physionotrace was 1 minute for normal silhouettes, 3 minutes for colored ones. It is characteristic that the beginnings of the technologizing of the portrait, as instanced in this apparatus, set back the art of the portrait qualitatively as much as photography later advanced it. One can see, on examining the quite enormous body of work produced with the physionotrace, that the portraits all have the same expression, stiff, schematic, and featureless. Although the apparatus reproduced the contours of the face with mathematical exactitude, this resemblance remained expressionless because it had not been realized by an artist. Gisela Freund, La photographie au point de vue sociologique. It would have to be shown here just why this primitive apparatus, in contrast to the camera, excluded artistry. In Marseilles, around 1850, there were at most 4 or 5 painters of miniatures, of whom 2, perhaps, had gained a certain reputation by executing 50 portraits in the course of a year. These artists earned just enough to make a living. A few years later, there were 40 to 50 photographers in Marseilles. They each produced, on the average, between 1,000 and 1,200 plates per year, which they sold for 15 francs apiece. This made for yearly receipts of 18,000 francs, so that, together, they constituted an industry earning nearly $1 million. And this same development can be seen in all the major cities of France. Gisela Freund, La photographie au point de vue sociologique, citing Vidal, Mémoire de la séance du 15 November 1868 de la Société Statistique de Marseille. Reproduced in the Bulletin de la Société FRRU, Eyes de Photographie, pages 37, 38, 40. On the interlinking of technological inventions, in reference to Victor Fouque, Niepce, IAVE writes sur l'invention de la photographie. Following Arago's report to the Chamher, a few hours later opticians' shops were hesiagged, there were not enough lenses, not enough camera oscuras to satisfy the zeal of so many eager amateurs. THCY watched with regretful eye the setting sun on the horizon, as it carried away the raw material of the expectancy. Fills in his essay on guise, cites the words of La Bruyere, some women possess an artificial nobility which is associated with the movement of the eye, a tilt of the head, a manner of deportment, and which goes no further. Compare Baudelaire's Le Mensonge. In the same section, Baudelaire cites the concept of the simplex of the Roman satires. 1. Beginnings of large-scale industry, we find great numbers of peasants emigrating to the cities, where steam energy permits the concentration of factories that formerly were scattered along the banks of rivers. Pierre-Maxime Scull, Machinisme et Philosophie, pl. 56-57. Aristotle declares that slavery would cease to be necessary if only the shuttles and plectrums could set themselves going on their own. The idea accords admirably with his definition of the slave as animated instrument. By the same token, the ancient poet Pherecydes of Syros had told how the dactyls, after wielding a new house for Zeus, had fashioned for him male and female servants as well. We are in the realm of fable. Yet for 3 centuries have passed, an anthology poet, Antiphilos of Byzantium, offers a response to Aristotle by singing of the invention of the water mill, which arats women from the arduous task of grinding, spare the hand that grinds the corn, 0 miller girls, and softly sleep. Let Chanticleer announce the morn in vain. Demeter has commanded that the girls' work be done by nymphs, and now they slp lightly over the wheels, so that the shaken axles revolve with air spokes and pull round the load of revolving stones. Let us live the life of our fathers, and let us rest from work and enjoy the gifts that Demeter sends us. Pierre-Maxime Scull, Machinisme et Philosophique, pages 19-20. A. Reveal to these depraved, O Republic, by foiling their plots, or great Medusa face ringed by red lightning. French workers' song around 1850, cited in Adolphe Starr, Zwei Monal in Paris, Volume 2, p. 199. Rabble of the faithless, the soulless, the rootless, who want to wipe out every art and industry, to crush underfoot the cult of the cross, and drown in an ocean of blood and flames its waves have risen round the flanks of Paris' temples, palaces, priests, peoples, and kings. Edouard d'Anglemont, L/Anti-Mational, p. 7. Palermo has Etna, Paris, Fa Ponce. Victor Hugo, Paris, cited in Georges Batalte, Le Ponfii de Fa Demagogique, Victor Hugo, p. 203. Since the Surrealists constantly confuse moral nonconformism with proletarian revolution, they attempt, instead of following the course of the modern world, to relocate themselves to a historical moment when this confusion was still possible, a moment anterior to the Congress of Urs, anterior even to the development of Marxism, the period of the 1820s, 30s and 40s. Emmanuel Burl, Premier Pamphlet, Europe, 75, p. 402. And that is certainly no accident. For, on the one hand, we have here elements anthropological materialism, hostility toward progress which are refractory to Marxism, while, on the other hand, the will to apocatastasis speaks here, the resolve to gather again, in revolutionary action and in revolutionary thing, precisely the elements of the too early and the too late, of the first beginning and the final decay. Episode of the February Evolution. On the 23rd, at 11:00 in the evening, a fusillade on the Boulevard des Capucines, 23 dead. The corpses are immediately paraded through the streets in a masterly, romantic mise en scene. Midnight is about to sound. The boulevards are still faintly lighted by the fading illumination. The doors and windows of the houses and shops are shut, everyone having returned home with heavy hearts. All of a sudden, a muffled rumbling is heard on the paving stones, and some windows are cautiously opened. In a cart drawn by a white horse, with a bare-armed worker holding the reins, 5 cadavers are arranged in horrible symmetry. Standing on the shaft is a child of the working class, sallow of complexion, a fixed and ardent look upon his face, his arm extended, nearly immobile, as though to represent the genius of vengeance. Leaning backward, this boy lights up, with the beams of his torch, the body of a young woman whose livid neck and hosom are stained with a long trail of blood. From time to time her worker, posit.ioned behind the cart, raises this lifeless body with a muscular arm and his torch, all the while emitting sparks and flakes of fire. Cast his savage gaze over the crowd, shouting, "Vengeance! Vengeance! They are airing the people. P to arms!" Respond some voices, and he corpse falls back into the bottom of the cart, which continues on its way. Duhek and Diespsel, Hist Air de Paris, p. 396. O lighting 0. The masses of workers mobilized by Haussmann were compared unfavorably to those incorporated in the Nat.Ional workshops of 1848. 0. Haussmann 0. The favorite readings of the working class tailor are the histories of the Revolution of 1789. He likes it when his texts develop the idea that this revolution was a good thing, and that it improved the condition of the working class. He is inspired by the aura of drama lent to men and events by several famous authors. Not perceiving that the principal cause of his social inferiority lies within himself, he likes to think that these men are the models for those who, in forging a new progress, will preserve him from all kinds of calamities. FLE Play, Les Ouvriers Européens, p. 277. Street warfare today has its own technique. It was perfected, after the armed takeover of Munich, in a curious little confidential work published with great secrecy by the government in Berlin. One no longer advances through the streets, they are left empty. A pat.h is opened within the areas of houses, are breaking through walls. As soon as one has taken a street, one organizes it, lines of communication are laid through the holes in the walls, while, to prevent the return of the adversary, one immediately mines the conquered ground. Perhaps the clearest sign of progress, here, is that one need not concern oneself at all with sparing houses or lives. Compared with civil wars of the future, the episode of the Rue Transnonaine will seem quite innocent and archaic. Thieubecq and Diespsel, Histoire de Paris, p. 479. D. Haussmann d. Family Hodget of a Parisian rag picker, 1849–1851, according to FLE Play, Les Ouvriers Européens, pages 274–275. An excerpt, H. Section 4. Expenses for moral improvement, recreation, and health. Instruction for the children, school fees paid by employer, 48 francs, books purchased, 1 franc 45 centimes, relief and ends. Recreation and festivities, meal taken together by the entire family at one of the ba.com.iures of Paris, including wine, bread, and fried potatoes, 8 francs, meal of macaroni, with butter, cheese, and wine, taken on Christmas, Mardi Gras, Easter, and Pentecost, expenses included in the first section, chewing tobacco for the worker, 6.8 kilos worth 5 to 34 francs, snuff for the wife, 2.33 kilos worth 18 francs 66 centimes, toys and other gifts given to the child, 1 franc. Correspondence with relatives, letters from the workers' brothers living in Italy, on average 1 per year. Note, the main resource for the family, in case of accidents, is private charity. Savings for the year. The damage done to the morality of the improvident worker by the substitution of antagonism for solidarity consists precisely in the loss of all opportunity of exercising his natural virtues in the only way that would be practicable for him. The devotion displayed in the wish to do well, in the concern for the interests of the employer, or in the sacrifice of needs and desires irreconcilable with the regularity of work is, in fact, more feasible for the worker than the devotion which would lead to assisting his comrades with a sum of money. The faculty of giving aid and protection of any consequence belongs to the upper classes. It can manifest itself among the workers as an immediate and short-lived enthusiasm, but the virtue most within their reach is clearly the performance of their task for the employer. MFLE Play, Les Ouvriers Européens, p. rented by authority of the Emperor and the Imperial Press, p. 278. The small landowners of the suburbs. They cultivate vines that produce a wine of inferior quality, for which the consumption tax in effect inside the capital ensures a profitable market in the suburbs. FLE Play, Les Ouvriers Européens, p. 271. There is a tropical plant that for years remains unremarkable and brings forth no blossom, until finally, one day, an explosion resounds like a rifle shot and, some days later, from out of this thicket a wonderful giant of a flower arises, whose growth is so rapid that one can witness its unfolding with the naked eye. Just so paltry and stunted remained the French working class in a corner of society, until suddenly the explosion of the February Revolution was heard. But with that, a gigantic blossom shot up from the unremarkable bushes, and this bloom full of sap and vitality, full of beauty and significance, was called the Association. Sigmund Englander, Geschichte der Arenzosisk and Arbeiterassociationen, Volume 4, p. 217. Organization of the State Workshops by Thomas. It suffices to mention that Emile Thomas divided the workers into brigades and companies, and that their chiefs were elected by universal suffrage of the workers. Every company had its flag, and Emile Thomas made use, for this organization, of other civil engineers and of students from the École Polytechnique, who, through their youth, exerted a moral influence on the workers. Nevertheless, although the Minister of Public Works ordered the state engineers to come up with proposals for works, the engineers in charge of bridges and roads decided not to comply with the minister's order, for in France there had long been a great rivalry between St8 engineers and civil engineers, and it was the latter who directed the national workshops. Thomas was therefore left to his own resources, and he never could assign to such an army of workers, whose ranks were daily swelling, any sort of useful work. Thus, for example, he had trees from the outskirts of Paris brought into the city to be planted along the boulevards, because during the struggles of R. Eruary the old trees on the boulevard had been cut down. The workers with the trees paraded slowly across Paris, singing as they went. Other workers, who had the job, for example, of cleaning the railings of bridges, became an object of derision for passers-by, and so the majority of these workers also wound up passing their time in mere card-playing, singing, and the like. The national workshops before long became the gathering place for all sorts of vagabonds and idlers, whose lot consisted exclusively in marching through the streets, with their stand-annual hearers, here and there mending the pavement or turning up earth, but on the walk singing and shouting, ragtag and unruly doing whatever came into their heads. One day, there suddenly appeared on the scene 600 actors, painters, artists, and agents, who together announced that, since the Republic was guaranteeing work to all citizens, they too were putting forward their claim. Thomas made them inspectors. Sigmund Englander, Geschichte der Ansässigen Arbeiterassociationen, Volume 2, pages 268 to 271. 0 Flaneur 0. Barricades of 184.8, more T.Hon 4,00 were unted. Many, fronted by trenailles and battlements, reached a height of 2 stories. Mallet and Glit, Xixe Civcli, p. 249. Like salaried workers, they have a habit of frequenting taverns. Like them, and more than them, they make a show of the expenditures which this habit entails. Among the older rag pickers and particularly among the older women, spirits hold an attraction like nothing else. The rag pickers are not always content with ordinary wine in these taverns, they like to order mulled wine, and they take great offense if this drink does not contain, along with a strong dose of sugar, the aroma produced high the use of lemons. H.A. Fregier, De classes dangereuses de la population, Volume 1, pp. 104, 109. A Song, pages 67 to 68. A reactionary song, after the June insurrection. See this funeral procession. It's the Archbishop friends, remove your hats, victim, alas, of sacrilegious comhat, he is fallen for the happiness of all one. H. Gordon de Genouillouic, Les Refrains de l'Ami, de 1832-1870, p. 78. The proletarians have composed a terrible, bitter, p. 210. Buret reports on a story in La Revue Britannique of December 1839, p. 29, who, after acquiring life, employed it only in persecuting the man who had given it to him. M. Eugene Buret, La Misère de classes laborieuses en Angleterre et en France, Volume 2, p. 219. If the vices of the lower classes were limited, in their effects, to those who indulged in them, we may suppose that the upper classes would cease to concern themselves with all these dismal questions, and would happily leave the world at large to the sway of good and bad causes that rule over it. But everything is linked together. If poverty is the mother of vices, then vice is the father of crime, and it is in this way that the interests of all the classes are conjoined. Eugene Buret, La Misère de classes laborieuses en Angleterre et en France, Volume 2, p. 262. Jenny the W.O. worker brings to life one of the most terrible afflictions of the social organism, the daughter of the working class. Constrained to sacrifice her virtue for her family, and to sell herself, in order to provide bread for her loved ones. As for the prologue to Jenny the W.O. worker, it acknowledges neither the play's point of departure nor the details of poverty and hunger. Victor Halley's de Haute, La censure de l'Institut Ieder, 1850-1870, pages 75 to 76. In the mind of the factory boss, workers are not men but forces, and expensive ones at that, instruments more intractable and less economical than tools of iron and fire. Without being cruel, he can be completely indifferent to the sufferings of a class of men with whom he has no moral commerce, no sentiments in common. Doubtless Madame de Sévigné was not an evil woman. Yet Madame de Sévigné, while detailing the atrocious punishments meted out to the people of Brittany who had rioted over a tax, Madame de Sévigné, the impassioned mother, speaks of hangings and of thrashings, in a light, cavalier tone that betrays not the slightest sympathy. I doubt that, under the rule of the current laws of industry, there could be any more of a moral community between employers and their workers than there was, in the 17th century, between poor peasants and townsmen and a fine lady of the court. Eugene Buret, De la Misère de classes laborieuses en Angleterre et en France, Volume 2, pages 269 to 271. Many girls in the factories often leave the shop as early as 6 o'clock in the evening, instead of leaving at 8, and go roaming the streets in hopes of meeting some stranger whom they provoke with a sort of calculated hashfulness in the fêteries. They call this doing one's fifth quarter of the day. Villerme, Ta Blot de l'état physique et moral d'ouvriers, Volume 1, p. 226, cited INA. Buret, De la Misère de classes laborieuses, Volume 1 p. 415. The principles of philanthropy receive a classic formulation in Buret. Humanity, and indeed decency, do not permit us to allow human beings to die like animals. One cannot refuse the charitable gift of a coffin. Eugene Buret, De la Misère de classes laborieuses, Volume 1, p. 266. The Convention, organ of the sovereign people, aims to make mendicancy and poverty disappear at a single stroke. It guarantees work for all citizens who need it. Unfortunately, the section of the law that was designed specifically to deal with mendicancy as a crime was more easily enforced than that which promised the benefits of national generosity to the poor. Repressive measures were taken, and they have remained within the letter as well as the spirit of the law, whereas the system of charity that motivated and justified these measures has never existed, except in the decrees of the Convention. E. Buret, de la mesure de classes laborieuses, Volume 1, pages 222 to 224. Napoleon adopted the position described here with his law of July 5, 1808, the law of the Convention dates from October 15, 1793. Those convicted 3 times of begging could expect deportation for 8 years to Madagascar. Hippolyte Passy, ex-minister, in a letter addressed to the Temperance Society of Amiens, one is led to recognize that, however meager the share of the poor might be, it is the art of applying that share to his real needs, it is the capacity to encompass the future in his thoughts, that the poor man lacks. His plight is due more to this lack than to any other. Cited in E. Buret, de la mesure de classes laborieuses, Volume 1, p. 78. Here was a time, and it was not so long ago, when all the while effusively singing the praises of work one never let on to the worker that the means by which he derived his subsistence was not his freely willed labors but, in fact, a tax levied on him by certain persons who fattened themselves by the sweat of his brow. It is what is called the exploitation of man by man. Something of this sinister and deceptive doctrine has remained in the songs of the street. Work is still spoken of with respect, but Thieu's respect has something forced about it, something of a grimace. It is nevertheless true that Thieu's way of viewing work is an exception. More often, it is praised like a law of nature, a pleasure, or a benefit. Against the lazy let us always do battle. Great enemies of our society. For if they complain of sleeping on straw, it is only what they deserve. In our stockyards, our factories, our mills, let us answer the call at day's dawning. While we work our prodigious machines, let us hymn a fraternal refrain. Antoine Remy. Charles Nissard, de Chansons Populaires, Volume 2, pages 265 to 267. The crisis of 1857 to 1858 marked a sudden end to all the illusions of imperial socialism. All efforts to maintain wages at a level that would have corresponded in some degree to the ever-rising prices of food and housing proved futile. Der Jazzanove, zur Geschichte der Ersten Internationale, in Marx Engels Archiv, Volume 1, 1. 145. In Lyons L. the economic crisis had caused a reduction in the salary of the silk weavers, the famous Knits, to 18 sous for a workday of 15 to 16 hours. The prefect had tried to induce the workers and bosses to agree to establish a minimum salary level. The attempt having failed, an insurrection broke out on November 12, 1831, it was non-political in character, representing an uprising of the poor. Live working or die fighting, read the black banner which the Camas carried before them. After 2 days of fighting, the troops of the line, which the Garde Nationale had refused to support, were forced to evacuate Lyons. The workers laid down their arms. Casimir Perier sent an army of 36,000 men to reoccupy the city. Furthermore, he removed the prefect from office, annulled the tariff which the latter had succeeded in foisting upon the bosses, and disbanded the Garde Nationale. Years later, charges brought against an association of Lyons workers, the Mutualists, were the occasion for an uprising that lasted 5 days. A. Mallet and P. Grillet, 19 siècle, pages 86 to 88. IIA. Study of working conditions in the textile industry in 184,0 revealed that, for one 15.5-hour day of active work, the average salary was less than 2 francs for men and barely 1 franc for women. The suffering got worse, especially beginning in 1834, because, civil unrest being finally quelled, industrial enterprises multiplied so rapidly that, within 10 years, the population of the cities increased by 2 million solely through the influx of peasants to the factories. A. Mallet and P. Grillet, 19 siècle, p. 103. Scene from the July Revolution. A woman donned men's clothing to fight alongside the others, and then afterward, as woman again, nursed the wounded who were lodged in the stock exchange. Saturday evening, the cannoneers who were transferring the artillery pieces remaining at the Bourse to the Hôtel de Ville enthroned our young heroine on a cannon crowned with laurels and brought her with them. This evening, at around 10 o'clock, they brought her back in triumph to the Bourse by the light of torches. She was seated on an armchair decorated with garlands and laurels. Cf. Tricotel, esquisse de quelques scenes de l'intérieur de la Bourse pendant les Jeux. EES de 28, 29, 30 et 31 Juillet demi-heure, au profit de blesses, p. 9. Lacenaire composed an ode at la guillotine, in which the criminal is celebrated in the allegorical figure of a woman, of whom it is said, "Till's woman laughed with horrible glee, of a crowd tearing down a throne will laugh." The ode was written shortly before Lacenaire's execution, that is, in January 1836. Alfred Delvaux, Les Lions du Jour, p. A charity supper at the Hôtel de Ville, where unemployed workers in winter, above all construction workers, gathered. The hour for the public meal has just sounded. And now little Bluecoat hands his ivory-tipped cane to one of his assistants, takes from his buttonhole a silver place setting which is attached there, dips the spoon into one pot after another, tastes, pays the servers, presses the outstretched hands of the poor, takes up his cane, refastens his spoon, and goes tranquilly on his way. He is gone. The serving of the food begins. Little Bluecoat was the nickname of the philanthropist Edme Champion, who had risen out of very modest circumstances. The passage from Chl. Hassan, La Legende du Petit Manteau Bleu, cited in Alfred Delvaux, Les Lions du Jaune, p. 283. National Assembly of 1848. MLLE- asks to borrow 600 francs from the National Assembly to pay her rent. Historical fact. Paris sous la République de L848, Exposition de une bibliothèque et de t. Av Alts Histo.x de la Ville de Paris. p. 41. 10. Social subjects occupy a very large place in lyric poetry at Renard century. They take, if all possible, forms, from the innocuous variety of a Charles Conance, pages 237, 239. From Alfred de Vigny, La Maison du Burger, treating of the railroad. May God guide the thundering steam to its end, cross the mountains T.Reversed high iron rails. Let an angel he perched on its loud clanking hoiler when it heads underground or rocks ridges. Tull JL away from these tracks, they lack grace. Thiel iron lines will take YOLL with the speed of an arrow through space, shot whistling from how to bullseye. Thus hurled like a holt, human beings lose their breath, lose their sight, in the smothering cloud rent by lightning. Distance and time arc now conquered high science, which encircles the world with its road sad and straight. The world is reduced high our experiment, the equator is now but a tight-fitting hoop. Alfred de Vigny, Poésies complètes, new edition, pages 218, 220 to 221. To be compared with Cabet, the remarkable, beautiful poem Le Havre, by Elise Fleury, embroiderer. It describes an ocean steamer, contrasting the luxury cabins with the lower deck. Rue Fr. Ons non ain, i.e. 15 avr pound L 1834. Lithograph by Honor Daumier. C. A 1A1, a 10A5. An opus Aul in verse is a speds of dialogue between a partisan and an adversary of communism. In order to alleviate all suffering, the communist Leroux appeals not to envy or to vengeance, but to kindness and generosity. Jean Scadite, L'opinion publique en France d'après la patrie politique et sociale de 1830 et 1848, p. 194. In 1847, a famine, many poems on the subject. August 1834, uprising of Nhua in Lyons, nearly contemporaneous with the uprising on the Rue Transnonain. All honor to us, the offspring of Imlustry. Honor, honor to our works. In all the arts we have encored our rivals, and would he the hope, the pride, of our re. Cinquante chants far aru, is, lyrics by various authors, set to music, with piano accompaniment, by Rouget de Lisle, p. 202. In the same volume, number 23, I am Marseillaise. Revolutionary Tactics and Battles on the Barricades, according to Les Miserables. The night for the barricade fighting, the invisible police of the Entente. Wad everywhere, and maintained order, that is, night. The eye which might have looked from above into that mass of shadow would have caught a glimpse in the distance here and there, perhaps, of indistinct lights, bringing out broken and fantastic lines, outlines of singular constructions, something like ghostly gleams coming and going among ruins. These were the barricades. Eltvres completes. Novels, Volume 8, pages 522-523. The following passage is from the chapter Fates, pages 43, 50-51. Barriade fighting in Les Miserables. From the chapter Originalite de Paris. Outside of the insurgent courtiers, nothing is usually more strangely calm than the physiognomy of Paris during an uprising. There is firing at the street corners, in an arcade, in a cul-de-sac. Corpses litter the pavement. A few streets away, you call hear the clicking of billiard halls in the cafes. The carriages jog along, people are going out to dine. Sometimes in the very quarter where there is fighting. In 1831 a fusillade was suspended to let a wedding party pass high. At the time of the insurrection of May 12, 1839, on the Rue Saint-Martin, a little infirm old man, drawing a handcart mounted high a tricolored rag, in which there were decanters filled with some liquid, went hack and forth from the barricade to the troops and from the troops to the barricade, impartially offering glasses of coca. Nothing is more strange, and this is peculiar characteristic of the uprisings of Paris, which is not found in any her capital. Two things are requisite for it, the greatness of Paris and its gaiety. It requires the city of Voltaire and of Napoleon. Victor I. Hugo, Errors Completes, Novels, Volume 8, pi 429-43-1. On the motif of exoticism, conjoined with hat of emancipation. All the seraglios are opened. The Imam finds his inspiration in wine. The Orient learns to read. Bar Alt crosses the seas. Jules Mercier l'Archi de Dieu, in Foi Nouvelle, chants et chansons de Bar Alt, Vincard. 1831 at 1834, Book 1, p. 28. A strange stanza from Le Depart, by V. Inard. Cast off from a universe of serfdom. The old swaddling Closel 3 and the jargon. Learn the coarse and plain speech of the Pe Opal, the light ditty and the oath. Foi Nouvelle, 1831-1834, pages 89-90. Our flag has lost patience. The sky of France, over the minarets of Egypt it now must wave. Then will they see us, workers adept, with our ribbons of iron, subduing the desert sands. Cities, like Pabus, mills spring up everywhere. F. Maynard, a Lorient / in Foi Nouvelle, pages 85, 88. In Jacques Arago's pamphlet of 1848, a Ux juxta insurges, deportation appears as an mistrunlant of colonial expansion. After the author, in picturesque language, has summoned up in each of France's overseas possessions without finding a single one suited to be the land of deportation, his eye lights on Patagonia. He gives a very poetical description of the land and its inhabitants. These men, the tallest on earth, these women, of whom the youngest are so alluring after an hour's swim, these antelopes, these birds, these fish, these phosphorescent waters, this sky alive with clouds coursing to and fro like a flock of wandering hinds. All this is Patagonia, all this a virgin land rich and independent. Do you fear that England will come and tell you that you have no right to set foot on this part of the American continent? Citizens, let England humble, just let it. And if it should arm, then transport to Patagonia the men whom your laws have smitten. When the day of battle arrives, those you have exiled will have become staunch mobile barricades, standing implacable at TLE outposts. Edme Champion, self-made man/L philanthropist, p. 15. Champion had been a goldsmith and, during the Revolution, protected noble horn former customers which endangered his own life. Balzac, in Angini Grande, with reference to the miser's dreams of the future. That future which once awaited us beyond the Requiem has been transported into the present L5. This is still more true with reference to poor people's FERs of the future. From an analysis of the situation around 1330, High Police Prefect Gisquet. At issue are the workers, p. 138. p. 143. Rumford, in his economic essays, assembled recipes designed to lower the cost of soup kitchen fare by using substitute ingredients. His soups are not too expensive, seeing that for 11 francs 16 centimes, one has enough to feed 115 persons twice a day. The only question is whether they are being properly fed. Charles Benoist, p. 384. Charity soups were variously introduced by French industries at the time of the Great Revolution. Around 1840, suicide is familiar in the mental world of the workers. People are talking about copies of a lithograph representing the suicide of an English worker in despair at not being able to earn a living. At the house of Sue himself, a worker comes to commit suicide with this note in his hand: "I am killing myself out of despair. It seemed to me that death would be easier for me if died under the roof of one who loves us and defends us." The working-class author of a little book much read by atelier workers, the typographer Adolphe Boyer, also takes his own life in despair. Charles Benoist, El Hornrand 1848. Part 2, Rêve de Dieu, Nans, p. 667. F. From Robert L. L'Histoire de la classe ouvrière, you have seen it witnessed in this history, O worker. When, as slave, you embraced the gospel, you became, unhesitatingly, a serf. When, as serf, you embraced the 18th century philosophes, you became a proletarian. Well, today you have taken up socialism. What is to prevent you from becoming a partner? You are king, pope, and emperor. Your fate, in this regard, is in your own hands. Cited in Charles Benoist, L'Homme 1848, Part 2, Revue de Deux Mondes, p. 668. A comment by Tocqueville on the spirit of the 1840s. Wealthy proprietors like to recall that they had always been enemies of the bourgeois class and always been friends of the people. The bourgeoisie themselves recalled with a certain pride that their fathers had been lawyers, and if they could not trace their lineage to a worker, they would at least contrive to descend from some uncouth person who had made his fortune on his own. Cited in Charles Benoist, L'Homme 1848, Part 2, Revue de Deux Mondes, p. 669. The question of poverty has, in a few years, passed through extremely varied phases. Toward the end of the Restoration, the debate turns entirely on the extinction of mendicancy, and society tries less to alleviate poverty than to forget it, relegating it to the shadows. At the time of the July Revolution, the situation is reversed. Means of politics. The Republican Party seizes on pauperism and transforms it into the proletariat. The workers take up the pen. Tailors, shoemakers, and typographers, who at that time constituted the revolutionary trades, march in the extreme avant-garde. Around 1835, the debate is suspended in consequence of the numerous defeats dealt the Republican Party. Around 1840, it resumes and bifurcates. Int.02 schools, culminating, on T.E one hand, in communism and, on the other, in the associations deriving from the mutual interests of workers and employers. Charles Lewandre, Statistique Liurale, de in Production Intellectuelle en France depuis. K. The history of the Paris Commune has become a touchstone of great importance for the question, how should the revolutionary working class organize its tactics and strategy in order to achieve ultimate victory? With the fall of the Commune, the last traditions of the old revolutionary legend have lilmwise fallen forever, no favorable Earl of circumstances, no heroic spirit, no martyrdom chn take the place of the proletariat's clear insight into the indispensable conditions of its emancipation. What holds for the revolutions that were carried out high minorities, and in the interests of minorities, no longer holds for the proletarian revolution. In the history of the Commune, the germs of this revolution were effectively stifled by the creeping plants that, growing out of the bourgeois revolution of the 18th century while overran the revolutionary workers' movement of the 19th century. Missing in the Commune were the firm organization of the proletariat as a class and the fundamental clarity as to its world historical mission. On these grounds alone it had to succumb. Zum Gedächtnis del Parisei Commune, die Neuizeit, 14, number 1, pages 739 to 740. WEWIH say hut 2 words about the lecture presentations that have multiplied in recent years. M. Bolland, who first thought of devoting Sunday afternoons to the inexpensive performance of masterpieces or the exhibition of certain monuments of art, preceded high historical and literary explication of the work, had hit upon a happy and rewarding idea. But success breeds imitation, and it is rare that the imitations do not bring out the true raison aspects of the things they copy. This is indeed what happened. Daily presentations were organized at the Chaclet and the Ambigu. In these performances, questions of artistry were relegated to a position of secondary importance, politics predominated. Someone fetched up Agnes de Marigny, another exhumed Calas and Charles IX, Oul École de Rois. From here, things could only go downhill, the most benign of works, by a strange inflection of the political madness, provided material for the most heterogeneous declamations on the affairs of the day. Molière and Louis XIV would certainly have been surprised, times, by the attacks for which they served as pretexts. This type of theatrical presentation completely defied all control. When revolutions break out, one often hears admissions that can be highly instructive. Here is what was said in Lemot Ordre of May 17, 1871, on the subject of the citizenship cards to the overly assiduous reading of Le Chevalier de Maison Rouge and other novels. High Alexander Dumas certainly inspired the members of the Commune to come up with this decree. We regret having to inform them that history is not made high reading novels. MV iter Hales de Hot, La Sensu re Dramatical etie Theatre, 1850-1870, pp. 68-69, 55. The Commune felt itself to be, in all respects, the heir of 1793. The passage in Ha'ilais Dabo, p. 55, is very important for the connection between colportage and revolution. At several intersections, our path opened out unexpectedly into vast arched domes. Surely, each of these clandestine colosseums would provide a useful stronghold for the concentration of forces in certain eventualities, just as the infinity of subterranean networks, with its 1,000 galleries running under every corner of the capital, provides a ready-made sap from which to attack the city from Hilo. The lightning bolt that annihilated the empire did not leave it time to act on this conception. It is harder to figure out why the leaders of the Commune, so resolute in everything, did not make use of this formidable means of destruction when faced with the appearance of troops. Nadal, Cldan Jataeus Photography, pages 810, 815. The Commune, which accorded seats only to those elected from the workers' districts, was formed of a coalition of revolutionaries without a common program. Of the 78 members, only a score were intent on projects of social reform. The majority were Jacobin Democrats in the tradition of 1793. A. Mallet, p. Grillet, 19 Seek, pages 481 to 482. Within the Commune emerged the project of a monument to the accursed, which was supposed to be raised in the corner of a public square whose center would be occupied by a war memorial. All the official personalities of the Second Empire were to be listed on it. Even Haussmann's name is there. In this way, an infernal history of the regime was to be launched, although the intention was to go back to Napoleon I, the villain of Brumaire, the chief of this accursed race of crowned Bohemians vomited forth to us by Corsica, this fatal line of bastards so degenerated they would be lost in their own native land. The project, in the form of a printed placard, is dated April 15, 1871. There are your fruits, bloodthirsty Commune, yes. You wanted to annihilate Paris. The last line is the refrain of a poem, Les Ruines de Paris, printed as a pamphlet. A lithograph by Marcier, Le Départ de la Commune, published by Deforet et César Editeurs, shows a woman riding an animal that is half nag and half hyena, wrapped in a giant shroud, and brandishing the tattered, dirty red flag, Willie leaving behind her a murky alley filled with the smoke and flames of burning houses. Mdr. The Taking of Paris, L. Illustration published a drawing entitled Chaussée et l'homme dans les catacombes. In fact, the catacombs were searched one day for fugitives. Those found were shot. The troops entered at the Place d'Enfer Trochero, while the outlets of the catacombs toward the plain of Montsouris were guarded. A communard pamphlet publishes a drawing captioned Les cadavres découverts dans les souterrains de l'église Saint-Laurent. It was alleged that female corpses had been discovered at this underground site, bodies which could not have been there longer than a couple of years, and whose thighs were forced open and hands bound. Leaflet, lithograph she. The Republic as a beautiful woman wrapped around by a snake whose features are those of Thales. The woman has a mirror high over her head. Beneath, a verse, any the ways you can take her / she is for rent but not for sale. The illusions that still underlay the Commune are given striking expression in Proudhon's Famille, his appeal to the bourgeoisie, save the people and save yourselves as your fathers did by the revolution, Max Raphael, Pro Adon, Marx, Picasso, p. 228.7. The First Communio, the city. The German emperors Frederick I and Frederick II, for instance, issued edicts against these Communionese, conspiracy ones. Quite in the spirit of the German Federal Diet. It is quite amusing that the word communatio was used as a term of ahas, just as communism is today. The Parson Guibert of Nogent writes, for instance, col1anu.neo is a new and extremely had word. There is frequently something rather dramatic about the way in which the Philistines of the 12th century invite the PC as ants to flee to the cities, to the Communio Gerata. Marx to Engels, July 27. A barricade of the Paris Commune, Rue Basse-Froy, March 18, 1871. Photographer unknown. CK 4,5. 1854, from London. Ibsen saw further than many of the leaders of the Commune in France. On December 20, 1870, he writes to Brandes, DP till now, we have been living on nothing but crumbs from the revolutionary table of last century, and I think we have been chewing on that stuff long enough. Liberty, equality, and fraternity are no longer what they were in the days of the late lamented guillotine. This is what DE politicians will not understand, and that is why I hate them. Henrik Ibsen, Siemt like Werke, Volume 10, p. 156. It was the PL Auditenist Bisley who, as delegate of the Commune, allowed himself to be persuaded on March 30, by Deploa, deputy governor of the Banque de France, to leave untouched, in the interests of Fruny, the 2 billion francs, p. 304. Georges Larolles in his Histoire de la Commune de 1871, p. 143, on the shooting of the hostages, the time the hostages fell, the Commune had lost power. But it remained a count all ll. The Parisian administration during the Commune, it preserved intact the entire organism, animated, as it was, by a keen desire to set its slightest cogwheels rolling again and to augment further in good bourgeois fashion the number of middle-class functionaries. Georges Larolles, Histoire de la Commune de 1871, p. 450. Military formations in the Commune, a company little inclined to go beyond the city's ramparts, preferring, to combat in open country, the hatty atmosphere of its own quartier, the fever of public meetings, the clubs, the police operations, and, if necessary, death behind the heaped-up paving stones of a Paris street. Georges Larolles, Histoire de la Commune de 187.1, p. 532. Courbet took sides with several other communards against Protot, to protect Thiel's collections from destruction. 12. The members of the International got themselves elected, on the advice of Varlin, to the C. Business affairs, have mostly a negative value. Pierre-Maxime Schul, Machisme et Philosophie, pages 11-12. Whoever enjoys leisure escapes fortuna, whoever embraces idleness falls under her power. The fortuna awaiting a person in idleness, however, is a lesser goddess than the one that the person of leisure has fled. Fortuna is no longer at home in the Villa Activa, her headquarters is the world at large. The artists of the Middle Ages depict those men who pursue an active life as bound to the will of fortune, ascending or descending according to the direction in which it turns, while the contemplative man remains immobile at the center. P.M. Skull, Machisme et Philosophie, p. 30. He the characterization of leisure. Saint Beuve, in his essay on Joubert, to converse and to seek to know it was in this above all that, according to Plato, the happiness of private life consisted. This class of connoisseurs and amateurs has practically disappeared in France now that everyone here has a trade. Cor. Espondance de Joubert, p. Sot, p. 211. In the figure of the dandy, Baudelaire seeks to find some use for idleness, just as leisure once had a use. The vita contemplativa is replaced by something that could be called the vita contemptiva. Experience is the outcome of work, immediate experience is the phantasmagoria of the idler. In place of the force field that is lost to humanity with the devaluation of experience, a new field of force opens up in the form of planning. The mass of unknown uniformities is mobilized against the confirmed multiplicity of the traditional. Plan is henceforth possible only on a large scale. No longer on an individual scale, and this means neither for the individual nor by the individual. Valery therefore says, with reason, the long-hatched enterprises, the profound designs of a Machiavelli or a Richelieu, would today have the reliability and value of a good tip on the stock exchange. Paul V. Valery, Ouvres completes, J. Paris, 1938, p. 30. The intentional correlate of immediate experience, has not always remained the same. In the 19th century, it was. Would it be empathy with exchange value that first qualifies the human being for a total experience? With the trace, a new dimension accrues to immediate experience. It is no longer tied to the expectation of adventure, the one who undergoes an experience can follow the trace that leads there. Whoever follows traces must not only pay attention, above all, he must have given heed already to a great many things. In this way there comes into play the peculiar configuration by dint of which long experience appears translated into the language of immediate experience. 5 Experiences can, in fact, prove invaluable to one who follows a trace but experiences of a particular sort. The hunt is the one type of work in which they function intrinsically. And the hunt is, as work, very primitive. The experiences of one who attends to a trace result only very remotely from an work activity, or are cut off from such a procedure altogether. They have no sequence and no system. They are 0, a product of chance, and have about them the essential interminability that distinguishes the preferred obligations of the idler. The fundamentally unfinishable collection of things worth knowing, whose utility depends on chance, has its prototype in study. Idleness has little about it that is representative, though it is far more widely exhibited than leisure. The man of the middle class has begun to be ashamed of labor. He to whom leisure no longer means anything in itself is happy to put his idleness on display. The intimate association between the concept of idleness and the concept of study was embodied in the notion of studio. Especially for the bachelor, the studio became a sort of pendant to the boudoir. Student and hunter. The text is a forest in which the reader is hunter. Rustling in the underbrushed idea, skittish prey, the citation another piece in the bag. There are two social institutions of which idleness forms an integral part, news service and nightlife. They require a specific form of work preparedness. This specific form is idleness. News service and idleness. Feuilletonist, reporter, photographer constitute a gra in which waiting around, the get ready succeeded by the shoot, becomes ever more important vis-a-vis other activities. In feudal society, leisure freedom from labor was a recognized privilege. In bourgeois society, it is no longer so. What distinguishes leisure, as feudalism understands it, is that it communicates with two socially important types of behavior. Religious contemplation and court life represented, as it were, the matrices through which the leisure of the grand seigneur, of the prelate, of the warrior could be molded. These attitudes, that of piety no less than that of representation, were advantageous to the poet. His work in Tum benefited them, at East indirectly, insofar as it maintained contact with both the religion and the life at court. In feudal society, the leisure of the poet is a recognized privilege. It is only in bourgeois society that the poet becomes an idler. Idleness seeks to avoid any sort of tie to the idler's line of work, and ultimately to the labor process in general. That distinguishes it from leisure. P 198. Closely connected with the shattering of long experience is the shattering of juridical certitudes. In the liberalist period, economic predominance was generally associated with legal ownership of the means of production. But after the development of technology in the last century had led to a rapidly increasing concentration of capital, the legal owners were largely excluded from management. Once the legal owners are cut off from the real productive process, their horizon narrows. And finally the share which they still have in industry due to ownership comes to seem socially useless. The idea of a right with a fixed content, and independent of society at large, loses its importance. We finally arrive at the loss of all rights with a determined content, a loss given its fullest form in the authoritarian state. Max Horkheimer, Traditionelle LMD Kritisk Theorie, ze Etretie for Soja, First Chung, No. 2, pages 285-28. Z compare Horkheimer, Bemerkungen zur philosophischen Anthropologie, ze Etrifel für Soja, First Chung, No. 1, p. 12. The authentic held of operations for the vivid chronicle of what is happening is the documentary account of immediate experience, reportage. It is directly aimed at the event, and it holds fast to the experience. This presupposes that the event also becomes an immediate experience for the journalist reporting on it. The capacity for having an experience is therefore a precondition of good professional work. Duvefat, Formenuende Workens Gesetze des Stils in der Zeitung, Deutsche Presse, July 22, 1939, p. 285. Apropos of the idler, the archaic image of ships in Baudelaire. The stringent work ethic and moral doctrine of Calvinism, it may be said, is most intimately related to the development of the vita contemplativa. It sought to build a dam to stem the melting of time into idleness. Once such time was frozen in contemplation. On the feuilleton, it was a matter of injecting experience as it were, intravenously with the poison of sensation, that is to say, highlighting within ordinary experience the character of immediate experience. 7 To this end, the experience of the big city dweller presented itself. The feuilletonist turns this to account. He renders the city strange to its inhabitants. He is thus one of the first technicians called up by the heightened need for immediate experiences. The process of the atrophy of experience is already underway within manufacturing. In other words, it coincides, in its beguilings, with the beguilings of commodity production. 8. Phantasmagoria is the intentional correlate of immediate experience. Just as the industrial labor process separates off from handicraft, so the form of communication corresponding to this labor process information separates off from the form of communication corresponding to the artisanal process of labor, which is storytelling. Compare My Soul is Sad and I Have Read All the Books, Spleen 2 and La Vie 09, Here Stand I, Alas, Philoso Phy/Behind Me Why. Again and again in Baudelaire, the specifically modem is there to be recognized as complement of the specifically archaic. In the person of the flaneur, whose idleness carries him through an imaginary city of arcades, the poet is confronted by the dandy. Yet also in the flaneur a long extinct creature opens a dreamy eye, casts a look that goes to the heart of the poet. It is the son of the wild mess, the man who, once upon a time, was betrothed, by a generous nature, to leisure. Dandyism is the last glynoner of the heroic in times of decadence. Baudelaire is delighted to find in Chateaubriand a reference to American Indian dandies' testimony to the fauner golden age of these tribes. On the hunter type in the haut air, the mass of tenants and lodgers begins to stray from shelter to shelter in the sea of houses, like the hunters and shepherds of prehistory. The intellectual education of the nomad is now complete. Oswald Spengler, Le Déclin de l'Occident, Volume 2, Part 1, p. 140. As civilized being, as intellectual nomad, is again wholly microcosmic, wholly homeless, as free intellectually as hunter and herdsman were free sensually. Spengler, Volume 2, p. 125.15. Gustave, your bottom is divine. Bordeaux, and immortal as well, I hope. Gustave, what? Bordeaux, nothing. Grab, He Razog Theodor von Gothland 1. The grandiose and lachrymose Memoirs de Caudroc de Clos, edited by J. Arago and Edouard Gouillou, IU 2 volumes, are occasionally iodorestic as the rudiments of a physiology of the beggar. The long preface is unsigned and says nothing about the manuscript. The memoirs could be apocryphal. We read at one point, let there be no mistake about it, it is not the refusal that humiliates so much as the almsgiving. I never stretched out my hand supplication. I would walk more quickly than the man who was going to accede to my request, passing him, I would open my right hand, and he would slip something to it. At another point, water is sustaioig. I gorged myself with water, such I had no bread. Seen in the dormitory of a prison at the beginning of the 18,308. The passage is cited in Benoist without indication of author. In the evening with the dormitory in an uproar, the Republican workers, before going to bed performed la rl or this it is necessary that the woman pursue some work, fulfill a function, and how can she do this if she is always condemned to give up a more or less large part of her life to the care and education of one or more children? You want to emancipate the woman? Well, then, take the newborn child from the breast of the blood mother and give it into the arms of the social mother, a nurse employed by the state, and the child will be better raised. Then, and then only, will man, woman, and child be freed from the law of blood, from the exploitation of humanity by humanity. Claire Demar, Malloy Diavenir, Ouvrage posthume Bly par Tinzan, 1 58-59. The demand for mystery as opposed to publicity in sexual relations is closely connected, in Demar, with the demand for more or less extended trial periods. Of course, the traditional phone of marriage would in general be supplanted by this more flexible phone. It is logical, furthermore, that these conceptions should give rise to the demand for matriarchy. From the arguments directed against patriarchy, it is with a huge pile of parricidal daggers at my side that, amid widespread groans of lamentation at the very mention of the words father and mother, I venture to raise my voice against the law of blood, the law of generation. Claire Demar Malloy Diavenir, pi. 54-55. Caricature plays a considerable role in the development of the caption. It is characteristic that Henry Bouchot, La Litfouille, p. 138, compares the productivity of Deveria with that of Balzac and Dumas. Several passages from Ch. or Demar's work Malloy Diavenir may be cited by way of characterizing her relation to James de Lawrence. The first comes from the foreword written by Suzanne and has its point of departure in Claire Demar's refusal to contribute to La Tribune des JHNMES. Up until the 17th issue, she had consistently refused, saying that the tone of this periodical was too moderate. When this issue appeared, there was a passage in an article by me which, by its phone and its moderation, exasperated Claire. She wrote to me that she was going to respond to it, but her response became a pamphlet, which she then decided to publish on its own, outside the FRM work of the periodical. Here, then, is the fragment of the article of which Claire has cited only a few lines. There is still in the world a man who interprets Christianity in a manner favorable to our sex, I mean M.J. Ames de Lawrence, the author of a pamphlet entitled Les Enfants de Dieu, ou la religion de l'FSUS. The author is no Saint Sinelunian. He postulates an inheritance through the mother. Certainly this system is highly advantageous to us. I am convinced that some part of it will have a place in the religion of the future, and that the principle of motherhood will become one of the fundamental laws of the state. In the text of her manifesto, Claire Demar makes common cause with Lawrence against the reproaches leveled at him by La Tribune de Femmes, which had claimed that he was advocating a form of moral liberty without rules or boundaries, something which would surely land us in a coarse and disgusting disorder. The blame for this is said to reside in the fact that in these things Lawrence propounds mystery as a principle. On the strength of such mystery, we would have to render account in these things to a mystical God alone. La Tribune de Femmes, on the contrary, believes that the society of the future will be founded not on mystery but on trust, for mystery merely prolongs the exploitation of our sex. Claire Demar replies, certainly, Mesdames, if, like you, I confused trust with publicity, and considered mystery as prolonging the exploitation of our sex, I would be bound to give my blessings to the times in which we live. She goes on to describe the brutality of the customs of these times, before the mayor and before the priest. A man and a woman have assembled a long train of witnesses. Voila. The union is called legitimate, and the woman may now without blushing affirm, on such and such a day, at such and such an hour, I shall receive an Ellen into my woman's bed, / Contracted in the presence of the crowd, the marriage drags along, across an orgy of wines and dances, toward the nuptial bed, which has become the bed of debauchery and prostitution, inviting the delirious imagination of the guests to follow all the details of the lubricious drama enacted in the name of the wedding day. If the practice which thus converts a young bride into the object of impudent glances, and which prostitutes her to unrestrained desires, does not appear to you a horrible exploitation, then I know not what to say. Publication date of the first issue of Le Chivre, December 1, 1832. Lesbian Confession of a Saint Simonine, I hagen to love my fellow woman as much as my fellow man. I left to the man his physical strength and his brand of intelligence in order to exalt at his side, and with equal right, the physical beauty of the woman and her distinctively spiritual gifts. Cited without indi. Cation of source or author in Firmin Maillard, La Legende de la Femme d'Ancepi, p. 1. Empress Eugenic as successor to the mother. Should you wish, 0 blessed one. The whole of humankind with joy will hail its Eugenie Archangel guiding us to port. Jean Journet, L'Air de la Femme, O. Le Regni de l'Harmonie Universelle, p. 8. Maxims from James de Lawrence, Les Enfants de Dieu, ou la religion de Jésus. S réconcilie avec la philosophie. It is more reason all to claim that all children are made high God than to say that all married couples are joined together high God. The fact that Jesus does not condemn the woman taken in adultery leads Lawrence to conclude that HC did not approve of marriage. He pardoned her because he considered adultery the natural consequence of marriage, and he would have accepted it were it to he found among his disciples. As long as marriage exists, an adulterous woman will be found criminal because she hardens her hush and with the children of others. Jesus could not tolerate such an injustice. His system is logical. He wanted children to belong to the mother. Whence those remarkable words, "Can no man your father on earth, for you have one Father, who is in heaven one." The children of God, as descended from one woman, form a single family. The religion of the Jews was that of paternity, under which the patriarchs exercised their domestic authority. The religion of Jesus is that of maternity, whose symbol is a mother holding a child in her arms, and this mot. Her is called the Virgin Hekos. While fulfilling the duties of a mother, she had not renounced the independence of a virgin. Some seats, during the first centuries of the Church, seem to have divined the intentions of Jesus. The Simonians, the Neolatans, the Carpocritians, the Basilidians, the Marcionites, and others, not only had abolished marriage but had established the community of women. James de Lawrence, Les Enfants de Dieu, ou la religion de Jesus réconciliée avec la philosophie, p. 8. The interpretation of the miracle at Cana Wrnch James de Lawrence offers, in an effort to prove his thesis that Jesus stood opposed to marriage, is wholly in the style of the early Middle Ages, seeing the wedded pair make a sacrifice of their. The Fourierist missionary Jean Jumet, ca. 1858. Photo by Nader. Courtesy of the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. CP 3A2. Liberal Y, he changed the water into wine so as to demonstrate that marriage was a foolhardy venture undertaken only by people whose brains are addled by wine. Jotnes de Lawrence, IES Arif.ts de Dieu, ou la religion de Jesus dénaliée avec fa philosophie, p. 8. The Halwai spirit, or the soul of nature, descended upon the Virgin in the form of a dove, and since the dove is the symbol of love, this signifies that the mother of Jesus had yielded to the natural inclination for love. James de Lawrence, Les Muses de Dieu, p. 5. Balzac has described the physiognomy of the Parisian in unforgettable fashion, the faces drawn taut, tormented, livid, the almost infernal complexion of Parisian physiognomies, 5 not faces but masks. Ernst Robert Curtius, Balzac, p. 243. The whimsical idea conceived by the colonel of the 12th Legion was no more felicitous. It entailed forming a company of female citizen volunteers who were charged, for the greater shame of lawbreakers, with securing their arrest. Georges Laurens, Histoire de la Commune. Ne de 1871, p. Sol, pl. 179, 181. The feelings Hegel stirred up among the members of Young Germany, and which fluctuated between strong attraction and even stronger repulsion, are reflected most vividly in Gustav Kuhn's Quarantäne im Rheinhaus. Because the memhers of Young Germany placed the accent more on subjective volition than on objective freedom, the young Hegelians heaped scorn upon the unprincipled meandering of their helletristic egoism. Although the fear arose, within the ranks of Young Germany, that the inescapable dialectic of Hegelian doctrine might deprive youth of the strength to act, this concern proved unjustified. Quite the contrary, once these young Germans were forced to recognize, after the Han on their writings was imposed, that they themselves had earned the hands by whose diligent labors they had hoped to live like good bourgeois, their enthusiasm quickly vanished. Gustav Meyer, Friedrich Engels, Volume 1, Friedrich Engel in seiner Freiheit. The dead are multiform and exist in many places on the earth at the same time. For this reason one people must very seriously konenel themselves, during their lifetime, with the betterment of the earth. Ultimately, all unites in a series of suns, which in the end, after they have passed through the station of one light, realize the universal light in the universalizing region. Religion ju cyanine, ou doctrine de la universalisation réusssint i vrai Catholicisme. Me, is there some particular facet of your religious cult that you could comment on? De Tonryle, we pray often, and our prayers ordinarily begin with the words, Zero map supreme and eternal. Me, what is the meaning of this sound map? De Turyle, it is a sacred sound which combines the M signifying mir, the P signifying perk, and the A signifying amour. These three letters designate the great eternal God. Alexander Erden, La France Mystique, 2 volumes, Volume 2, p. 632. Fusionism aims not at a syncretism but at the fusion of human beings with one another and with God. There will he no happiness for humanity until the day the Republic sends the Son of God back to the carpenter's shop of Monsieur his father. This sentence is put into the mouth of Combet, in a pamphlet that presents the heroes of the February Revolution to the public. R. On commerce, if competition between merchants or any other matter prevents them from selling their wares in timely fascio 11, then the individual merchant is forced to suspend business and ease the problem back Ontario o the producers. This is why we cannot distinguish between commercial and industrial crises, so dependent is industry on intermediaries. A fearsome audit is conducted on all assets in circulation, and an enormous quantity of them are declared worthless. The times when commercial assets are subjected to audit are called crises. Eugene Buret, De I mesure de classes France, Volume 2, pages 211, 213. Laboriuses en Angleterre etn. Fo Ulhling of the École Polit, p. 293. In 1871, the École Polytechnique encountered justified mistrust. Voies were heard to say, the École is no longer what it was in 1830. TWO characteristic passages from Edouard Fo Ocaud, PANS invent R, PH Physiologie de. Without the advantages of wealth or a narrow mind, the worker finds retirement on an annuity to be oppressive. The sky above may well be cloudless, and his home may well be verdant, perfumed with flowers, and enlivened by the song of birds, yet his inactive mind remains insensible to the charms of solitude. If, by chance, his ear should catch some sharp noise coming from a distant manufacturing plant, or even the monotonous churning of a factory mill, then his countenance immediately brightens, he no longer notices the birdsongs or the perfumes. The thick smoke escaping from the factory's high chimney, the ringing of the anvil, make him tremble with joy. These things remind him of the good old days of manual labor motivated by a mind inspired. Edouard Fo Ocaud, Paris Inventeur, Physiologie de l'Industrie. Franise, pages 222 to 223. Amid the reigning disorder, writes Valhalla, their well-known uniform, beloved of all, gave them a sort of official character, which turned them into the Mosloe, pages 156 to 157. The students of the École Polytechnique organize a relief fund to make it easier for la Tribune to pay a fine. Lamartine in Destinies de la Poésie, as cited in Michael's, M. Lamartine, who has seen with his own eyes the intellectual servitude of the empire, describes it. It was a universal confederacy of the mathematical forms of study, in opposition to thinking and poetry. Number alone was permitted, was honored, protected, and paid. Since number does not think for itself, the military chief of that era had need of no other henchman. M. Alfred Michaels, Histoire des idées littéraires en France au XIXe siècle, Volume 2, p. 94. Pinet Arago, Sur l'ancienne école polytechnique, p. 42. In L'Écure de Village, which Balzac wrote in the years 1837–13, 1.s, there are very violent attacks on the École Polytechnique. Balzac fears that the forced study of the exact sciences would have devastating effects on the spiritual constitution and lifespan of the students. Still more characteristic are the following reflections: I do not believe that any engineer who ever left the École could build one of the miracles of architecture which Leonardo da Vinci erected. Leonardo, who was at once engineer, architect, and painter, one of the inventors of hydraulic science, the indefatigable constructor of canals. They are so accustomed while not yet in their teens to the bald simplicity of geometry, that by the time they leave the École they have quite lost all feeling for grace or ornament. A column, to their eyes, is a useless waste of material. They return to the point where art begins on utility. They take their stand, and stay there. H. de Balzac. Lecu.re de Village, ed. Siècle, p. 184. Arago's speech on the question of fortifications 4 is directed against the report by Thiels and against Lamartine. The speech is dated January 29, 1841. One of its most important sections is headed, "The detached forts examined from the point of view of their political significance." Is it true that governments have never regarded citadels as a means of subduing and suppressing populations? From this section, I.M. Thiels does not like to admit that any government, in order to control the population, would ever resort to bombarding the towns. This allusion certainly does honor to his humanity and to his taste for fine arts, but few others would share it. And so, one may subscribe to the protestations of 1833 against the detached forts and the smaller fortresses without incurring the epithet of Philistine, or, pages 87, 92–94. Arago fights for the, pages 80–81. Marx on the June insurrection. In order to dispel the people's last illusion, in order to enable a complete break with the past, it was necessary for the customary poetic accompaniment of a French uprising, the enthusiastic youth of the bourgeoisie, the students of the École Polytechnique, the three-cornered hats, all to take the side of the oppressors. Karl Marx, Dem Andenken del Juni Kampfe. Again, in 1871, in his strategy for the defense of Paris, Blanqui comes back to the uselessness of the forts which Louis Philippe erected against Paris. Ledoux's plan toll held for Paris. From the beginning, he set his sights as high as possible. His toll gates were intended to proclaim from afar the glory of the capital. Of the more than 40 guard houses, not one resembled any of the others, and among his papers after his death were found a number of unfinished plans for expanding the system. Emile Kaufmann, von Ledoux bis Le Corbusier, Ursprung und Entwicklung der autonomen Architektur, p. 27. Shortly after 1800, things were already so far along that the ideas which appear in Ledoux and Boully elemental outbursts of passionate natures were being propounded as official doctrine. Only 3 decades separate the late work of Blondel, which still embodies the teachings of French classicism, from the Précis de l'écons d'architecture of Durand, whose thinking had a decisive influence during the Empire and in the period following. They are the 3 decades of Ledoux's career. Durand, who announced the norm from his chair at the École Royale Polytechnique in Paris, diverges from Blonde on all essential Points. His primer Huygens. With violent attacks on two famous works of classic Baroque art. St. Peter S in Rome along with its square and the Paris Pantheon are invoked as counter-examples. Whereas Blondel warns of monotonous planimetal y. And would not he, unmindful of the function of perspective, Durand sees in the elementary schemata of the plan the only correct solutions. Emile Kaufmann von Ledoux bis Lem Bizier, pages 50-51, pages 991-1038, were written by Benjamin in a bound notebook that contains various other knocks and drafts dating from mid-1927 to early 1930. Many of the sketches are crossed out in Benjamin's manuscript, presumably because in most cases they were revised and transferred to the manuscript of the convolutes. These cancelled sketches are printed here in a smaller type size, with cross-references to the corresponding entries in the convolutes and early drafts. Cross-references should not be considered exhaustive. The numbering here, as in the Arcades of Paris, is that of the German editor and bears no relation to the numbering of the convolutes. Tile Sig 11 indicates an illegible word. The asphalt roadway in the middle, teams of harnessed humans, human carriages. Procession of human carriages. The street that runs through houses. Two ack of a ghost trough the walls of houses. People who inhabit these arcades, the signboards whittle the names have no thing in co ilmon with those that hang beside respectable entryways. Rather, they recall the plagues on the railings of cages at the zoo, put there to indicate not so much the dwelling place as tllelin and origin of the captive animals. WORLD of particular secret affinities, palm tree and FE ether duster, hair dryer, and VE news de Milo, champagne bottles, prostheses, Lild letter writing manuals. When, as children, we were made a present of those great encyclopedic works WORLD and Mankind or the Earth or the latest volume of the NEWOLiverse, wasn't it into the aurillity-colored Carboniferous landscape or European annual kingdom of the Ice Age that we plunged first of all, and weren't we, as though at first sight, drawn by an indeterminate affinity between the ichthyosaurs and bisons, the mammoths and the woodlands? Yet the same strange rapport and primordial relatedness is revealed in the landscape of an arcade. Organic world, old inorganic world, abject poverty and insolent luxury enter into the most contradictory communication, the commodity intermingles and interbreeds as promiscuously as images in the most tangled of dreams. Primordial landscape of consumption. Trade and traffic are the two components of the street. Now, in the arcade the first of these has all but died out, the traffic there is tildamenta ty. The arcade is a street of lascivious commerce only, it is wholly adapted to arousing desires. Thus, there is no mystery in the fact that whores feel spontaneously drawn there. Because in this street all the juices slow to a standstill, the commodity proliferates along the house fronts and enters into new and fantastic combinations, like the tissue in two moors. The will turns down the wide street into the teeth of pleasure and, as lust, drags with it into its gloomy bed whatever it finds in the way of fetish, talisman, and gauge of fate across its path, drags with it the rotting debris of letters, kisses, and names. Love presses forward with the inquisitive fingers of desire down the winding street. Its way leads through the interior of the lover, which opens up to him in the inlaga of the beloved who passes lightly before him. 11ns inlaga opens up his interior to him for the first time. For, as the voice of the truly beloved awakens in his heart an answering voice which he has never before heard in himself, the words which she speaks awaken in him thoughts of TLNS new, much more hidden ego that reveals to him her mage, Willie the touch of her hand awakens. Maurice Renard, in his book Lepenl Blue L has told how inhabitants of a distant planet come to study the flora and fauna indigenous to the lower depths of the atmosphere, in other words, to the surface of the Earth. These interplanetary travelers see in human beings the equivalent of tiny deep-sea fish, that is to say, beings who live at the bottom of a sea. We no more feel the pressure of the atmosphere than fish feel that of the water. This in no way alters the fact that both sets of creatures reside on an ocean floor. With the study of the arcades, a closely related reorientation in space is opened up. Tile Street itself is thereby manifest as well-worn interior, as living space of the collective, for true collectives as such inhabit the street. The collective is an eternally awake, eternally agitated being that in the space between the building fr's lives, experiences, understands, invents as much as individuals do within the privacy of their own four walls. For this collective, annulled shop signs are a wall decoration as good as, if not better than, the inexpensive oleograph above the hearth. WALLs with their post-no bills are its writing desk, newspaper stands its libraries, display windows its glazed inaccessible armoires, mailboxes its bronzes, benches its bedroom furniture, and the cafe terrace is the balcony from which it looks down on its household. As with the railing where pavers hang their coats before going to work, the vestibule is the hidden gateway which gives onto a row of courtyards as, for it, the corridor that daunts the St. Tangers and serves as the key to its dwelling. A factory of 5,000 workers for weddings and banquets. Attire for bride and groom. Birdseed in the fixative pans of a photographer's darkroom Madame. De consoles, ballet mistress. Lessons, classes, routines Madame. Desalma, fortune teller. Possession by spirits, illusions, secret embraces. Everywhere stockings play a starring role. They are found in the photographer's studio, then in a doll hospital, and, one day, on the side table of a tavern, watched over by a girl. The arcade may be conceived as mineral spa. Arcade myth, with legendary source. It is high time the beauties of the 19th century were discovered. Arcade and railroad station, yes/arcade and church, yes/church and railroad station, Marseille/. Poster and arcade, yes/poster and building, no/poster and, open/. Conclusion, erotic magic/tune/perspective/dialectical reversal. There is, to speak once more of restaurants, a nearly infallible criterion for determining their rank. This is not, as one might readily assume, their price range. We find this unexpected criterion in the color of the sound that greets us when. The solemn, reflective, tranquil character of the Parisian mealtime is measured less by the particular dishes served than by the stillness that surrounds you in the restaurant, whether it be before uncovered tables and plain white walls or in a carpeted and richly furnished dining room. Nowhere does one find the hubbub of a Berlin restaurant, where patrons like to give themselves airs and where food is only a pretext or necessity. I know a shabby, dark room in the very middle of which, a few minutes past noon, milliners from nearby shops gather around long marble tables. They are the only customers, keeping quite to themselves, and they have little to say to one another during their short lunch break. And yet it is merely a whispering, from which the clinking of knives and forks continuously rises. In a chauffeur's rendezvous, as the small bistros like to call themselves, a poet and clunker can have his breakfast and, in an international company of Russian, Italian, and French taxi drivers, advance his thoughts a good distance. If he wants, however, to enjoy the undivided sociable silence of a public repast, he will not turn his steps toward any of the venerable old Paris restaurants, and still less toward one of the newer chic establishments. Rather, he goes to seek out, in a remote quartier, the new Parisian mosque. Here he finds, along with the indoor garden and its fontaines, along with the obligatory bazaar full of carpets, fabrics, and copperware, 3 or 4 medium-sized rooms furnished with stools and divans and lit by hanging lamps. He must of course bid adieu not only to French cooking, which he exchanges for a choice Middle Eastern cuisine, but above all to French wines. Nevertheless, within months of its opening, the best Parisian society had already discovered the secrets of the NL0SQUE and now takes its coffee in the little garden, or a late supper in one of the adjoining rooms. If one wanted to characterize the inexhaustible charm of Paris in a few words, one could say that there is in this atmosphere a wisely apportioned mixture, such that Caris on Paris, the atmosphere and its colors / Paris as the city of painters / Chirico, the palette of gray. Dreams vary according to where you are, what area and what street, but above all according to the time of year and the weather. Rainy weather in the city, in its thoroughly treacherous sweetness and its power to draw one back to the days of early childhood, can be appreciated only by someone who has grown up in the big city. It naturally evens out the day, and with rainy weather one can do the same thing day in, day out, play cards, read, or engage in argument, whereas sunshine, by contrast, shades the hours and is furthermore less friendly to the dreamer. In that case, one must get around the day from morning on. Above all, one must get up early so as to have a good conscience for idleness. Ferdinand Hardekov, the only honest decadent which sermon literature has produced, and whom I hold to be, of all THC Sephi one and poets now in Paris, the most unproductive and the most able, has in his Ode vom Seligen Morgen, J, which he dedicated to Emmy Hellwannings, laid out for the dreamer the best precautions to be taken for Esuil 1y days. In the history of the JLets Mod Pound TS, the chapter describing their battle against the sun is yet to be written. The fogs of Paris, which is really what we are talking about here, were dear to Baudelaire. Every yem, one hears it said that the last Bastille Day did not measure up to previous ones. Unfortunately, and by way of exception, it was TRNE this time. The reasons: first, the cool weather. Second, the city this year had refused to grant the usual funds to the holiday committee. Third, the franc has to some degree stabilized. And everyone knows what a splendid basis for popular festivals a weakened currency is. Last year, when in July the franc was in the midst of a terrific slump, the currency communicated its impetuosity to the desperate public. People dat one said as they had seldom done before. At the street comers you could find the old inlaga, long festoons of electric bulbs, platforms with musicians, crowds of the curious. But the dynamism of the tempos was undoubtedly weaker, and Tile Trinidad long festivities did not extend so late into the night as in years past. On the other hand, its after effect was longer. A small assemblage of booths, strolling confectioners, target shooting. Death, the dialectical central station, fashion, measure of time. In the first half of the previous century, theaters too, by preference, found a place in the arcades. In the Passage de Panorixnes, the Théâtre de Varietés stands next to the Children's Theatre of M. Comte. Another theatre, the Gymnase d'Enfants, was located in the Passage de F Opera, where later on, around 1896, the commentating naturalist theatre of Chirac housed the Theatre de Vie Right, in which one-act plays were performed by a nude couple. Today, one still finds in the Passage Choiseul the Bouffes Parisiens, and if the other theatres have had to close their doors, the small bare booths of the ticket agents open like a secret passage to all theatres. But this gives no idea of how strict the correlation between arcade and theatre originally was. Under Dash, it was the custom to name fancy goods shops after the most successful vaudevilles of the season. And since such shops, by and large, made up the most elegant part of the arcades, the gallery was, in places, like the mock-up of a theatre. These magasins.sde nouveautés played a particular role here. Clariti speaks of the stifled perspective of certain pictures and compares it to the airlessness of the arcades. But the perspective of the arcades can itself be compared to this suffocated perspective, which is precisely that of the stereoscope. The 19th century. Energies of repose which carry over from the 19th century. Are unsupposed historical forces of tradition. What would the 19th century be to us if we were bound to it by tradition? How would it look as religion or mythology? We have no tactile relation to it. That is, we are trained to view things, in the historical sphere, from a romantic distance. To account for the directly transmitted inheritance is important. But it is still too early, for example, to form a collection. Concrete, Materialistic deliberation on what is nearest is now required. Mythology, as Aragon says, drives things back into the distance. Only the presentation of what relates to us, what conditions us, is important. The 19th century, to borrow the surrealists' terms, is the set of noises that invades our dream, and which we interpret on awaking. A walk through Paris will begin with an apéritif that is, between 5 and 6 o'clock. I would not tie you down to this. You can take one of the great railroad stations as your point of departure, the Gare du Nord, with trains leaving for Berlin, the Gare de l'Est, with departures for Frankfurt, the Gare Saint-Lazare, where you can take off for London, and the Gare de Lyon, with its into the PLM. If you want my advice, I'd recommend the Gare Saint-Lazare. There you have half of France and half of Europe around you, names Lille, but we are by no means obliged to limit ourselves to railroad stations. Railroad stations make good starting points, but they also serve very well as destinations, one bend now of the city's squares. Here, certain distinctions are called FOR, some are without history and without name, thus, there is the Place de la Bastille and the Place de la République, the Place de la Concorde and the Place Blanche, but there are also others whose designers are unknown, and whose names are often not to be found on any wall. Ilk squares are lucky accidents, as it were, in the urban landscape. They do not enjoy the patronage of history like the Place Vendôme or the Place de Grève, are not the result of long planning, but instead resemble architectural improvisations, those crowds off Hanses where the shabby buildings collide in a jumble. In these squares, the trees hold sway, here the smallest trees afford thick shade. At night, however, their leaves stand out against the gas-burning street lamps like transparent FRs. These tiny hidden squares are the Enelcher Gardens of the Hesperides. Let us suppose, then, that at 5 o'clock we sit down to an apéritif on the Place Saint-Julie. Of one thing we may be sure, we will be the only foreigners and will have, perhaps, not even one Parisian near us, and should a neighbor present himself, he will most likely give the impression of being a provincial who has stopped in here at the end of the day to have a beer. Now, here we have a little secret password of Freemasonry by which fanatical Paris aficionados, French as well as foreign, recognize one another. This word is province, with the shmg of the shoulders. The true Parisian, though he may never travel out of the city for years at a stretch, refuses to live in. Rick lives in the Tréizénie or the Dixénie or the Dix/Zéoisham, not in Paris but in his arrondissement in the 3rd, 7th, or 20th. And this is the province's, here, perhaps, is the secret of the gentle hegemony which the city maintains over France, in the heart of its neighborhoods, and provinces. It has Welk 0111 CD the other into itself, and so possesses more provinces than the whole of France, for it would be foolish to depend on the bureaucratic division into arrondissements here. Paris has more than 20 of them and comprises a multitude of towns and villages. A young Parisian author, Jacques de Lacartelle, has recently taken as the theme of his dreamy effrontery this quest for the secret Parisian districts, provinces, arrondissements, and has offered a description of a Réveillute Pal, one scene that teaches us a great deal in 20 pages. 6. Paris has its south, with its Riviera and sandy beach where new construction plays. It has its foggy, rainy Breton coast on the banks of the Seine, its Burgundian market corner not far from the Hôtel de Ville, and its harbour alleys of Ile-Famille out off Oyulon and Marseilles. Naturally not on the knoll of Montmartre but just behind the respectable Place Saint-Michel there are spots that look as though, on the photo of a. And to have missed the onset of evening, with illy question confided from the heart of the hour, is proof of a successful, abundant Parisian afternoon, which is much too beautiful to be merely a vestibule of the Moulin Rouge. On another occasion in nocturnal Paris, we will make sure to take our only after dinner. Surrealism wave of dreams, new art of fiancéry. New 19th century past Paris its classic locale. Here, Fashion has opened the place of dialectical exchange between woman and wear. The clerk, Death, tall and loutish, measures the century by the yard, serves as mannequin himself to save costs, and manages single-handedly the liquidation that in French is called revolution. And all this we know only since yesterday. We look on the empty offices, and where yesterday there was a room. Fashion was never anything other than provocation of death through the woman. Here, with the victory of death, this provocation has ended. Dedal has erected the armature of the whores as a pallid battle memorial on the banks of the new Lethe, which as river of asphalt nms through the arcades. And nothing at all of what we are saying here actually existed. None of it has ever lived as surely as a skeleton has never lived, but only a man. As surely, however, being past, being no more, is passionately at work in things. This the historian TMSTS for his subject matter. He depends on this force, and knows things as they are at the moment of their ceasing to be. Arcades are such monuments of being no more. And the energy that works in them is dialectics. The dialectic takes its way through the arcades, ransacking them, revolutionizing them, turns Theon upside down and inside out, converting Theon, since they no longer remain what they are, from abodes of luxury to. And nothing of them lasts except the name, passages. And, passage du panorama. In the inmost recesses of these names the upheaval is working, and therefore we hold a world in the names of old streets, and to read the name of a street at night is like undergoing a transformation. Affation as parody of the cadaver. Fashion a dialogue whittle the body, even with putrefaction. Mold in which modernity is cast. Surrealisral 1. Primal landscape of consumption/colors. Inhabitants. Imler spaces. Dialectical reversal/P. Aristotle's. Intner/salon. Mirror/perspective. Theaters/dioramas. Magasins de nouveautés/guides to Paris. Fashion itli 11a. Lethe. Street as interior/the sitting room/the dialectical reversal last refuge of the commodity. 00. WCO. All this is the arcade in our eyes. And it was nothing of all this earlier. So long as the gas lamps, even the oil lamps were burning in them, the arcades were fairy palaces. But if we want to thin of them at the height of their magic, we must call to mind the passage to panoramas around 1870, on one side, there was gaslight, on the other, oil lamps still flickered. The decline sets in with electric lighting. Fundamentally, however, it was no decline but, properly speaking, a reversal as mutineers, after plotting for days on end, take possession of a fortified site, so the commodity by a lightning stroke seized power over the arcades. Only then can the epoch of commercial firms and figures. The inner radiance of the arcades faded with the blaze of electric lights and withdrew into their names. But their name was now like a filter which let through only the most intimate, the bitter essence of what had been. Architecture as the most important testimony to latent mythology. And the most important architecture of the 19th century is the arcade LNE effort to awaken from adrenal as the best example of dialectical reversal. Difficulty of this dialectical technique. Lorgnette dealer. In 1893 the arcades were closed to cocottes. Music in the arcades. Lantern mag 7k. Peace cunius. With this cry, a peddler would travel through the streets and, at a wave of the hand, step up into dwellings where he operated his lantern. Tile Ripche for the first exhibition of posters characteristically displays a magic lantern. Rage for tortoises in 1839. Tempo of Flannery in the arcades. Names of magasins de nouveautés, La Fille d'Honneur, La Vie Stale, Le Page Inconstant, Le Masque de Fer, Le Coin de la Rue, La Lampe Merveilleuse, Le Petit Chaperon Rouge, Petite Nanette, Chaumière Allemande, Mameloke. Sign above a confectioner's shop, auxiliary armes de W. A gloves, aussi devant jeune homme. Olympia continuation of the street. Kinship with the arcade. Musée Grevin, Cabinet de Mirages. Representation of a connection between temple, railroad station, arcades, and market halls where tainted meat is sold. Opera in the arcade. Catacombs in the arcade. In 1857 the first electric street lights in Paris. Impasse Maubert, formerly d'Arnboise. Around 1756, at NOS 426, a poisoner resided with her 2 assistants. All 3 were found dead one morning, killed through inhalation of toxic fumes. In the Passage de la Réunion there was once a courtyard. In the 16th century, it was a meeting place for thieves. At the beginning of the 19th or end of the 18th century, a dealer in muslins sets up shop in the arcade. TWO Pleasure Districts M1799, the Koblenz and the Tempel. Le Chivaret of 1836 has an illustration showing a poster that covers half a house front. The windows are left uncovered, except for one, it seems, out of which a man is leaning while cutting away the obstinate piece of paper. Originally gas was delivered to fashionable establishments in containers for daily consumption. Thurn as Geor Alna in the Galerie Colbert. F. Elysée and David, Le Desert, Christophe Colomb. Passage du Pont Neuf, Desclebed in Zola's Tmrs Araquin, right at the beginning. Elie Knock Marone I Arcades, Bois de Boulogne Tenquer, Ciauliercy. Winter, with the famed warmth of lamps. Paul de Kock, La Grande Ville, Volume 4. Paul de Kock, Numerals of Fire on the Frons of Gambling Houses. Passage 60 sculptures at the entrance representing allegories of commerce. In an Eimer courtyard, on a pedestal, a copy of a Greco-Roman Mercury. Years of industrial growth under Louis XVIII. Louis Philippe drives out prostitution from the Palais Royal, closes the gambling houses. Setup of the P. Moramaz, view from a raised platform, surrounded by a balustrade, of surfaces lying round about and beneath. The painting NMS along a cylindrical wall approximately 100 meters long and 20 meters high. The principal panoramas of Prévost, Paris, Toulon, Rome, Naples, Amsterdam. T. Elizet, W. A. Graham, Calais, Antwerp, London, Florence, Jerusalem, Athens. Among his pupils, Daguerre. Site of the Passage du Caire in the notorious Cour de Miracles. It was called the I Court of Miracles because the beggars who made dust place their Guildhall shed their faked infinities there. F.E. Brewery 12, 1790, execution of the Marquis de Favras. The Place de Grève and the scaffold decked with Chinese lanterns. A Strasbourg piano manufacturer, Schmidt, made the first guillotine. Georama in the 14th arrondissement. Small nature replica of France. Passage Vivian the solid arcade, in contrast to the Passage de Panoramas. No luxury shops in the F. Owner. Businesses in the Passage de Panoramas, Restaurant V'Iran, Marquise Chocolates, Lending Library, Music Shop, Caricaturist, Theatre de Varietés. The perspective of the opera in the Musée Grevin.ll. The Aubert in the Passage Verododate. Marble pavement. Roi Mahon nickname of Louis Philippe. In 1863 Jacques Fabien publishes Paris en Songe. He explains d'Air how electricity causes multiple blindings through excess of light, and induces madness because of the tempo of news services. Names of jewelers written INFLSE gemstones above their shops. Transition from boutique to magasin. The shopkeeper buys provisions for a week and withdraws to the entresol. In great vogue around 1820, Kashmir. Origin of the magic lantern. Inventor, Athanasius Kircher. In 1757, there were only 3 cafés in Paris. Identify the frontispice to Volume 1 of El Henite de Fauchose d'Antin. Praise God and all my shops saying attributed to Louis Philippe. Rachel resided in the Passage Verododate. 84 Rue Franciade, Passage du Désert, which in the old days led to a Lou Gallant. Essay. The panoramas in the Passage de Panoramas were closed in 1831. Gutskow reports that the exhibition salons were full of oriental scenes calculated to arouse enthusiasm for Algiers. Kyrie for the Arcades project. Does plush first appear under Louis Philippe? What is a drawer play, technology of factory construction, and so on? What is an astral lamp? Invented in 1809 by Bourdon Marle. What are the atmospherical railroads of Via Lance? Where does the citation of Apollinaire in Crevel come from? Where is Picabie's proposal taken from that offletting two mirrors face and look into each other? Likewise cited in Crevel. As epigraph to the section on mirrors. Information about the construction of the Carcel lamp, in which a clockwork mechanism drives the oil from below up into the wick, whereas in the Argand lamp the oil drips out of a reservoir into the wick from above, producing a shadow. There did Charles Nodier write against gas lighting, 18. What is unpsyche, 19. The city made of markets. Thus Riga, when viewed from the other side of the river in the evening light, looks like a warehouse. When multicolored clouds gather over the ocean, Chinese legend says the gods are corning together to hold a market. They name this phenomenon Hai Tj or the sea market. Comparison of the arcades to the indoor arenas in which one learned to ride a bicycle. In these halls the figure of the woman assumed its most seductive aspect, as cyclist. That is how she appears on contemporary posters. Charette as painter of this féminine pulchritude. Music in arcades. It seems to have settled into these spaces only with the decline of DLE arcades, that is to say, only with the advent of mechanical music. Nevertheless, there was music that conformed to the spirit of the arcades, a panoramic music, such as can be heard today only in old-fashioned genteel concerts like those of the Casino Orchestra in Monte Carlo, the panoramic compositions of David. The Nine Muses of Surrealism, Luna, Cleo de Merode, Kate Greenaway, Moores, Friederil. Amid the smoke of Bat, on the printed picture sheets, is smoke in which spirits rise. There is a wholly unique experience of dialectic. The compelling, the drastic experience, which refutes everything gradual about becoming and shows all seeming development to be dialectical reversal, eminenti, and thoroughly composed, is the awakening from dream. For the dialectical schematism at the core of this magic process, the Chinese have found, in their fairy tales and novellas, the most radical expression. Accordingly, we present de nu, the dialectical method of doing history, with the intensity of a dream, to pass through what has been, in order to experience the present as the waking world to which the dream refers. Awakening as a graduated process that goes on in the life of the individual as in that of the generation. Sleep its initial stage. A generation's experience of youth has much in common with the experience of dreams. Its historical configuration is a dream configuration. Every epoch has such a side tunnel told drenels, the child's side. For the previous century, it is the arcades. But whereas the education of earlier generations explained these dreams for them in terms of tradition, of religious doctrine, present-day education simply amounts to the distraction of children. What follows here is an experiment in the technique of awakening. The dialectical, the Copernican tunnel of remembrance. Boredom and dust. Dream a garment 1 karma 2 rn. On the outside, the grey boredom. Sleep state, hypnotic, of the dusty figures in the Musée Grevin. A sleeper is not a good subject for wax. Boredom is always the external surface of unconcise events. Therefore, it could appear to the great dandies as a mark of distinction. For it is precisely the dandy who despises new clothing, whatever he wears must appear slightly frayed. As opposed to a theory of dreams that would reveal to us psyches, the world that comes to seem pointless. What about it? Arcades, houses, passages, having no outside. Like the dream. Catalogue of muses, Luna. Marode, Dulcinea. Countess Geschwitz, Kate Greenaway, Moors, Cleo de Hedde Gabler, Libido, Baby Kadam, and Friedreich. And boredom is the grating before which the courtesan teases death. There are, at bottom, two sorts of philosophy and two ways of noting down thoughts. One is to sow them in the snow or, if you prefer, in the fire clay of pages. Satum is the reader to contemplate their increase, and indeed to harvest their flower or their frit. The other way is to bury them with dignity and erect as sepulchre above their grave the image, the metaphor cold and barren marble. Most hidden aspect of the big cities, this historical object, the new metropolis, with its uniform streets and endless rows of houses, has given material existence to those architectures of which the ancients dreamed the labyrinths. Man of the crowd. Impulse that turns the big cities into a labyrinth. Fulfilled through TLLE-covered passageways of the arcades. Perspective, plush for silk. Plush the material of the age of Louis Philippe. Self-photography and the unrolling of the lived life before the dying. TWO kinds of memory. Relationship of this kind of memory with the dream. Hegel, in itself, for itself, in and for itself. In the phenomenology, these stages of the dialectic become consciousness, self-consciousness, reason. Gamut in the word passage. Rain showers have given birth to many adventures. 22 Diminishing magical power of the rain. Macintosh. What the big city of modern times has made of the ancient conception of the labyrinth. It has raised it, through the names of streets, into the sphere of language, raised it from out of the network of streets in which the city designated within language. Vivat was otherwise reserved for only a very few words, a privileged caste of words, the names the city has made possible for all words, or at least a great many, to be elevated to the noble status of name. And this supreme revolution in language was carried out by what is most general, the street. And a vast order appears in the fact that all names in the cities nm into one another without exercising any influence on one another. Even those much overused names of great men, already half congealed into concepts, here once more pass through a filter and regain the absolute. Through its street names, the city is image of a linguistic cosmos. Only the meeting of two different street names makes for the magic of the corner. Names of streets written vertically. On the invasion of the letters. The structure of books like La Grande Ville, Le Diable 2 Paris, Les Fr and Fayas Paints Par Memes is a literary phenomenon that corresponds to the stereoscopes, panoramas, and so forth. 1. Tile true has no windows. Nowhere does the hue look out to the universe. And the interest of the panorama is in seeing the true city. The city in the bottle, the city indoors. What is found within the windowless house is the true. One such windowless house is the theater, hence the eternal pleasure it affords. Hence, also, the pleasure taken in those windowless rotundas, the panoramas. In the theater, after the beginning of the performance, the doors remain closed. Those passing through 8 caddies are, in a certain sense, inhabitants of a panorama. The windows of this house open out on them. They can be seen out these windows but cannot themselves look in. Paintings au foliage in the Bibliothèque Nationale. Ibis work was done in. With the dramatic signboards of the Mégasilles de Neveuds, art enters the service of the businessman. Persian fashion makes its appearance in the mania for magasins. Fate of street names in the vaults of the metro. On the peculiarly voluptuous pleasure in Nanling streets. Jean Brunet, L'Émigration, Organisation Générale Paris, S.A. Constitution Générale, Part 1. Rue du Sénégal, Place d'Afrique in the C. Almection, something on the Place du Maroc. Monuments are sketched out in this book, too. Red lights marking the entrance to the underworld of Nan 1es. Link between name and labyrinth in the metro. Cashier as Danea. 111. A true expressive character of street names can be recognized as soon as they are set beside reformist proposals for their normalization. Proust's remarks on the Rue de Parme and the Rue du Bac. 2-3. N. At the conclusion of Métier et Mémoire, Bergson develops the idea that perception is a function of time. If, let us say, we were to live more calmly, according to a different Ritlune, there would be nothing subsistent for us, but instead everything would happen right before our eyes, everything would strike us. But this is precisely what occurs in dreams. In order to understand the arcades from the ground up, we sink them into the deepest stratum of the dream, we speak of them as though they had struck us. A collector looks at things in much the same way. Things come to strike the great collector, how he himself pursues and encounters them, what changes in the ensemble of items are effected by a newly supervening item, all this shows him his affairs dissolved in constant flux, like realities in the dream. Until ca 1870 the carriage ruled. Flânerie, on foot, took place principally in the arcades. Rhythm of perception in the dream, story of the three trolls. He explains that the Rue Grange Bateliera is particularly dusty, that one gets terribly grubby in the Rue Riamour. Aragon, Paysan de Pans, P88.24. TNE coarsest hangings plastering the walls of cheap hotels will deepen into splendid dioramas, Baudelaire, P. Radis Artigcace, P72. Baudelaire on allegory, P. Radis Artigcace, P73.2. 6. It has often happened to me to note certain trivial events passing before my eyes as spowing a quite original aspect, in which I fondly hope to discern the spirit of the period. This, I would tell myself, was bound to happen today and could not have been idler than it is. It is a sign of the Tinls. Well, 9 tunes out of 10, I have come across the very same event with analogous circumstances in old memoirs or old history books, A. France, Lejardin d'Epicure, PLL3. TNE figure of the FL and Nur. He resembles the hashish eater, takes space up into himself like the latter. In hashish intoxication, the space starts winking at us. What do you think may have gone on here? And with the very same question, space accosts the FL and Nur. In no other city can he answer it as precisely as he can here. For of no other city has more been written, and NL0 re is known here about certain stretches of the city's streets than elsewhere about the history of entire countries. Death and Affation. Rilke, the passage from the Dwinser Elegian. 2. 8. Characteristic of Jug and Still are posters with full-length figures. So long as Jug and Still lasted, man refused to grant a place to things on the giant silver surface of the mirror, and claimed it for himself alone. Definition of the modem as the new in the context of what has always already been there. The clever Parisians, in order to disseminate their effations more easily, made use of an especially conspicuous reproduction of their new creations, namely Taylor's dumb mice. These dolls, which still enjoyed considerable importance in the 17th and 18th centuries, were given to little girls as playthings when their career as effation figurines had ended. Karl Grober, Kinderspielsjugend us Altersheil, pages 31-32. Perspective in the course of centuries. Baroque galleries. Scenography in the 18th century. Play on words with Irama in Balzac at the beginning of R.R. Goriel. Erd, Virgin F. rests in miniature. To cultivate fields where, until now, only madness has reigned. Forge ahead with the whetted axe of reason, looking neither right nor left so as not to succumb to the horror that beckons from deep in the primeval rest. But every ground must at some point have been turned over by reason, must have been cleared of the undergrowth of delusion and myth. This is to be accomplished here for the terrain of the 19th century. Microcosmic journey which the dreamer makes through the regions of his own body. For he has this in common with the madman, the noises emanating from within the body, which forthe salubrious individual converge in a steady surge of health and bring on sound sleep if they are not overlooked, dissociate for the one who dreams. Blood pressure, intestinal chum, heartbeat, muscle sensations become individually perceptible for him and demand to be explanation which delusion or dream image holds ready. This sharpened receptivity is a feature of the dreaming collective, which settles into the arcades as into the insides of its own body. We must fall low in its wake in order to expound the 19th century as its dream vision. 2.9. Rustling in the painted foliage under the vaulted ceilings of the Bibliothèque Nationale produced by the many pages continually leafed through in the books here. Heathscape, all remains ever new, ever the same. Modernity, the time of hell. The punishments of hell are always the newest thing going in this domain. What is at issue is not that the same thing happens over and over, but rather that the face of the world, the colossal head, precisely in what is newest never alters, that this newest remains, in every respect, the same. This constitutes the eternity of hell and the sadist's delight in irmovation. The totality of traits which define this modernity is to represent hell. Rejogen still, p.e., Adon. Careful investigation into the relation between the optics of the Miriorama and the time of the modern, of the newest. They are related, certainly, as the fundamental coordinates of this world. It is a world of strict discontinuity. What is always again new is not something old that remains, or something past that recurs, but one and the same crossed by countless intermittences. Intermittence means that every look in space meets with a new constellation. Intermittence the measure of time in film. And what follows from this, time of hell, and the chapter on origin in TLE book on Baroque.so. All true insight forms and eddy. To swim in time against the direction of the swirling stream. Just as in art, the decisive thing is, to brush nature against the gram. Perspectival character of the crinoline, with its manifold flounces. In earlier times, at least 6 petticoats were worn underneath. Wild Salome Jojen still for the first time, the cigarette. Lethe flows in the ornaments of Jug and Still. The gum resin doll. Rilke's piece on dolls. Glass over oil paintings only in the 19th century. Physiology of beckoning. The nod of the gods L2 waving from TL. Mail coach, to the organic rittlefy of the trotting horses. The senseless, desperate, cutting wave from the departing train. Waving has gone astray in the railroad station. On the other hand, the wave to strangers passing by on a moving train. This above all with children, who are waving to angels when TLEY wave to the noiseless, unknown, never returning people. Orpheus, Eurydice, Hermes at the train station. Orpheus the one who stays behind. Eurydice in TLE midst of kisses. Hermes the station master with his signal disc. This a neoclassical motif. With the neoclassicism of Cocteau, Stravinsky, Picasso, Chirico, and others, it has this in communion, the transitional space of awakening in which we now are living is, wherever possible, traversed by gods. This traversal of space by gods is to be understood as light lung-like underscore, and only certain of the gods may be thought of here. Above all, Hermes, the masculine god. It is characteristic that, in neoclassicism, the muses who are so important for classical humanism mean nothing whatsoever. Moreover, there is much in Proust that belongs in the contexts of neoclassicism, names of gods. Also, the significance of homosexuality in Proust can be grasped from this perspective alone. More generally, the progressive leveling of the difference between masculine and feminine elements in love belongs in this space. But what is important above all in Proust is the stake which the entire work has in the supremely dialectical dividing point of life, waking up. Proust begins with a presentation of the space of someone awakening, where neoclassicism is basically lacking is in the fact that it builds an architecture for the gods passing by which denies the fundamental relations of their coming to appearance. It is one of the tacit suppositions of psychoanalysis that a clear-cut distinction between sleeping and waking has no value for the human being or for the empirical impressions of consciousness in general, but yields before an unending variety of conscious states determined, in each case, by the level of wakefulness of all psychic and corporeal centers. This thoroughly fluctuating situation of a consciousness each time manifoldly divided between waking and sleeping has to be transferred from the individual to the collective. Once this is done, it becomes clear that, for the 19th century, houses are the dream configurations of its deepest level of sleep. All collective architecture of the 19th century constitutes the house of the dreaming collective. Terrestrial atmosphere as undersea. Line of men around the woman to whom they are paying court. TRN of suitors. ESPLT Damask. When did truss expression come into use? Collapse of the Iron Market Hall of Paris in 1842. Denery, KASPARHA user, Merclal Ney, LENA Yvag, de la Perouse. LETR Emblement de terre de la Martinique, vos/uimiens de Paris. Louis Fran Ois Clairville, les sept gimbros du diable, lepo madames de tclte malades, rot/umigo, gendrillen. Duvalier. Dardas. Degree 1. In 1876, the derrière disappears, but it comes back again. Joe 2. Floral forms in the drawings of cyclothymes, which for their part recall drawings made by mediums. Story of the child with its mother in a panorama. The panorama is presenting the Battle of Sedan. The child regrets that the sky is overcast. K. Degree 8. Historical and dialectical relation between diorama and photography. Important in regard to collecting, the fact that the object is detached from all original functions of its utility makes it the more decided in its meaning. It functions now as a true encyclopedia of all knowledge of the epoch, the landscape, the industry, and the owner from which it comes. There was pliorama, navalorama, cosmorama, diaphanorama, picturesque views, pictorial voyages in a room, pictorial room voyage, diaphanorama. Among the images, the sea of ice on the Grindelwald Glacier in Switzerland, view of the harbor of Genoa from rooms of the Palazzo Doria, interior view of the Cathedral of Brou in France, gallery of the Colosseum in Rome, Gothic cathedral in morning light. The play on words with Rama in Germany as well. Is, it, still in use? W. E. Ather and boredom. The mere soporific, narcotizing effect which cosmic forces have on the ordinary man is attested in the relation of such a man to one of the highest manifestations of these forces, the weather. Comparison with the way Goethe 36 managed to illuminate the weather on the weather which a Foltane creates in its particular location. W. E. Ather in the casinos. A ballet whose principal scene takes place in the casino at Monte Carlo. Noise of rolling balls, of croupiers' rakes, of chips determining the character of the music. Other names, optical belvedere. In the year in which Daguerre invented photography, his diorama burned down. It remains to be discovered what is meant when, in the dioramas, the variations in lighting which a day brings to a landscape take place in 15 or 30 minutes. The Berlin diorama is closed on May 31, 1850, the pictures are sent, in part, to St. Petersburg. First London exhibition of 1851 brings together industries from around the world. Following this, the South Kensington Museum is founded. Second World Exhibition 1862. With the Munich exhibition of 1875, the Geltland Renaissance style came into fashion. In 1903, in Paris, Émile Tardieu brought out a book entitled LL.UI, in which all human activity is shown to be a vain attempt to escape from boredom, but in which, at the same time, what is, what was, and what will be appear as the inexhaustible nourishment of that feeling. In view of such a portrait, one might suppose the work to be some mighty classical monument of literature, a monument ere perennial erected by a Roman to the tedium vitae 37, but it is only the self-satisfied, shabby scholarship of a new Homa, who aims to tumb the most serious matters, asceticism and martyrdom included, into documents of his thoughtless, spiritually barren, petty bourgeois discontent. To be mentioned in connection with the Phaeton in shawls, the characteristic and, properly speaking, sole decoration of the boutonniere room was afforded by the curtains, which extremely refined and compounded preferably from several fabrics of different colors were furnished by the upholsterer. For nearly a whole century afterward, interior decoration amounts, in theory, to providing instructions to upholsterers for the tasteful arrangement of draperies. Max von Bain, Die Mode im XIXJA Hundert, Vol. 2, p. 130. Mantelpiece clocks with genre scenes in bronze. TUNE looks out from the base. Double meaning of the term temps. 38. Rue de Immeubles Industriels. How old is it? For our type of Mal 1, train stations are TNLLY factories of dreams. Jacques de Lacartelle, Le Rêve Parisien, No Yovelli Revue. Phi Anna J.E., 1927. Within the fronds of the pictures that hung on dining room walls, the advent of whiskey advertisements, of Van Houten cocoa, of is gradually heralded. Naturally, one can say that the bourgeois comfort of the dining room has survived longest in small cafes and other such places, but perhaps one can also say that the space of the cafe, within which every square meter and every hour is paid for much more precisely than in apartment houses, evolved out of the latter. Apartments laid out like cafes in Frankfurt am Main. Something very characteristic of that town. Attempt to formulate what there was inside. Empty, brightly lit streets as we enter cities at night. They surround us in fan-shaped formulation, travel out and away from us like rays of a mand orla. And the glance into a room will always find a family at a meal or else occupied with some obscure niggling thing at a table under a hanging lamp, its white glass globe set into a metal frame. Such idola are the gencels of Katka's work. And this experience remains an inalienable possession of his generation, his only and therefore ours, because only for it do the horror furnishings of incipient high capitalism fill the scenes of its most luminous childhood experiences unexpectedly. The street emerges here such as we never otherwise experience it, as way, as built-up thoroughfare. C 13,3 KO 27. What, then, do we know of street kindlers, of curbstones, of the architecture of the pavement, we who have never felt the street, heat, filth, and the edges of the stones beneath our naked soles, and have never scrutinized the uneven placement of the wide paving stones with an eye toward bedding down on them. 39 C Pi IOKO 28. Mode UNDZY Nismus Lo. From the copy in the National Library, one can see how often it was read in the past. Redan was on very friendly terms with the botanist Armand Clairaut. I am not inspired by the supernatural. I do nothing but contemplate the external world, my works are true whatever one may say. Odilon Redan. A cheval de rire, a fort spare horse which, at Notre Dame de Lorette, would make possible the hard climb up the Rue des Martyrs. André Mellerio, Odilon Redan. Refer to the plates on pages 57 and 1L7. Lo 5. Say something about the method of composition itself, how everything one is thing at a specific moment in time must at all costs be incorporated into the project then at hand. Assume that the intensity of the project is thereby attested, or that one's thoughts, from the very beginning, bear this project within them as their telos. So it is with the present portion of the work, which aims to characterize and to preserve the intervals of reflection, the distances lying between the most essential parts of this work, which are turned most intensively to the outside. CNL 3. The JIU Man Comedy comprises a series of works which are not novels, in the ordinary sense of the 10, but something like epic transcription of the tradition from the first decades of the Restoration. Entirely in the spirit of oral tradition is the interminability of the cycle, the antithesis to F1 Auber's rigorous conception of ORM. No doubt about it, the nearer a work stands to the collective forms of expression of the epic, the more it tends, in varying and episodic development, to summon up the same recurrent circle of figures, according to the eternal paradigm of Greek legend. Balzac had secured this mythic constitution of his world through precise topographic contours. Paris is the breeding ground of his mythology, Paris with its 2 or 3 great bankers, with its continually reappearing doctor, with its enterprising merchant, with its 4 or 5 great courtesans, with its usurer, with its sundry soldiers and bankers. But above all, and we see this again and again, it is from the same streets and comers, the same little rooms and recesses, that the figures of this world step into the light. What else can this mean but that topography is the ground plan of every mythic space of tradition, and that it can become indeed its key, just as it became the key for Pausaruas in Greece, and just as the history, layout, distribution of the Paris arcades are to become the key for the underworld of this century, into which Paris has sunk. Starr reports that the premier can-can dancer at the Bal Mabille, a certain Chicard, dances under the surveillance of 2 police sergeants, whose sole responsibility is to keep an eye on the dancing of this one man. Portraits of famous can-can dancers on display in the arcades. On Redon, unconcerned with every quick and transitory effect, however seductive, he ultimately and above all wishes to give his flowers the very essence of life and, so to speak, a profound sou, André Mellerio, Odilon Redon, p. 163. Redon's plan to illustrate Pascal. Redon's nickname, after 1870, in the salon of Madame de Raysac, the Prince of Dream. Redon's flowers and the problem of ornamentation, especially in hashish. Flower world. Rococo, at the time of the Restoration, has the meaning antiquated. Kevase, at the Palais Royal, bestowed dessert in exchange for a certain sum of money spent on the arts and dainties consumed at dinner. Eugene Sue Castle in Blaguy, a harem in which there were women of color. After his death, a legend that the Jesuits had poisoned him. The tin racks with artificial flowers which can be found at refreshment bars in railroad stations, and elsewhere, are vestiges of the floral arrangements that formerly encircled the Palais Royal is in its heyday under Louis XVIII and Charles X. Marquis de Svrey, director of the Salon des Étrangers. His Sunday dinners in Romainville. How Blucher gambled in Paris. Blucher borrows 100,000 francs from the Bank of France. A bell sounds, departure for a Jumi in the Kaiser panorama. Concerning the mythological topography of Paris, the character given it by its gateways. Mystery of the boundary stone which, although located in the heart of the city, once marked the point at which it ended. Dialectic of the gate, from Triumphal Arch to Traffic Island. When did industry take possession of the street corner? Architectural emblems of COID MERS, cigar shops have the comber, apothecaries the stairs. Panes of glass in which not the chandeliers but only the candles are reflected. Excursus on the Place du Maroc. Not only city and interior but city and open air can become entwined, and this intertwining can occur much more concretely. There is the Place du Maroc in Belleville, that desolate heap of stones with its rows of tenements became for me, when I happened on it one Sunday afternoon, not only a Moroccan desert but also, and at the same time, a monument of colonial imperialism, and topographic vision was entwined with allegorical meaning in this square, yet not for an instant did it lose its place in the heart of Belleville. But to awaken such a view is something ordinarily reserved for intoxicants. And in such cases, in fact, street names are like intoxicating substances that make our perception more stratified and richer in spaces than it is in everyday existence. The state into which these street names transport, their virtue evocatrice ought also to be considered in connection with certain cycloid states. The patient who wanders the city at night for hours on end and forgets the way home is perhaps under the sway of this power. Did the books of antiquity have prefaces? Bohemy of Revolutions in the book on Baudelaire, E 2.41. Arcades as temples of commodity capital. Passage de panoramas, formerly passage Myers. In the fields with which we are concerned here, knowledge comes flashes. T11e text is the long roll of thunder that follows. Only in lightning. The deepest enchantment of the collector, to put things under a spell, as though at a touch of the magic wand, so that all at once, while a last shutter runs over them, they are transfixed. All architecture becomes pedestal, socle, frame, antique memory room. It must not be assumed that the collector, the flaneur, would, pages 1041 to 1043, is the only completed text we have from the earliest period of work on The Arcades Perkschkel, when Benjamin was planning to write a newspaper article on the Paris arcades in collaboration with Franz Hessel. Tile article may have been written by Benjamin and Hessel together. On the Avenue Champs-Élysées, between modem hotels with Anglo-Saxon names, arcades were opened recently and the newest Parisian passage made its appearance. For its inaugural ceremony, a monster orchestra in uniform performed in front of flower beds and flowing fountains. The crowd broke, groaning, over sandstone thresholds and moved along before panes of plate glass, saw artificial rainfall on the copper entrails off late model autos as a demonstration of the quality of the materials, saw wheels turning around in oil, read on small black plagues, in paste jewel figures, the prices of leather goods and gramophone records and embroidered kimonos. In the diffuse light from above, one schemed over flagstones. While here a new thoroughfare was being prepared for the most fashionable Paris, one of the oldest arcades in the city has disappeared, the Passage de l'Opéra, swallowed up by the opening of the Boulevard Haussmann. Just as that remarkable covered walkway had done for an earlier generation, so today a few arcades still preserve, in dazzling light and shadowy comers, a past become space. Antiquated trades survive within these inner spaces, and the merchandise on display is unintelligible, or else has several meanings. Already the inscriptions and signs on the entranceways, already the inscriptions which multiply along the walls within, where here and there between overloaded coat stands a spiral staircase rises into darkness, already they have about them something enigmatic. Albert at number 83 will in all likelihood be a hairdresser, and theatrical tights will be silk tights, but these insistent letterings want to say more. And who would have the courage to take the dilapidated stairs up one flight to the beauty salon of Professor Alfred Bitterlin? Mosaic thresholds, in the style of the old restaurants of the Palais Royal, lead to a diner de Paris, they make a broad ascent to a glass door, but can there really be a restaurant behind it? And the glass door next to it, which announces a casino and permits a glimpse of something like a ticket booth with prices of seats posted, would it not, if one opened it, lead one into darkness rather than a theater, into a cellar or down to the street? And on the ticket booth hang stockings once again, stockings as in the doll hospital across the way, and, somewhat earlier, on the side table of the tavern in the crowded arcades of the boulevards, as in the semi-deserted arcades of the old Rue Saint-Denis, umbrellas and canes are displayed in serried ranks, a phalanx of colorful crooks. Many are the institutes of hygiene, where gladiators are wearing orthopedi belts and bandages wind round the white bellies of Mamluquins. In the windows of the hairdressers, one sees the last women with long hair, they sport richly undulating masses, petrified coiffures. How brittle appears the stonework of the walls beside them and above, cumbling papier-mâché. Souvenirs and bibelots tassis on a hideous aspect, the odalisque lies in wait next to the inkwell, priestesses in knitted jackets raise aloft ashtrays like vessels of holy water. A bookshop makes a place for manuals of love-making beside devotional prints in color, next to the memoirs of a chambermaid, it has Napoleon riding through Marengo and, between cookbook and dream book, Old English burghers treading the broad and the narrow way of the gospel in the arcades. One comes upon types of collar studs for which we no longer know the corresponding collars and shirts. If a shoemaker's shop should be neighbor to a confectioner's, then his festoons of bootlaces will resemble rolls of licorice. Over stamps and letterboxes roll balls of string and of silk. Naked puppet bodies with bald heads wait for hair pieces and attire. Combs swim about, frog green and coral red, as in an aquarium, trumpets turn to conches, ocarinas to U111 brella handles, and lying in the fixative pans from a photographer's darkroom is birdseed. The concierge of the gallery has, in his loge, 3 plush-covered chairs with crocheted antimacassars, but next door is a vacant shop from whose inventory only a printed bill remains, will purchase sets of teeth in gold, in wax, and broken. Here, in the quietest part of the side alley, individuals of both sexes can interview for a staff position within the confines of a sitting room set up behind glass. On the pale coloured wallpaper full of figures and bronze busts fails the light of a gas lamp. An old woman sits beside it, reading. For years, it would seem, she has been alone. And now TLE passage is becoming more empty. A small red tin parasol coyly points the way up a stair to an umbrella feral factory. A dusty bridal veil promises a repository of cockades for weddings and banquets. But no one believes it any longer. Fire escape, Guter, I am in the open. Opposite is something like an arcade, again an archway, and, through it, a blind alley leading to a one-windowed H6 Tel de Boligo or Burgago. But I am no longer heading in that direction. I am going up the street to the triumphal gate that, grey and glorious, was built in honor of Louis the Great. Carved in relief on TLE pyramids that decorate its alums are lions at rest, weapons hanging, and dusky trophies. These originally untitled texts, written on loose sheets of expensive handmade paper folded in half, date from 1928 or, at the latest, 1929, when Benjamin was planning to write an essay entitled H. Pariser Passagen, in Dialectisk fe Iri. In the manuscript they are followed by citationes which were largely transferred to the convolutes and which therefore are not reproduced in the Genin edition at this point. The ordering of the entries here is that of the Genin editor, who also gives their original order in the manuscript. These texts were among those from which Benjamin read to Adomo and Horkheimer at Königstein and Frankfurt in 1929. Prominent correspondences to entries in the convolutes and to the essay arcades are indicated in cross-references. In speaking of the inner boulevards, says the Illustrated Guide to Paris, a complete picture of the city on the Seine and its environs from the year 1852, we have made mention again and again of the arcades which open onto them. TISA arcades, a recent invention of industrial luxury, are glass-roofed, marble-paneled corridors extending through whole blocks of buildings, whose owners have joined together for such enterprises. Lining both sides of these corridors, which get their light from above, are the most elegant shops, so that the arcade is a city, a world in miniature, in which customers will find everything they need. During sudden rain showers, the arcades are a place of refuge for the unprepared, to whom they offer a secure, if restricted, promenade, one from which the mere chance also benefit. The customers are gone, along with those taken by surprise. Rain brings in only the poorer clientele without waterproof or mackintosh. These were spaces for a generation of people who knew little of the weather and who, on Sundays, when it snowed, would rather one themselves in the winter gardens than go out skiing. Glass before its time, premature iron, it was one single line of descent arcades, winter gardens with their lordly palms, and railroad stations, which cultivated the false orchid ado with its fluttering petals. They have long since given way to the hangar. And today, it is the same. With the human enlaterial on the inside of the arcades as with the L11 aterials of their Konstanelchen. PNL1 PS are the iron uprights of the street 1 MLD, its glass breakables are the whores. Here was the last refuge of those infant prodigies that saw the light of day at the time of the world executions, the briefcase with interior lighting, the meter-long pocket knife, or the patented Umarella Hankli with wheeled-in watch and revolver. And near the degenerate giant creatures, a hoarded and broken down ladder, WEF followed the narrow dark corridor to where between a discount bookstore, in which colorful tied-up bundles tell of all sorts of failure, and a shop selling only buttons, there stood a sort of salon. On a pale-colored wallpaper full of figures and busts shone a gas lamp. By its light, an old woman sat reading. They say she has been there alone for years, and collects sets of teeth in gold, in wax won and broken. Since that day one moreover, we know where Dr. Miracle got the wax out of which he fashioned Olympia. Tiley are the TMEFAIRs of these arcades, the awfully world-famous Parisian dolls, which revolved on their musical socle and bore in their arms a doll-sized basket out of which, at the salutation of the minor chord, a lambkin poked its curious muzzle. All tills is the arcade in our eyes. And it was nothing of all tllls. They radiated through the Paris of the empire like grottos. For someone entering the Passage de Panoramas in 1817, the sirens of gaslight would be singing to him on one side, while Lionel Podalisks offered enticements from the other. With the kindling of electric lights, the irreproachable glow was extinguished in these galleries, which suddenly became more difficult to find, which wrought a black magic at entranceways, and peered from blind windows into their own interior. It was not decline but transformation. All at once one they were the hollow mold from which the image of modernity was cast. Here, the century 11 urged with satisfaction its 11 lost recent past. Here was the retirement home for infant prodigies. When, as children, we were given those great encyclopedic works World and Mankind, New Universe, The Earth, wouldn't our gaze always fall, first of all, on the color illustration of a carboniferous landscape or on lakes and glaciers of the first ice age? Such an ideal panorama of a barely elapsed primeval age opens up when we look through the arcades that are found in all cities. Here resides the last dinosaur of Europe, the consumer. On the walls of these caverns, their immemorial flora, the commodit, luxuriates and enters one like cancerous tissue, into the most irregular combinations. A world of secret affinities, palm tree and fe ether duster, hair dryer and ve news de Milo, prosthesis and letter writing manual come together here as after a long separation. The odalisque lies in wait next to the inkwell, priestesses raise aloft ashtrays like patens. These items on display are a rebus, and one ought to read here the bird seed kept in the fixative pan from a darkroom, the flower seeds beside the binoculars, the broken screws atop the musical score, and the revolver above the goldfish bowl is right on the tip of one's tongue. Enter all, nothing of the lot appears to be new. The goldfish come perhaps from a pond that dried up long ago, the revolver will have been a corpus delicti, and these scores could hardly have preserved their previous owner from starvation when her last pupil stayed away. Never trust what writers say about their own writings. When Zola undertook to defend his Era's Requin against hostile critics, he explained that his book was a scientific study of the temperaments. His task had been to show, in an example, exactly how the sanguine and the nervous temperaments act on one another to the detriment of each. But this explanation could satisfy no one. Nor does it explain the unprecedented admixture of colportage, the bloodthirstiness, the cinematic goriness of TIE action. W1 Lich by no accident takes place in an arcade. If this book really expounds something scientifically, it's the death of the Paris arcades, the decay of a type of architecture. The book's atmosphere is saturated with the poisons of this process, and its people are destroyed by them. One knew of places in ancient Greece where the way led down into the underworld. Our waking existence likewise is a land which, at certain hidden points, leads down into the underworld, a land full of inconspicuous places from which dreams arise. All day long, suspecting nothing, we pass them by, but no sooner has sleep come than we are eagerly groping our way back to lose ourselves in the dark corridors. By day, the labyrinth of urban dwellings resembles consciousness, the arcades issue unremarked onto the streets. At night, however, under the tenebrous mass of the houses, their denser darkness bursts forth like a threat, and the nocturnal pedestrian hurries past unless, that is, we have emboldened him to come into the narrow HME. Falser colors are possible in the arcades, that combs are red and green surprises no one. Snow White's stepmother had such things, and when tile comb did not do its work, the beautiful apple was there to help out, half red, half poison green, like cheap combs. Everywhere stockings play a starring role. Now tile are lying under phonographs, across the way in a Stanelp shop, another time on the side table of a tavern, where they are watched over by a girl. And again in front of the stamp shop opposite, where, between the envelopes whittle various stamps in refined assortments, manuals of an antiquated art of life are lovelessly dispensed secret embraces and maddening illusions, introductions to outmoded vices and discarded passions. The shop windows are covered with vividly col or Epinal-style posters, on which Harlequin betroths his daughter, Napoleon rides through Marengo, and, amid all types of standard artillery pieces, delicate English burghers travel the high road to hell and the forsaken path of the gospel. No customer ought to enter this shop with preconceived ideas. On leaving, he will be the more content to take home a volume, Malebranche's Recherche de Fa Vérité, or Miss Daisy, Thejo Ernal an English equestrienne. To the inhabitants of these arcades we are pointed now and then by the signs and inscriptions which multiply along the walls within, where here and there, between the shops, a spiral staircase rises into darkness. The signs have little in common with the nameplates that hang beside respectable entryways but are reminiscent of plagues on the cages at zoos, put there to indicate not so 11 look the dwelling place as the origin and species of the captive animals. Deposited in the letters of the metal or enameled signboards is a precipitate of all the forms of writing that have ever been in use in the West. Albert at number 83 will be a hairdresser, and theatrical tights will probably be silk tights, pink and light blue, for young chanteuses and ballerinas, but these insistent letterings want to say something more, something different. Collectors of curiosities in the field of cultural history have in their secret drawer broadsheets of a highly paid literature which seem, at first sight, to be commercial prospectuses or theatrical bills, and which squander dozens of different alphabets in disguising an open invitation. These dark and enliled signs bring to mind the Baroque lettering on the cover of obscene books, recall the origin of the modern poster. In 1861, the first lithographic poster suddenly appeared on walls here and there around London. It showed the back of a woman in white who was thickly wrapped in a shawl and who, in all haste, had just reached the top of a flight of stairs, where, her head half turned and a finger upon her lips, she is ever so slightly opening a heavy door to reveal tie starry sky. In this way Wilkie Collins advertised his latest book, one of the greatest detective novels ever written, The W.O. Man in W.H. Still color, the first drops of a shower of letters ran down the walls of houses and was greeted like the plagues of Egypt, hence the anxiety we feel when, crowded out by those who actually make purchases, wedged between overloaded coat stands, we read at the bottom of the spiral staircase, Institut de But du Professeur Alfred Bitt Erlin. And the Fabrique de Cravates Haute are there really neckties there or not? Union Liberale 50. Tiers Parti 116. Bonapartists in the minority. 01870 plebiscite, 7,350,000 votes for the constitutional monarchy, against 1,538,864 concession of the right to strike. 1,848 abolition of the obligatory uniform for the Garde Nationale, increase of the number of electors through universal suffrage, from 200,000 to over 9 million emoluments for a member of parliament, 25 francs per day March 17 and April 1 6, violent demonstrations for the postponement of elections to the Constituent Assembly, cassation of the Garde Mobile. 1831 FF Parti du Mouvement, Lafitte, Lafayette, Barrett Parti de Resistance, Perrier, Mole, Gazette, Thiers. Number 2. F-Ation. 1866 The head like a cloud, high above the valley of the dress lamps in the form of vases, the rare flower light is put in oil. 1868 The breast covered with a fr ingot border, architectural forms on clothes. Number 3. Visitation of the VR Regine, as theme of fashion images, fashionable clothing, as theme for confectioners, motifs of hedges of gossamer appear on clothes. 1850 to 1860 W.O. Man as equilateral triangle, W.O. Man as X end of the Empire jacket as double door dress as fan, infinite possibility of permutation with the elements of fashion. The best book on Paris. Mirror City. Energies of the big city, gasoline tanks. Illuminated advertising, New type of writing signboards, old type of writing. Gaslight in Baudelaire. Passage de l'Opéra. Aragon's technique compared with photographic technique fair in the basement. Téléologie of Paris, Eiffel TOWER and motorways Parisian streets in French literature. The system of Parisian streets, a vascular network of imagination Sacre Coeur, Ichthyosaur, Eiffel TOWER, Giraffe Baby Kadam fireproof walls. Number 4. Themes of the Arcades Project. Entrance of the railroad into the world of dream and symbol from department store to world execution. The not yet conscious knowledge of what has been stems from the now T1E past unfolds in the wax museum-like distance in the domestic interior. Number 5. I7Ms of the Arcades Project II. The camouflage of bourgeois elements in the bohème. The bohème as form of existence of the proletarian intelligentsia. The ideologues of the bourgeoisie, Victor Hugo, Lamartine. On the other hand, Rimbaud. T.B. Bourgeoisie's maîtres de plaisir, Scribe, Sue. Industrialization of literature, the Negro, industrialization of literature through the press. Industrial poetry of the Saint Simonians. Beginnings of trade in modern artworks. Literature and commerce specialty and originality. Inspiration for early photography, in ideas with weights, in technology with nada. Meaning of the photographic reproduction of artworks, overcoming of art through pH. Photography and electric light. Weights as precursor of montage, stereorama and painting. 3 aspects of Felsneri, Balzac, Poe, Engels, the illusionistic, psychological, economic. Besneri as hothouse of illusion, Servandoni's project. The untranslatable literature of Flannery. Paris street by street and house by house. The flaneur and the collector, the archaic Paris of Flil.Neri. Indecision of the Flil.Nur, ambiguity of the arcades, opaqueness of class relations. Interior and Musule 1. Emancipation and prostitution. Girardin, the Demoiselles of 1830, F.O. Urier and F.E. Yerbach. Emancipation and the Saint Simonians, the cashier. Cult of love, attempt to deploy the technical force of production in opposition to the natural force of production. Rise of the proletariat, its awakening in the June insurrection. The culture of the 19th century as a gigantic effort to stem the forces of production, the Garde Nationale. Precursors of stocks and bonds. Change in the phones of property as a result of the railroad corruption in the awarding of contracts during construction on the railroad and during Haussmann's renovations. Museums and exhibitions are the enthronement of the commodity. Co-oko. Influence of industry on language later than on the image, allegory and advertisement. Police and conspirators, the Port Lantern's construction in city planning tile role of the big city in the 19th century Flaubert's style. Image and destination in history. Historical anamnesis. Not yet conscious knowledge of what has been effect and expression. Components of death/excursus on Proust. Relation between technology and art as key to efficient participation of women, the nature of the commodity, by virtue of fashion and colportage, everybody's contemporary too. TOLs and workers with Haussmann WO workers associations. Promiscuity and hostility among the classes, their communication in the Omnibus Huysmans describes Emnil-Montant the workers' low associations. Pulling of illusionism in the cityscape, perspectives WBY was there no French idealism? Sensual delights of the bourgeois hedonism and cynicism illusionism of the cocottes. The arcades as drearn and wish image of the collective effeminators of intoxication in the collective consciousness, phantasmagoria of time atmosphere of the dream, climate the dream of empire, the muses I empire form of the first locomotives, technology under control itery of images of technology are their English influences on the empire style. Ethnology and the new. Addicling to the first appearance of the Macklin under the empire was the sense of a restoration of antiquity. / Dream and Awakening. Bourgeois Hedonese 111. Fo Urier and Sheer Bart, Uriers living on Inzola. / The true meaning of utopia, it is a precipitate of col-lective dreams. Advertisement and poster. The opera as Centaur. Polemic against JNNG, who wants to distance awakening from dream. Pro visional schemata. Revolutionary praxis. Technique of street fighting and barricade construction. Revolutionary mise en scene. Proletarians and professional conspirators. Fashion everybody's contil pourri. Attempt to lure sex into the world of matter. Number 7. Dialectical schemata. Hell Golden Age. Keywords for hell: ennui, gambling, pauperism. A canon of this dialectic, Fation the Golden Age as catastrophe. Dialectic of the commodity. A canon for this dialectic to be drawn from Odradek 11e positive in the fetish. Dialectic of the newest and oldest. Fashion is a canon for this dialectic also. The oldest as newest, THC Daily News CINE newest as oldest, the empire. First dialectical stage, the arcade changes from a place of splendor to a place of decay. Second dialectical stage, the arcade changes from an unconscious experience to some being consciously penetrated. Not yet conscious knowledge of what has been. Structure of what has been at this stage. Knowledge of what has been as a becoming aware, one that has the structure of awakening. Not yet conscious knowledge on the part of the collective. All insight to be grasped according to the schema of awakening. And shouldn't the not yet conscious knowledge have the structure of dream? The ugliness of the object is the terrifying knock on the door when we're asleep. 5. We construct an awakening theoretically, that is, we imitate, in the realm of language, the trick that is decisive physiologically in awakening, for awakening operates with cunning. Only with cunning, not without it, can we work free of the realm of dream. Awakening is the exemplary case of remembering, the weighty and momentous case, in which we succeed in remembering the nearest. What Proust intends with the experimental rearrangement of your nature is no different from what Bloch tries to grasp as darkness of the lived moment. Here the question arises, in what different canonical ways can man behave with regard to dreaming? And what sort of comportment, at bottom, is adequate to TME waking being? We conceive the dream as historical phenomenon, as collective phenomenon. 00. Efforts to shed light on the dreams of the individual with the help of the doctrine of the historical dreams of the collective. We have to wake up from the existence of our parents. In this awakening, we have to give an account of the nearness of that existence. Obedience as category of nearness in religious education. Collecting as profane category of nearness, the collector interprets dreams of the collective. Freud's doctrine of the dream one as a phenomenon of nature. Dream one as historical phenomenon. Opposition to Aragon, to work through all this by way of the dialectics of awakening, and not, to be lulled, through exhaustion, into dream or I_my_thology. What are the sounds of the awakening morning we have drawn into our dreams? Ugliness, the old-fashioned are merely distorted morning voices that talk of our childhood. Number 9. Thesis and antithesis are to be drawn together into the dream variation image. The aspects of splendor and misery attaching to the arcades are dream vision. The dialectical reversal in synthesis is awakening. Its mechanism. How we free ourselves from the world of our parents' rough cunning. Antinomy of the sentimental. On the hallucinatory function of architecture. Dream images that rise up into the waking world. Epitome of the FALSE redemption Jugen still. It proves the law according to which EFFORT brings about its opposite. 111 motif of dialectic should be delineated specifically in reference to perspective luxury and fashion theory of awakening to be developed on the basis of the theory of boredom. Theory of perspective in connection with Flaubert. Perspective and plush. Number 10. Econo LL1 IC rudiments the consumer luxury buildings fashion and boulevard. Reversal miscarried matter altered tempo date J. Atidic, 18,936. Fashion always places its fig leaf on the spot where the revolutionary nakedness of society may be found. A slight adjustment and. But why is this adjustment fmitful only when it is carried out on the body of the recent past? Dialectic of the magasins de nouveau ns commodity miscarried matter. Dialectic of sentimentality. 7. Dialectic of flannery the interior as street the street as interior. Dialectic of fashion pleasure and cadaver. Pography, Balzac. Antithesis. Decline of the arcades at the end of the 19th century plush miscarried matter the whore. Synthesis. Discovery of the arcades. The unconscious knowledge of what has been becomes conscious. I. Theory of awakening. I. Dialectic of persp. Dial. Offician. Dial. Of sentimo. Waiting and letting wait. Waiting as form of existence of the parasitic elements. Number 14 where, Whittle the New, runs the boundary between reality and semblance. Or history of tie 19th century relation between false consciousness and dream consciousness. Mirroring takes place in the Dreal 1 consciousness. Collective Dreenel consciousness and superstructure. The dialectic, iu standing still, makes an image. Essential to this lineage is a semblance. The now of recognizability is the moment of awakening. In the awakening, the dream stands still. The historical movement is a dialectical movement. But the movement of false consciousness is not. This consciousness becomes dialectical also in the awakening. No. Is. Methodological reflection J. Make use of studies on the now of recognizability. Make use of Proust's description of awakening awakening as the critical moment in the reading of dream images. Special claims of the recent past on the method of the historian. Demarcation from cultural history. Reread Hegel on dialectics at a standstill. The experience of our generation, that capitalism will not die a natural death. Here, for the first time, the recent past becomes distant past. Primal history forms part of the recent past, just as mountains, seen from a great distance, appear to form part of the landscape lying before them. Number 16. Wiesengrund. Dialectical image and dialectics at a standstill in Hegel. Number 17. The Fourierist utopia announces a transformation in the function of poetry. No. Is. Placed, thus, in the center of history. As man forms the center of the horizon that, in his eyes, stretches around him, so his existence forms for him the center of history. Looking about him at the midday hour, he invites the emaciated spirits of the past to dine at his table. Over a ghostly meal. The historian is the herald who summons the departed to this banquet of spirits. Tie living generation. Number 198. If the speculative phenomena attendant on Haussmannization remain for the most part in shadow, the tactical interests of the reform interests which Napoleon III willingly concealed behind his imperial ambitions emerge more clearly. A contemporary apology for Haussmann's project is comparatively frank on this subject. It commends the new streets for not subserving the customary tactics of the local insurrections. Before this, Paris had already been paved in wood so as to deprive the revolution of its building material. As Karl Gutzkow writes in his Pa Reiser Brie, FDN, no one builds barricades out of blocks of wood. To appreciate what is meant by this, recall that in 1830 some 6,000 barricades were counted in the city. Louis Philippe already had the nickname Roimon. With Napoleon III, the mercantile, hygienic, and military efforts bent on transforming the city's image were allied with the aspiration to immortalize in monuments of lasting peace. In Haussmann he found the energy necessary for implementation of the plan. Putting the energy to work was, of course, not easy for him. A careerist in the service of a usurper. Destructive Pacific imperialism or the Haussmannization of Paris II. 3. Hausmarm and Napoleon 3. 2. Strategic embellishment. 3. Fantastic accounts of Haussmann. The careerists serving the usurper. Intran. Strategic embellishment. The technique of barricade fighting. The strategic lines. Napoleon as pretender to the throne. Tile coup d'/état and Hausmarm. The police and Orsini's assassination. The theoretic base. Jurisprudence, the spectacles, aesthetics. Attempt Hausmalil and the Parliament, Haussmann's later career. Haussmann's means. Significance of substructions. The railroads. The world exhibitions. The new city planning. Number 20. Plan of March 1934. Paris. Allegory and advertising. Cult of love, attempt to bring natural production into opposition with industrial production. Number 24. Actualized in the dialectical image, together with the thing itself, or its origin and its decline. Should both be eternal? Or the first time, here, the recent past becomes distant past. The Gesamtkunstwerk represents an attempt to impose myth on society. Everybody's contemporary, and eternal recurrence. Number 25. The question posed in I, what is the historical object? The response of I, the dialectical image, the uncommon ephemerality of the genuine historical object compared with tie fixity of the philological object. Where the text is itself the absolute historical object, as in theology, it holds fast to the moment of extreme ephemerality in the character of a revelation. The idea of a history of humanity as idea of the sacred text. In fact, the history of humanity as prophecy has, at all times, been read out of the sacred text. The new and ever identical as the categories of historical semblance. How stands the matter with regard to eternity? The dissolution of historical semblance must follow the same trajectory as the construction of the dialectical image figures of historical semblance, I2. Phantasmagoria 3. Progress. Materials for arcades. Among Benjamin's papers are the following materials, consisting of typewritten sheets with additions in his own and in Franz Hessel's hand. These notes and sketches evidently relate to the abortive collaboration with Hessel on the arcades. Written text is printed here in italics, Benjamin's longhand notations, in underlined italics, and Hessel's longhand notations, in Roman type. Passages that are crossed out in the manuscript are in curved brackets: Middle Ages, Ancien Regime, Revolution, and so on. Balzac 5, Streets and Corners. And others. May1 on the Butte Rouge. NEW and Old Catacombs, MITRO, Wine Cellars, Ancient Sites. Street Vending. Ghetto, the street where newspapers are printed. Lost Animals, the slaughterhouses. Social fortifications. Philip Augustus, Louis X II, F. General and the last fortification, now in the PSS. Bainji demolished. Gasoline. Mirror S. The Gyerside and the L Lantern, the last Giacra's old signs. Conveniences and inconveniences. G. Parisians on Paris. Pickup, Môme, Streetwalker, Tart, Artiste, and so on. Paris Alpine. Developmental and Artistic History, QF the Eiffel Tower. AJI Renun in Montmartre. Etiquette. For mealtimes, JJ's Funsive Monuments to Flood Amuserle and Jants. Biographie PHY of a Street Annual Fleur. Asian Houses, the Brit GES. Doors and Windows. Architectures, QF Chance. Arcades. Hotel Dance Hall. The smallest square in Paris. Church windows, the parks. Finel Manso to Butte Ch Amont. Street QF art dealers, The Sunday YQF they Jour classes T in the Bois. America and Asia in Paris, reassuring advice. Jor museum visits. Lunch hour. For dressmakers' assistants. Remarkable Histoire, QF the Development Q Louis the Great, with couchant lions, weapons, and vague trophies on pyramids. In the arcades, bolder colors are possible. Air are red and green combs. Preseved in the arcades are types AF collar studs G, R which we no longer know the corresponding collars or shids. Should a shoemaker's shop be neighbor to a confectioner's, his disp lay-af shoelaces will start to resemble licorice. One could imagine an ideal shop in an ideal arcade, a shop which brings together almightyers, which is doll clinic and orthopedic institute in one, which sells trumpets and shells, birdseed injectative pants G01 and a photographer's dark dot room, Akar, NAS as umbrella handles. A factory producing cockades for weddings and banquets, finery for mar rides. 1. Since the light comes only from above through glass roofs, and all stairways to the left or right, at entranceways between the shops, lead 11,110 darkness, our conception reflippy within the rooms to which these eyes ascend remains somewhat shadowy. 1a. The Illustrated Guide to Paris, a complete picture RF the city on the Seine and its environs J. Ross in the year 1852, writes RFTHE arcades. No responsibility toward the new age it can come no more in the jitlure. 2. At the entrance gates RFTHE arcades remarkable and sometimes enigmatic inscriptions and signs, which oftentimes multiply along the walls within where, here and there, between the shops, a spiral staircase fisses into darkness. We surmise that Albert 083 will be a hairdress one, and Mayos de Theater will most likely be SDK tights, pink, and Legal's bluefin young singers and dancers, but these insistent letterings want to SCO more to us and something different. And should we find ourselves crowded out by those who actually buy and sell, and full standing between overloaded coat racks at the bottom RF the spiral staircase, where we read I Institut de Beauté LUPRQFT Sir Alfred Bitter/in, we cannot be anxious. And the fabrique de cravate. 2. Does it make neckties for strangling? Oh, the needlework there will be quite offensive JQ/Kursk, but these dark dilapidated stairs make us feel afraid. But, Union Artistique de R and so 3 CVV hat can that be? M. Point 1 JG. **I. Benjamin, on the other hand, wanted to things near, to allow them to step into our lives. What linked his methods to surrealist ones? The immersion of what has been into layers of dreams, represented not an end in itself for the PS Sagan MRKJ but rather its methodological and Engel 1T, a kind of experimental setup. The 19th century is the dream we must wake up from, it is a nightmare that will weigh on the present as long as its spell remains unbroken. According to Benjamin 1, the images of dreaming and awakening from the dream are related as expression is related to interpretation. He hoped that the images, once interpreted, would dissolve the spell. Bean's concept of awakening means the genuine liberation from an epoch. In the double sense of Hegel's Aufhebung, the 19th century would be transcended in that it would be preserved, rescued for the present. Benjamin defines the dialectical method of doing history in these words, with the intensity of a dream, to pass through what has been, in order to experience the present as the waking world to which the dream refers. Till's concept is based on a mystical conception of in story that Benjamin was never to abandon, not even in his late theses on the concept of history. Every present ought to be synchronic with certain moments of history, just as every past becomes legible only in a certain epoch namely, the one in which human enelbing its eyes, recognizes just this particular dream onage as such. It is at this moment that the historian takes up the task of dream interpretation. TOW3TD this end, we need not a dragging of the past ULTO the mythological, but, on the contrary, a dissolution of mythology all the space of history. Benjamin demanded a concrete, materialist meditation on what is nearest. He was interested only in the presentation of what relates to us, what conditions us. In this way the Orion should no longer try to enter the past, Radler, he should allow the past to enter his life. A pathos of nearness should replace the vanishing empathy. For the historian, past objects and events would not then be fixed data, an unchangeable given, because dialectical thing ransacks them, revolutionizes them, turns them upside down. This is what must be accomplished by awakening from the dream of the 19th century. That is why for Bellamy the effort to awaken from a dream represents the best example of dialectical reversal, tile key to what may have been Benjamin's intention while working on the first phase of the Pascatelgian work may be found all the sentence, capitalism was a natural phenomenon with which a new dream-filled sleep came over Europe, and, through it, a reactivation of mythical forces. Benjamin shares his project, the desire to investigate capitalism, with historical materialism, from which he may well have appropriated the project in the object of history goes unchanging, it becomes historical only when it becomes topical in a later period. Continuous relationships in TLLIL, with which history deals, are superseded in Benjamin's thought by constellations in which the past coincides with the present to such an extent that the past achieves a now of its recognizability. Benjamin developed this now of recognizability, which he sometimes referred to as his theory of knowledge, from a double frontal position against both idealism and positivistic historicism. While the latter tried to move the historical narrator back into the past, so that he could comprehend emphatically the whole of the then, which filled homogeneous, empty time as a mere mass of data. P. 264, idealist constructions of history, on the other hand, usurped the prospect of the future and posited in history the existence of the natural plan of a process, which runs on autonomously and can, in principle, never be completed. Both relegate everything about history that, from the very beginning, has been untimely, sorrowful, unsuccessful. P. 166, to forgetting. Tile object of that materialist historical narrative Benjamin wanted to try out in the passage on work would be precisely what history started but did not carry out. That the lineaments of the past are first detectable after a certain period is not due to the historian's whim, it bespeaks an objective historical constellation. History is the object of a construct whose site is not homogeneous, empty time, but time filled by now time fjt. Thus, to Robespierre ancient Rome was a past charged with now time, which he blasted out of the continuum of history. The French Revolution viewed itself as Rome incanlate. It quoted ancient Rome. Bellarmine wished to continue along this line in the passage on work. The present would provide the text of the book, history, the quotations in that text. To tide history means to cite history. Benjamin's Copernican revolution of historical intuition also meant that the traditional concept of truth was to be turned on its head. Resolute refusal of the concept of timeless TNLTH is in order. Nevertheless, truth is not as Marxism would have it a merely contingent function of knowing, but is bound to a nucleus of time lying hidden within the knower and the known alike. This is so tunneled that the attenlal, in any case, is far more the ruffle on a dress than some idea. The temporal core of history can't be grasped as really happening, stretching fortal in the real dimension of time, rattler it is where evolution halts for a moment, where the djlamus of what is happening coagulates into stasis, where time itself is condensed into a differential, and where a now identifies itself as the now of a particular recognizability. In such a now, TNLTH is charged to the bursting point with tune. 11le now would have thus shown itself to be the inmost image of TLLE8 Kadistlmsolves, of Fation, of TLLE bourgeois interior appeaxing as the lineage of all that had been, and whose cognition is TLLE pith of the PAS. Reagan work. Benjamin invented TLLE term dialectical images, for such configurations of the now and the then. He defined their content as a dialectic at a standstill dialectical image and dialectic at the standstill are, without a doubt, the central categories of the passage on work. Their meaning, however, remained iridescent, it never achieved any terminological consistency. Point 2, WE can distinguish at least two meanings in Bellarmine's texts, they remain somewhat undivulged, but even so calmit be brought totally in congruence. Once in the 1935 expose, which in this regard summarizes die motifs of the Fint draft Benjamin localized dialectical luighs as dream and wish images in the collective subconscious, whose image-making fantasy, which was stimulated by the new should refer back to the UT past, in the DRIIL, in which each epoch entertains images of its successor, the latter appears wedded to elements of or history, that is, to elements of a classless society. And the experiences of such a society as stored in the unconscious of the collective engender, through interpenetration with what is new, the utopia. Tile modem is said to quote kingdom, is at least a category, and one of the most applicable, of its quietest approach. 29 Benjamin's concept of profane illumination would remain illuminated in this way to the end, his materialist inspiration would be inspired in the same way, and his materialism would prove theological in the same way, despite all recasting processes. Balaam's historical materialism was historically tunnel only as the puppet, Hitch enlists the services of theology. Nevertheless, it was supposed to in. One can be excused for doubting whether this intricate claim could ever be honored. In that case, the reader, who has patiently followed the topography of the passage on work, including all the detours and cul-de-sacs this edition does not veil, may think he is, in the end, faced with ruins rather than with VLT-ginal building materials. What Benjamin wrote about German Trauerspiel, however, holds true for TLLE passage on work, namely, that in the ruins of GTE buildings the idea of the plan speaks more impressively than in lesser buildings, however well preserved they are. Translated by Gary Smith and Andre L. D. Ivier. The Story of Old Benjamin. By Lisa Fitko. This account was written in English, in November 1980, by Lisa Fitko, who accompanied Belle-Hélène across the Pyrenees to the French-Spanish border at the end of September 1940. It is printed in English in Gesammelt SDLLJF, N, Volume 5, pages 1184 to 1194, with supplementary material relating mainly to the unsolved mystery of the large black briefcase which Benjamin was carrying. Included is Balaam's last letter, dated Portbou, September 25, 1940, and addressed both to Helmi Gurland, who was with him at the end, and to Theodore Adorno. It is in French, in a form reconstructed from memory by Helmi Gurland, who had felt it necessary to destroy the original. In a situation presenting no way out, I have no other choice but to make an end of it. It is in a small village in the Pyrenees, where no one knows me, that my life will come to a close. To my friend Adorno il to explain to him the situation in which I find myself. Here is not enough time remaining for me to write all the letters I would like to write. This happened exactly 40 years ago. I finally have to keep my promise to write down the story. People keep saying just write it the way it was. I do remember everything that happened, I think I do. That is, I remember the facts. But can I relive those days? Is it possible to step back and into those times when there was no time for remembering what normal life was like, those days when we adapted to chaos and struggled for survival? 111 distance of the years 40 of them has put events for us into perspective, many believe. It seems to me, though, that this perspective, under the pretense of insight, easily tufts into simple hindsight, reshaping what was. How will my recollections stand up against this trap? And where do I startle? September 25, 1940. Port Vendres France. I remember waking up in that narrow room under the roof where I had gone to sleep a few hours earlier. Someone was knocking at the door. It had to be the little girl from downstairs. I got out of bed and opened the door. But it wasn't the child. I unelbed my half-closed eyes. It was one of our friends, Elder Balaam, one of the many who had poured into Marseilles when the Genins overran France. Old Benjamin, as I usually referred to him, I am not sure why he was about Routier. Now, how did he get here? Gjalatage frau, he said, please accept my apologies for this inconvenience. The world was coming apart, I thought, but not Benjamin's JJ Alite. 7 FTR Hergimel / he continued, told me how to find you. He said you would take me across the border into Spain. He said what? Oh well, yes, Renin Her Argimel, my husband would say that. He would assume that I could do it, whatever IE might be. Benjamin was still standing in the open door because there was no room for a second person between the bed and the wall. Quickly I told him to wait for me in the bistro on the village square. From the bistro, we went for a walk so that we could talk without being overheard. My husband had no way of knowing, I explained, but since my arrival here at the border region last week I had found a safe way to cross the frontier. I had started by going down to the port and chatting with some of the longshoremen. One of them led me to the union steward, who in turn directed me to Monsieur Azima, the mayor of the next village. Bonjour sur Mer, the man, I had been told back in Marseilles, who would help me find a safe road for those of our family and FREs who were ready to cross over. An old socialist, he was among those who had aided the Spanish Republic by passing desperately needed doctors, nurses, and medicine across the border during the Spanish Civil War. What a great person, this Mayor Azima, I went on to tell Benjamin. He had spent hours with me working out every detail. Unfortunately, the famous road along the cemetery walls of Cerberus was closed. It had been quite easy, and a good number of refugees had used it for a few months, but now it was heavily guarded by the Guide Mobiles. On orders of the German Commission, no doubt. The only truly safe crossing that was left, according to the mayor, was, and when Dr. H. valued his fur coat more than his safety. But these again are different stories. Right now I was sitting somewhere high up in the Pyrenees, eating a piece of bread obtained with sham ration tickets, and Bench 31 Iln was requesting the tomatoes. Widl your kind permission, may I? Good old Benjarnin and his Castilian court ceremony. Suddenly, I realized that what I had been gazing at drowsily was a skeleton, sun-bleached. Perhaps a goat? Above us, in the southern blue sky, two large blackbirds circled. Must be vultures. I wonder what they expect from us. How strange, I thought, the usual me would not be so phlegmatic about skeletons and vultures. We gathered ourselves up and began trudging on. The road now became reasonably straight, ascending only slightly. Still, it was bumpy and, for Bench 31 Nin, it must have been strenuous. He had been on his feet since 7 o'clock, after all. His pace slowed down some more and he paused a little but always in regular intervals, checking his watch. He seemed to be quite absorbed by the job of timing himself. Island we reached the peak. I had gone ahead and stopped to look around. The view came on so sudden, for a moment it stnlck me like a Fata Morgana, done there below, from where we had come, the Mediterranean reappeared. On the other side, ahead, steep cliffs, another sea. But of course, the Spanish coast. TWO worlds of blueness. In our back, to the north, Catalonia's Roussillon country. Deep down Loch Hole R1 Lyle, the autumn earth in 100 shades of vermilion. I gasped, never had I seen anything so beautiful. I knew that we were now in Spain, and that from here on the road would NM straight. Until the descent into the town. I knew that now I had to 21L back. The others had the necessary papers and visas, but I could not risk being caught on Spanish soil. But, no, I could not yet leave this group to themselves, not quite yet. Just another short stretch. Putting down on paper the details which my memory brings back about this first time I crossed the border on the Rule Lyle, a nebulous picture surfaces from wherever it has been buried all these years. One nay women, two of them I know vaguely crossing our road. Through a haze, I see us standing there and talking for a short while. They had come up a different road, and they then continued their way down to the Spanish side separately. The encounter did not particularly surprise or impress me, since so many people were trying to escape over the mountains. We passed a puddle. The water was greenish slimy and stank. Benjamin knelt down to drink. "You can't drink this water," I said, "it is filthy and surely contaminated." The water bottle I had taken along was empty by now, but thus far he hadn't mentioned that he was thirsty. "I do apologize," Benjamin said, "but I have no choice. If do not drink, I might not be able to continue to the end." He bent his head down towards the puddle. "Listen to me," I said. "Will you please hold it for a moment and listen to me? We have almost arrived, just a short while and you have made it. I know you can make it. But to drink this mud is unthinkable. Why, oh, you will get typhus." "True, I might, but don't you see, the worst that can happen is that I die of typhus. After crossing the border, the Gestapo won't be able to get me, and the manuscript will be safe. I do apologize." He drank. One UE road was now running gently downhill. It must have been about 2 o'clock in the afternoon when the rocky wall gave way, and in the valley I saw the village, very close. "That is Portbou down there. Tile town with the Spanish border control where you will present yourselves. This street leads straight down. A real road. 1 o'clock. We had started out at 5 in the morning, Benjamin at 7. A total of almost 9 hours. "I have to go back now," I continued. "We are in Spain. We have been in Spain for almost an hour. The descent won't take long, it's so close that you can see every house from here. Why, oh, you will go directly to the border post and show your documents, the travel papers, the Spanish and Portuguese transit visas. When you have your entry stamp, you take the next train to Lisbon. But you know all that. I must go now, Adifweeder SDWLL. For a moment, my eyes followed them as they were walking down the road. It's time now for me to get out of here, I thought, and started to walk back. I walked on NFELT. Teus isn't alien country anymore, I am no stranger here, as I was only this morning. It also surprised me that I was not tired. Everything felt light, I was weightless, and so was the rest of the world. Benjamin and his companions must have made it by now. How beautiful it was up here. Within 2 hours I was back down in Banidals. 9 hours uphill, 2 hours down. During the following months, by the time we were able to find our way blindfolded, we once made it up to the border in 2 hours, and a few times in 3 to 4 hours. That was when our freight was young, strong, in good form and, above all, disciplined. I have never seen these people again, but from time to time a name comes up and suddenly something clicks. Henry Pachter, historian, Heinz and IU's friend, all-time record 2 hours. Or Professor Albert Hurstmlen, economist at Princeton, young Hennant. I was critically ill when he came down to the border. He pressured a French hospital into admitting me, then crossed over, guided by my husband, in about 3 hours. I will write that story down another time. For all that came later. L11N, back in Banyuls, after my first trip on the Lister route, I thought, good old Benjamin and his manuscript are safe, on the other side of the mountains. In about a week the word came, Elder Benjamin is dead. He took his life in Portbou the night after his arrival. The Spanish border authorities had informed the group that they would be led to France. New orders, just received from Madrid, nobody can enter Spain without the French exit visa. Whatever the new detective was, it was lifted soon. Had there been time for the news to reach the French side of the frontier, crossings would have been halted while watching developments. We were living in the LGE of new directives. Every governmental office in every country of Europe seemed to devote full time to decreeing, revoking, enacting, and then lifting orders and regulations. You just had to learn to slip through holes, to tmue, to wind, and to wriggle your way out of this ever-changing maze, if you wanted to survive. But Benjamin was not a wriggler. Without sed broerler, one has to cut through the fog, work one's way out of the general collapse that had become the only possible way of life in France. Almost, it meant things like buying ridged bread tickets or extra milk for the kids or obtaining any kind of permit, in other words, to get something that didn't officially exist. Some, it also meant to get such things by collaborating. And for us, the Apiatons, it was primarily a matter of staying out of concentration camps and escaping from the Gestapo. But Benjamin was no de Broerlerd. In his remoteness, what counted was that his manuscript and he were out of the reach of the Gestapo. The crossing had exhausted him and he didn't believe that he could do it again. He had told me so during our climb. Here, too, he had calculated everything in advance. He had enough morphine on him to take his life several times over. Impressed and shaken by his death, the Spanish authorities let his companions continue their travel. July 1980. During a recent conversation with Professor Abramsky from London, we talked about W. Elder Beleman and his work, and I mentioned his last walk. I got a call from Professor Gershom Skolem, a trustee of Benjamin's literary estate and his closest friend. He had heard from Abralski about our conversation and wanted to learn more. I gave him a summarized description of the events on that day almost 40 years ago. He asked for every detail concerning the manuscript. "There is no manuscript," he said. "Until now, nobody knew that such a manuscript ever existed. I am hearing, there is no manuscript. Nobody knows about the heavy black briefcase carrying the papers that were more important to him than anything else. *CFV Grunfkeld, Harma Arendt, G. Skolem et 1. I stateless persons, literally people without fatherland, official French term for refugees from Nazi Germany whose citizenship had been taken away by the Nazi government. Halma Arendt has written about the little hunchback whose threat Benjamin felt throughout his life and against whom he took all precautions. Benjalman's system of provisions against possible danger invariably disregarded the real danger, she says. Point 3 But it seems to me now that the real danger was not disregarded by W. Elder Benjamin during that night in Portbou, it was just that his real danger, his reality, differed from ours. He must have met again the little hunchback in Portbou. His very own, the Benjamin hunchback, all he had to come to terms with him. Perhaps I will go to Portbou and try to pick up some tracks, to retrace what happened on that side of the mountains Rudy years ago, with the help of some of our old friends down there. Perhaps there will be another ending to this story. A German fairy tale figure who causes all of life's misfortunes. He trips you, he breaks your favorite toy, he spills your soup.